As a boy in an orphanage, Marcus kept trying to climb the forbidden sacred oak until he finally reached the top, and that stolen view became one of the happiest memories of his life. Years later, adult Marcus stands atop an even taller tree at the edge of the Sea of Leaves, staring out at endless forest on three sides and open land with a road and distant buildings to the west. He thought crossing the great forest on foot would feel glorious, but on the branch he only feels tired, faintly pleased, and annoyed that taking a boat would have been smarter. Looking west, Marcus admits to himself that after 6 years of wandering he has come back to the Silver League, even though he once swore he never would. After one last quiet pause in the wind, he tightens his backpack, grips his staff, and jumps. He drops through the branches without panic, then uses magic at the last instant to slow himself and floats safely to the forest floor. Once down, Marcus scans the gloomy undergrowth for danger and spots only a silent viper watching from a tree root. The weeks alone inside that dark forest have worn even him down, and he promises himself he is never crossing the Sea of Leaves on foot again. Soon he steps out of the trees into bright summer sun, pauses to enjoy the warmth, and heads west until he reaches a rough dirt road. Travelers on the road stare at the lone mage leaning on his staff, but his fine clothes and obvious power make them hurry past without speaking. That is when Marcus realizes the ugly truth. He knows he is somewhere on the Silver League's eastern border, but he is basically lost in his own homeland. He reflexively checks his backpack straps for reassurance, a habit built from 6 hard years of wandering. Marcus turns north instead of west, hoping to find a village or inn, but the few locals on the road still avoid him so hard that he cannot even ask for directions. He checks if he looks filthy or dangerous, and when that solves nothing, he decides to inspect himself with magic. A thin rectangular mirror appears in the air, and the reflection shows the same familiar Marcus, tall, fit, clean-shaven, well-dressed, and very obviously a mage. He dismisses the mirror into fading shards and starts wondering if something changed while he was away, because ordinary fear of mages should not be this extreme. Rather than keep guessing, Marcus decides he will get answers in the next town, where someone is bound to talk once there are enough people and drink involved. After a while he notices a pond near the road and drifts toward it, drawn to the first peaceful landmark he has seen in some time. At the pond, he drops his backpack under the big oak and takes in the secluded shade, deciding it looks like a fine place to rest even if the stagnant water is not worth drinking. The tree especially appeals to him, because Marcus has always loved trees and his own magic is tied to them. The moment his palm touches the bark, the oak lunges and swallows him whole before he can even blink. Marcus's consciousness is suddenly hurled through a vast void, racing past impossible worlds and alien sights too huge and strange to understand. He realizes he is no longer seeing with human senses at all, and the overload is so intense that he fears his mind will break apart. Then the journey slams to a stop above a living world, and for one breathless moment Marcus sees his planet whole from orbit. The vision turns cruel when the world begins to lose some essential part of itself, and an unseen force pins Marcus in place and makes him keep watching. Red wounds bloom across the planet, black lines spread over the continents, and whole landmasses tear free and drift into the void as the world falls apart. Just when Marcus expects a slow death, the planet suddenly implodes into a pitch-black wound in space, and the final shock blasts his mind into darkness. Marcus wakes with a splitting headache on hard wooden planks, blind with pain for a moment, and slowly realizes he is riding in the back of a wagon. An unfamiliar man tells him he is finally awake, and Marcus forces his eyes open to find his belongings intact and 2 strangers watching him from the front bench. The older man introduces himself as Pelis and the boy as Elid, explaining they found Marcus unconscious by the pond and could not leave him there. Marcus politely thanks them and introduces himself as Marcus King, a mage of the Great Sea Academy, which instantly makes Elid light up. When Pelis asks what brought him this far east, Marcus casually claims he has just returned from the eastern lands and uses the chance to ask where they are. Pelis says Marcus has only been out a few hours and that they are heading toward a tiny place called Maiden's Rest near Blue Springs Monastery. That mention finally lets Marcus place his location, and he quietly enjoys learning where he is without having to admit he had been lost. Then Pelis casually suggests Marcus could keep traveling with them, and Marcus immediately realizes the merchant wants a mage nearby for protection. Pelis awkwardly admits there is safety in numbers during turbulent times, which makes Marcus press him for what happened while he was away. Pelis stuns him with the news that there was a second Academy war, and that it ended only months ago. Marcus protests that Veldrin is dead and the first war should have ended with him, but Pelis can only admit he does not know the deeper reasons. What Pelis does know is that the borderlands are weaker now, and bandits and rogue mages have been preying on travelers. Marcus knows he does not actually need protection from that kind of threat, but with his head still aching and too many questions unanswered, he decides to stay with them for now. When Marcus asks their destination, Pelis quickly says they are heading west toward Crystal Mountain Academy. Marcus guesses the truth at once. Pelis is taking Elid to try for admission there. Pelis confirms it and chatters warmly about leaving early, slipping back into the talkative merchant rhythm that makes him hard to read. By the time they reach Maiden's Rest, Marcus has decided to continue with the father and son a little longer. Their stop is brief, just enough for a quick meal at the inn before they head out again. While they travel on, Marcus feels the vision's grip easing just enough for him to think clearly, and he hates every conclusion he reaches. He decides the oak itself was probably only a trigger, because what he saw felt unmistakably divine and not like any ordinary hallucination. The memory is so vivid and forced into his mind that he cannot dismiss it, which leaves him wondering if he was shown a warning meant for him or for anyone who touched that tree. He even grimly jokes to himself that maybe the pond should have a warning sign about apocalyptic visions. For once, Pelis' non-stop talking helps, because the merchant's stories distract Marcus from thoughts too heavy to sit with alone. As Elid gets bolder, he finally asks the question he really cares about, whether Marcus is truly a mage of the Great Sea Academy. Marcus confirms it, and when Elid asks his rank, he lies and says 5th. Elid blurts out that Marcus must be lying because a 5th rank mage is practically legendary, and Pelis snaps at his son for insulting a dangerous man. Realizing his mistake, Elid backpedals fast, because even a much weaker mage would still be far more than he and his father could handle. Marcus lets the boy off with a warning, then turns the conversation back on him and asks why he chose Crystal Mountain Academy over stronger schools closer to home. The awkward silence gives Marcus the answer before anyone says it. Crystal Mountain is the damaged academy most likely to accept a merely average applicant. Stung by that, Elid blurts out that he is not untalented, just painfully ordinary with no rare affinity, bloodline, or special gift to impress elite schools. Pelis adds that friendly contacts tested Elid as a favor, and their results simply confirmed he lacked the standout spark other academies demand. Pelis jokingly claims Marcus is paying Elid back with words for doubting a 5th rank mage, and Marcus decides to pretend that was exactly the plan. Before the talk can go further, a deafening cloud of birds bursts overhead, all fleeing the road behind them. At first it looks like a strange curiosity, but then deer stampede past with wolves running beside them and not even trying to hunt. The moment Marcus sees even the oxen wanting to bolt, he knows something is badly wrong and orders Pelis to stop the wagon. Marcus pours mana into his eyes, ignores the headache flaring back to life, and activates the orb of flight to rise above the flat land for a better look. From the sky he spots rainbow-like streams of light moving across the horizon toward them, and the sight makes him curse immediately. He drops back down and tells them the truth with no room for argument. A chaos storm is coming, and they need shelter now. Pelis panics because it is the wrong season for one, while Elid looks around the empty open land and sees nowhere to hide. When Pelis starts talking about abandoning everything and running, Marcus cuts him off and says he will make a shelter himself. He plants himself by the roadside and shapes the earth with magic, raising a hardened dome from the ground while the storm races closer. As soon as the dome is finished, Marcus orders everything living or edible inside, and Pelis and Elid scramble to drag in the oxen and supplies. Just as Marcus seals the entrance, a fox darts inside on its own and hides behind the trembling oxen. Marcus lets it stay, because throwing a clever desperate animal back into a chaos storm would be pointless cruelty. Outside, the chaos storm passes as eerie curtains of color and soft unearthly chimes instead of wind and ruin, which somehow makes the waiting even stranger. In the heavy silence, Elid finally says the obvious in awe: Marcus really is a mage. Marcus laughs at that and, when Elid complains about the darkness, casually adds a hovering white light to brighten the whole dome. After that, there is nothing to do but sit together in the man-made cave and wait for the chimes to stop. By the time the storm finally passes, night has fallen, and Marcus opens the dome and steps outside to inspect the aftermath. There is no obvious destruction at all, just a clear star-filled sky and a full moon hanging bright above them. But tonight the moon's web of black cracks hits Marcus differently, because it reminds him too much of the ruined world from his vision. Pelis joins him, shaken by how close they came to disaster, and says their meeting must have been guided by fate and the Pale Lady's mercy. Marcus cannot quite dismiss that idea, because divine interference really did put him on their wagon, but he is no longer sure whether the hand behind it was the moon goddess or the oak god. To avoid offending either power, Marcus ends up offering a brief prayer to both. When he turns, the fox from the shelter is still there, staring at him as if it has something to say. Then the fox thanks Marcus in a perfectly human voice for letting it shelter with them and promises to remember the kindness if fate ever brings them together again. Marcus accepts the thanks without surprise and dryly tells the fox to introduce itself properly next time instead of sneaking around like a thief. The fox grins and vanishes into the night, leaving Pelis stunned that he just watched a fox hold a conversation. Marcus explains that awakened animals are rare but hardly impossible, though that does little to make the day feel any less strange. With the storm over, Pelis decides they need a night watch, but Elid volunteers and is immediately shut down because his father has seen him fall asleep on guard before. Marcus tells them none of them need to stay awake, because his summoned earth elemental has been following him underground this whole time and can guard them instead. At a tap of his staff, Chompy bursts from the ground beside him, a huge worm of earth and stone with a ring of white teeth that instantly makes Pelis and Elid recoil. Marcus pets the horrifying creature like a favorite hound, and Chompy answers with an absurdly high little squeal that only makes the father and son more unsettled. Marcus assures them Chompy is enough to warn or defend against ordinary threats, but Pelis is too exhausted to even process what that implies and gives up on the topic. Unbothered by their nerves, Marcus spreads a blanket with practiced ease and falls into deep sleep almost the moment he lies down. At dawn, Marcus finds Pelis and Elid already awake, and the three agree to push hard and keep moving west until evening. That plan breaks almost immediately when they reach a village in chaos, with shouting and wailing flooding the road beside a crowded house. Marcus goes to see for himself, while Pelis tells Elid to stay with the wagon and guard it. At the edge of the crowd, Marcus asks what happened and catches fragments of an ugly argument about a fraud and children sick after the storm. The villagers react with sudden fear when they realize the curious stranger questioning them is a real mage. Between the panicked explanations and one father's denial, Marcus pieces together that several boys were hit by chaos corruption and their families still hope they can be saved. Marcus dismisses the peasant talk of demons as superstition about chaos sickness, and Pelis quietly warns they will probably see more damage like this on the road west. Unsatisfied with the confused rumors, Marcus forces his way through the villagers toward the house, and everyone steps aside once they understand who he is. At the front door, Marcus finds the heart of the conflict, 3 furious villagers cornering a blue-robed mage who is clearly scared and trying to bluff his way out. The villagers accuse Gibbon of taking gifts, promising miracles, and now refusing to save their children from chaos poisoning. Marcus studies Gibbon's gear and realizes the man is not fake, just a low-level mage dressing himself up as something far grander. To shut the whole scene down, Marcus conjures a crackling ball of lightning over his head and detonates it, silencing the square in one sharp bang. Marcus demands Gibbon's name and bluntly asks if he is an apprentice mage, and Gibbons flinches answer enough. Marcus tells the villagers to stop pressing Gibbon, because after a chaos storm a rank 1 mage cannot safely cast anything at all. That only backfires on Marcus, because the moment he asks what happened, the whole village swarms him with desperate voices. Hours later, Marcus finally returns to the wagon after hearing everyone out and feeling just enough sympathy to stay longer than he meant to. Marcus explains that Gibbon really had lied before the storm, boasting that he could cure chaos sickness, which is why the villagers turned on him so hard. Even so, Marcus convinced the villagers to let Gibbon go, because cutting out his tongue for bragging was far too much. When Pelis jokes that the grateful parents even offered chickens, Marcus says he could not cure the boys, but he did give them one ugly treatment that might help: leeches. Marcus explains that chaos is not simple destruction but rampant life and mutation, so normal healing magic feeds the corruption instead of stopping it. He says the safest answer is to injure the patient in controlled ways so the chaos spends itself healing damage, and leeches work better than covering someone in cuts. Marcus still warns that the boys may die anyway, because this was only a desperate trick to tilt the odds, not a miracle cure. Then Marcus drops the real suspicion: the children were probably exposed on purpose, just enough to get sick and maybe awaken magic instead of dying outright. Pelis realizes the parents were probably gambling on their children developing magical gifts, and Marcus agrees that some families really do risk chaos for that chance. Pelis next asks why Gibbon let villagers threaten him at all, and Marcus explains that a rank 1 mage has no internal mana reserve and is helpless if the ambient mana is contaminated by chaos. Marcus breaks down the difference between apprentices and true mages, saying many rank 1 casters are stuck there forever if they lack support or fail their training. That scares Elid enough to ask whether even students at the great academies can fail, and Marcus only says yes before adding that it is rare. A week passes on the road, and Marcus watches town after town carry scars from the Second Academy War instead of the peaceful homeland he expected. The slow commoner travel starts wearing on Marcus, especially when the wagon proves fragile and painfully inconvenient. When a wheel cracks in a pothole, Marcus runs into a humiliatingly simple problem. For all his power, he has no spell that can properly fix a wagon wheel. Marcus pulls out his magnificent spellbook, and just the sight of the enchanted gold and crystal tome leaves Pelis and Elid staring. Even after digging through hundreds of stored spells, Marcus finds only bad options, from tiny repairs to unstable magical patchwork to a high-level spell he would need days to prepare. In the end he has to admit defeat, and Elid quietly mutters something rude while Pelis takes the failure in stride. Pelis eventually gets the wagon repaired the ordinary way, but losing a whole day to little setbacks only makes Marcus more eager to part ways at Whitecliff. Near Whitecliff, Marcus leaves camp in a good mood and comes back with a rabbit and a pheasant as a parting meal for his companions. The meal vanishes so fast that Marcus barely gets any, and even Pelis digs in hard enough to surprise him. By the fire, Marcus tells them Whitecliff is where they will separate, since Pelis and Elid need the academy route while he plans to continue toward the coast. Pelis finally admits he did not originally believe Marcus's claim of being a rank 5 elder, but after traveling with him he has changed his mind. The clue that misled Pelis was Marcus's surname, and Marcus explains that king often marks an orphan raised on royal charity. Marcus says it plainly: he was left as a baby on an orphanage doorstep and never learned who his parents were. When Elid blurts out how an orphan could rise so high, Marcus says the academies respect power enough that humble birth can be overcome, even if it still leaves scars. Marcus follows that by confessing the bigger truth: his 6 years abroad were really a self-imposed exile after he failed to seize leadership of the Great Sea Academy. He says his rival Gaius was weaker in magic but stronger in lineage, politics, and speaking, so Marcus lost and chose to leave until he was ready to return. Pelis worries that coming back is dangerous, but Marcus says Gaius would never openly strip him of rank because a rank 5 mage driven away would become a prize for rival academies. Asked why he hides his status behind humble clothes, Marcus admits that looking like a rank 3 mage is exactly the point. He explains that mage ranks are visible in a deeper way, so claiming to be any lower than spirit manifestation would fall apart the instant another trained mage got close enough to sense him. When Elid asks if that presence is really so obvious, Marcus answers by unleashing it. The night world falls silent as a vast illusory oak rises behind Marcus in ghostly fog and sigils, and both Pelis and Elid freeze under the pressure. When the vision vanishes, Elid is left gasping and clutching his chest, and Marcus dryly says this is exactly why his true rank cannot stay hidden from other mages. Marcus abruptly ends the talk and tells them to rest, because tomorrow they reach White Cliff and will need clear heads for academy officials. Marcus cannot sleep, so he wanders alone into the dark and admits to himself that he still does not fully understand why he came back home after 6 years away. He reflects that his anger over losing to Gaius has faded, yet some stubborn pull still seems to be calling him back to the Silver League. Without even turning around, Marcus notices he was followed and calmly calls Elid out. Elid finally admits what he wants, a test for Earth affinity, hoping Marcus's own Earth-heavy magic means he can judge whether Crystal Mountain might suit him. Marcus warns that hearing the truth may hurt, but when Elid insists, he agrees and tells him to take his hand. The instant they touch, Marcus's great oak fills Elid's mind so completely that the boy nearly loses consciousness. Marcus snaps him awake with a flick to the forehead and orders him to stay conscious and focus on the sigils instead. As Marcus tests him properly, Elid turns out painfully average in almost every category, including Earth affinity. Then Marcus notices one strange, highly specific result he never expected, and his whole reaction changes. Instead of explaining, Marcus tells Elid to wait there and disappears into the night. When Marcus returns, he presses a sealed letter into Elid's hands and warns him to use it only if Crystal Mountain is about to reject him. Marcus makes the warning even stranger by saying the letter will get Elid in, but he promises nothing about what happens after that. Elid carefully tucks the letter away like treasure, then asks the question he really cares about, whether he could ever become someone like Marcus. Marcus answers with a guarded maybe, knowing his own rise was shaped by war and chaos, but also sensing the years ahead may not stay peaceful either. The next day they reach White Cliff, a lively mountain gateway town dominated by a huge white marble fortress that still looks strong despite the recent war. The guards let them in for a modest fee, but warn that the western road is closed because the local mercenary guilds have blocked the canyon in a dispute with the Duke. That news tells Marcus Crystal Mountain's political grip is weaker than he expected, and he briefly thinks Elid may not even need the sealed letter after all. Before the talk can continue, a lavish foreign carriage rolls by under heavy escort, drawing everyone's eyes in the street. A beautiful young elven couple steps out with robed attendants and armored guards, and Marcus is struck by how unusual it is to see so many elves this far inland. Pelis says elves have been sending diplomats and adventurers all over the league lately, while the guard adds that dwarves are also active around the Bloodstone Mountains, fighting over ancient ruins. When Marcus asks about orcs too, the guard complains they are pushing south again, and Marcus privately notes that ordinary people keep brushing close to truths they were never meant to know. Even with the road blocked, Marcus still parts from Pelis and Elid at White Cliff, confidently telling them he will find his own way through whatever comes next. After parting with Pelis and Elid, Marcus scouts the roadblock himself and finds a disciplined mercenary force, not a loose gang he can casually brush aside. He first considers forcing his way through by rank and intimidation, then reins himself in when he realizes provoking a guild-backed blockade could drag him into the very power struggle he wants to avoid. Before he can leave, a tall man in heavy fur clothes strides out from the camp and barks that the road is closed. The old Marcus would have answered that challenge with pride, but this time he deliberately keeps himself calm because a fight here would only make things worse. As the stranger gets closer, both men become more careful, and Marcus realizes this is no ordinary mercenary leader, but another spirit-level adept. Marcus cannot place the young powerhouse from his outdated memory, but that only makes the encounter more dangerous and more interesting. The silence finally breaks when the mercenary leader bluntly asks if Marcus is a spy, and Marcus answers with polite traveler talk instead of threats. Temujin immediately calls out the lie in that act, names Marcus as the famous general, and introduces himself as the leader of the White Pine Mercenary Guild. Marcus corrects the title, but Temujin keeps pressing and casually drops a shocking detail. Great Sea lost the last war. Caught off guard and unwilling to admit how ignorant he is, Marcus dodges with cryptic confidence and pretends he understands the current political landscape. He insists he only came to look at the blockade and means no harm, but Temujin still treats him like a possible ally of Crystal Mountain. Marcus points out the obvious fact that he came alone, and that finally gives Temujin a reason to relax a fraction. Marcus tries to end things cleanly with a dry compliment for the blockade and turns to go before the conversation can become a real problem. Instead, Temujin stops him cold with the last thing Marcus wanted to hear, a direct invitation to fight. Marcus refuses immediately, but Temujin's shining eyes make it clear he is not being strategic at all, just hungry for a worthy battle. Realizing simple refusal will not work on a battle fanatic, Marcus talks him down with practical logic about timing, bystanders, and the risk to the blockade. Marcus offers a compromise instead. Temujin can seek him out at Great Sea Academy in a few months for a proper duel with no need to hold back. After glancing at his men and the camp around him, Temujin accepts the deal and finally smiles like he just got promised a prize. Temujin slaps Marcus on the shoulder, keeps calling him General Marcus anyway, and heads back to camp as if everything went perfectly. Marcus leaves much faster, already hoping Crystal Mountain or somebody else will distract Temujin before that promised duel ever happens. Even without a fight, Marcus knows the damage is done, because a spirit adept like Temujin is almost certain to spread word that he has returned. So before the upper powers react, Marcus decides he needs to reach someone friendly and learn what the last 6 years have done to the region. Since the road is blocked but the sky is not, Marcus puts distance between himself and the mercenaries and pulls out his orb of flight. He launches straight into the air and races west over the mountain chain, choosing speed over secrecy. A pair of flying drakes tries to pursue him over the wild peaks, but the orb is simply too fast and too efficient for them to catch. The orb can keep going far longer than Marcus's body can, so he makes repeated rest stops until he finally clears the mountains in just over 2 days. When he reaches the coast of Allora, Marcus is not just arriving in a kingdom but returning to the place that raised him. He still avoids flying straight to Great Sea Academy, because too much could have changed there, and he needs information before he risks walking into old politics. Once he enters settled territory, Marcus lands and continues on foot so he will not announce himself to every faction watching the skies. He lets himself slow down through villages and small towns, trying to reconnect with home, and this time nobody confronts him for being a mage. But the peaceful road only makes one thing clearer: the pull that brought him back to Allora is not nostalgia at all, but some weak, persistent magic tugging at his soul. He cannot find any spell placed on him, but he can feel the direction of the call and decides to ignore it for now in favor of one place he knows he needs to see first. That choice brings him to the Willow Hill orphanage, still shabby and humble exactly the way he remembers it. The sight drags up old memories, including his childhood hatred of the garden work that helped convince him to become a mage in the first place. A few curious orphan boys corner him first, and Marcus admits he once lived here too. When the boys blurt out that he looks like a mage, Marcus matter-of-factly confirms that Elder Pliny really does send gifted orphans to study magic. That revelation turns into instant kid chaos, as one boy gets excited about becoming a mage and another mocks him until they start shoving each other. Marcus leaves the bickering children behind and heads inside, already feeling awkward about facing the man he abandoned without a proper goodbye. He never gets time to prepare, because Elder Pliny is already waiting in the doorway for him. Instead of resentment, Pliny greets him with overwhelming affection, crushing him in a hug and kissing his cheeks like no time has passed at all. Pliny keeps hold of him long enough to inspect him like a still-growing child, which completely wrecks Marcus's hard-won composure. The old man instantly guesses Marcus came because he needs help, and he ushers him into the office before Marcus can deny it. Inside, Pliny apologizes for only being able to offer water because the orphanage had to pay a fine after one of the kids caused a merchant road accident. Once they sit, Pliny gets straight to the point and asks whether Marcus has truly come back for good. Marcus says yes, and Pliny answers with approval but also a gentle warning that rising so fast may have been as much curse as blessing. Pliny even suggests Marcus's old failure to become head of Great Sea Academy may have saved him from worse, and to Marcus's surprise he can no longer disagree. Marcus admits he did not return for revenge or power, but the harder truth is that he no longer knows what he came back for at all. Pliny first jokes about starting a family, then pivots to what he actually wants. Marcus should take students and pass his legacy to the next generation. Marcus recoils at the idea of becoming a teacher, but Pliny treats it as simple duty. Every mage owes something to the future. The old man bluntly calls Marcus's exile stupid, then reminds him that a magical tradition only survives if someone chooses to hand it on. Marcus concedes the principle but argues he is still too young and his foundation technique is not unique enough to be in danger of vanishing with him. Pliny waves that off, points out Marcus is already past 30, and tells him to think about it since he clearly came home without a clear purpose. Marcus finally drinks the water, and with that argument parked for later, he asks the question that actually brought him here: what happened in the Silver League while he was gone? Pliny explains that after Marcus left, the great academies started fighting over the ruins and territory left behind by the First War, especially the remains of Chaoswood Academy. Great Sea and Crystal Mountain wanted Giant Thunder Hall punished too, Heartfire resisted, and the dispute eventually exploded into a second Academy war. The result was muddy on paper, but Great Sea took the heavier beating, which explains why people now casually say it lost. Marcus pushes further and asks whether wider unrest among elves and dwarves means outside powers are moving or something even worse is waking up. Pliny has heard the same strange rumors, but he does not think it is another abyss disaster, or the whole region would be panicking openly. Then Pliny gives Marcus simpler advice: stop trying to carry the world, because if he is not chasing leadership anymore, some problems can belong to other men. Marcus asks the most practical question of all: if he walks into Great Sea Academy now, will he be arrested or hunted? Pliny says no, because despite some grumbling about stripping Marcus's elder rank, nobody wants to throw away a spirit manifestation mage without cause. The worst twist is that Gaius himself defended Marcus's status, which leaves Marcus wearing a deeply sour expression. Pliny laughs at that irony, but still warns that returning to Great Sea now would mean suspicion, interrogations, and being kept away from anything important. Instead, Pliny proposes a different path. Marcus should go to Great Tree Academy and see whether they will work with him. Marcus understands the logic right away, because Great Tree was his first academy, but he doubts they would welcome someone who left them behind for Great Sea. Pliny explains that Great Tree never blamed Marcus for accepting Great Sea's offer, because minor academies lose promising students like that all the time and usually get little in return. Marcus admits his own part in that betrayal too, because once he rose at Great Sea he deliberately cut himself off from Great Tree to protect his political future. Pliny brushes past the guilt and points to what matters now. Marcus still practices the soul tree technique, and Great Tree would value that more than old resentment. Most people would have switched foundations after reaching a great academy, but Marcus never abandoned Great Tree's technique and now stands as its only spirit-level practitioner. That shocks Marcus, because Pliny flatly confirms that Great Tree's leader is only rank 4 now and that Marcus really is the strongest known bearer of the technique. Marcus pushes back by saying the soul tree technique already felt like a great technique to him, and Pliny calmly reveals that it always was. Pliny adds one more buried truth. Great Tree bears that name because it was founded by a spirit manifestation mage, and if Marcus wants the rest of the answers, he should ask them himself. When Pliny asks what he will do next, Marcus admits his old plan has changed and that he now needs to visit the sacred oak. Pliny instantly darkens, still half expecting the same tree-climbing menace Marcus was as a boy, but Marcus assures him this time the pull is something deeper and stranger. The moment softens again with a promise to bring wine next time, and Pliny answers with one last fatherly jab about not disappearing for another 6 years. Then the office door jams against hidden little spies in the hall, and Pliny storms out to chase off the children eavesdropping on them. Marcus writes it off as harmless curiosity and leaves the orphanage behind, heading for the place that has been tugging at his soul all along. Soon he stands before the sacred oak, a lonely giant in a cleared grassy ring, impressive but outwardly still just a tree. Marcus remembers how lightly he used to treat this place, climbing the tree as a child and dismissing its blessings as village superstition. Now that he has real power and real perception, he sees something impossible. The tree has a spirit, and it resonates with his soul more deeply than anything he has ever met. The resemblance goes beyond power, and Marcus realizes with disbelief that the oak is literally cultivating the same foundational technique he uses. At that exact moment, the distant pull inside him vanishes, and Marcus understands why. It has finally brought him where he was meant to come. Marcus speaks the truth aloud at last. The sacred oak is awakened. The tree answers him in a calm human voice, welcomes him as its child, and says this meeting has been a long time coming. When Marcus asks how long this has been true, the answer is staggering. The tree was here before the great academies and awakened almost as soon as it sprouted. That memory hits Marcus hard, because it means the tree was fully aware even when he was a muddy little boy climbing all over it. The tree confirms that most worshippers, and even Great Tree Academy and Elder Pliny, only know its blessings are real, not that it is truly conscious. It goes further and tells Marcus he is the first person in many decades to receive its call, which makes him demand to know why he was chosen. Instead of answering directly, the sacred oak turns the mystery around and asks Marcus whether he ever understood what its blessings actually do. Standing in the sacred oak clearing, Marcus treats the tree's question like a test and starts picking apart what a blessing could realistically do. He reasons that ordinary blessing magic should be far too hard to cast on so many people at once, and impossible to keep active for decades without leaving a trace. After a long silence, Marcus concludes the elders cannot see the blessing either, so they must trust it because its results are obvious in practice. He reluctantly guesses the blessing boosts magical talent itself, which would explain why teachers notice the difference even if blessed students never do. The idea hits Marcus's pride hard, because he has always believed his rise came from his own talent and effort. Sacred Oak calmly tells him that whether his aptitude came from birth or a blessing, what matters is how he used it. But the tree says Marcus is still missing the real answer, because he keeps looking for foreign magic instead of asking what the blessing actually is. Marcus pushes back and guesses divine power might be hiding the blessing, but warns that prying into godly secrets sounds like a path to ruin. Sacred Oak denies being divine and says the hidden blessing is not something alien at all, but a piece of Marcus himself. When the oak's inner soul tree pulses, Marcus's own soul tree resonates in answer, and the truth slams into him. Marcus recoils in shock and raises his staff, because this does not feel like a harmless blessing anymore. Sacred Oak finally explains the blessing. Every few years it breaks off tiny pieces of its own soul, plants them in children as soul seeds, and lets them merge into their hosts over time. The tree says those soul seeds become part of each person's soul while still remaining part of its own, linking them all like branches of one tree. Marcus freezes between fear and suspicion, because an undetectable soul fragment planted without consent sounds far more like a parasite than a gift. Then the logic clicks. The soul tree technique advances so well under the blessing because a literal tree soul seed is perfect fuel for growing a spiritual tree. Sacred Oak confirms that Marcus's pride can relax, because his talent was real and the soul seed simply matched his foundation unusually well. That also explains why Great Tree Academy cares so much about the blessing while outsiders dismiss it, because the benefit mostly matters for this one technique. When Marcus asks what happens if someone changes to another foundational technique, the tree says the soul seed usually becomes much less useful. Then Sacred Oak casually reveals that ancient grandfather trees once tried to exterminate humanity and destroy civilization, and the gods punished wood-based traditions for it. Marcus tries to chase that shocking claim, but the tree brushes it off as ancient history and refuses to get sidetracked. Overwhelmed by how ridiculous this conversation has become, Marcus lowers his staff and snaps that the tree's attempts to calm him are only making everything sound worse. Sacred Oak apologizes and says it wanted to explain all this years ago, right after Marcus reached spirit manifestation, but Marcus left the region before listening. Marcus is surprised to learn the tree had been calling to him for years, only stopping once he left the Silver League and starting again when he returned. Trying to drag things back to solid ground, Marcus bluntly asks why the tree planted soul seeds at all, and why it called him here now. The tree admits the soul branches let it harvest knowledge from every blessed person, because every spell, technique, and skill they learn becomes known to it too. That answer oddly relieves Marcus, because spying is far less terrifying than the other things soul magic could have been doing to him. Sacred Oak insists it sees the arrangement as symbiosis, since it strengthens people with soul seeds and only truly pays attention once one of them reaches spirit manifestation. Marcus assumes that must be because spirit rank mages can finally create original magic, but the tree drops another surprise instead. Sacred Oak says spirit manifestation mages can learn to make soul seeds themselves, which means Marcus could spread the soul tree to others too. Now truly fed up, Marcus demands a better explanation instead of another impossible-sounding claim. The tree calmly says soul seed creation is not an innate tree gift at all, but just a spell anyone can learn at that rank through the soul tree technique. Marcus immediately sees the trap. If he accepted, he would be tearing off pieces of his own soul to build the tree's spy network with his own hands. Sacred Oak admits Marcus would also benefit by receiving all the magic those future branches gather, but Marcus still refuses on the spot. The tree says it will not force him and can wait years if needed, which only irritates Marcus more because it sounds certain he will come around. Then the conversation swerves again when Sacred Oak suddenly asks if Marcus also received a divine vision. Sacred Oak reveals it had the same vision, one ending in the destruction of an entire world, and Marcus tests it by pretending to think that world was theirs. The tree rejects that idea at once, saying the land masses were wrong, which tells Marcus it saw far more of the vision than he did. Marcus asks what the vision means, and Sacred Oak admits it has no answer beyond sensing a looming disaster tied somehow to their world, which it calls Chaos Wood. When Marcus reacts in surprise, the tree explains Chaos Wood is an ancient name for their world, older than the modern name Tassila. Marcus wonders why a vision like this would be sent to the two of them, but Sacred Oak says they are only part of a much larger group. According to the tree, at least a dozen mages received the revelation in the last few days, while weaker souls only collapsed with blinding headaches and remembered nothing. The tree narrows it further, saying the vision reached spirit manifestation mages, spirit-level adepts, and powerful magical beasts like dragons and death worms. That scale unsettles Marcus, because if so many top-tier beings were warned at once, something huge is moving toward them. They spend a few more minutes comparing what each saw, and Marcus realizes Sacred Oak remembers far more detail than he ever could. At last the tree suggests they stop here, inviting Marcus to return whenever he wants to talk again. Before leaving, Marcus finally asks the old tree's name, and it simply tells him to call it Sacred Oak. Marcus leaves the clearing with a shaky sense that he was badly outmatched in that conversation, and he hates it. He decides the Great Tree Academy visit is no longer just a courtesy to Elder Pliny, because now he needs answers from the elders too. Back at Great Tree Academy, Marcus finds the old place much as he remembers it, scattered buildings, garden plots, and magical fields instead of grand defenses. A towering white structure still dominates the campus, its pearly surface carved with spiraling images of trees, gods, and animals. Marcus notes the academy is still small and unwalled, but he feels a hidden ward sweep over him as soon as he steps into the inner grounds. He plans to ask for someone important, but the entrance guards recognize him on sight and hurry him straight into a guest room instead. That instant recognition unsettles Marcus, because he has been gone too long for ordinary guards to know his face this easily. The person who comes to meet him is Titus, the academy's towering, loud-voiced leader and its only foundation mage. Titus booms out a welcome and says Marcus returned at the perfect time, before some island inspectors could show up again. Marcus has no idea what Titus is talking about, and the confusion only grows when Titus asks whether he got the messages. Titus realizes his messengers never found Marcus, while Marcus quietly remembers he was wandering through places no sane courier could track. Since Marcus showed up on his own, Titus wants to know why he came, and Marcus offers a careful answer about visiting old faces and helping the academy if needed. That word help instantly catches Titus's attention, and the old mage presses him on what kind of help he can really offer. Before Marcus can explain his strained position with Great Sea, Titus cuts in and reveals Great Sea delegations have been asking him where Marcus is. Marcus keeps his composure, and Titus says the elders laid out all their complaints already, so there is no need to repeat them. Marcus says he cannot promise Great Sea resources, but Titus shrugs that he wants nothing from those people anyway. Instead, Titus asks Marcus to at least tell Great Sea later that Titus was the one who pointed them toward him, so the Academy can collect the promised reward. Then Titus finally gets to the real request. The best help Marcus can give is a heritage tablet of his foundational technique. Marcus falls silent, because he already suspected this was what the Academy really wanted from him. He knows why the request is so serious. Mages guard their true powers closely, and a real magical heritage record can expose or weaken its creator. On top of that, a spirit rank technique record would need rare materials and possibly a sacrifice of soul and logos, so making it now would cost Marcus dearly. So Marcus asks why the Academy wants such a record right now, instead of waiting until he is older or truly nearing the end of his path. He even points out that if he rises another rank later, any record made now could become outdated. Titus is visibly startled by the suggestion Marcus might reach 6th rank, while Marcus lets that possibility hang without explaining too much. Even so, Titus insists the request cannot wait, because he says there is something fundamentally wrong with the soul tree technique. Marcus is unconcerned at first, because after years of study he has never found any obvious flaw in the technique at all. Titus explains the real issue is not a broken spell structure, but that the founder of the Academy and the technique was not human. Marcus immediately jokes that maybe the founder was a tree, but Titus shoots that down and confirms Sacred Oak is not the originator. When Marcus brings up the tree's strange resonance with the technique, Titus says the Academy's old records prove that resonance was not always there. Back then it was only called Mystery Oak, a powerful spirit creature but nothing like the overwhelming soul tree presence Marcus just felt. Titus says that after generations of contact with the Academy, the tree gradually synchronized with the soul tree technique and its blessings grew stronger. That makes no sense to Marcus at all, because by everything he knows, a being at that level should not be able to switch foundations like that. Titus presses on and says the founder's non-human mind made the technique inherently difficult for ordinary humans to practice at high levels. That is why prodigies like Marcus can brute force their way upward, while more typical Academy mages fight a constant mismatch baked into the method itself. Marcus asks whether Sacred Oak's blessing helps with that problem, and Titus says yes, but mostly at the lower ranks. According to Titus, the Academy produces an unusually high number of third-rank mages, yet those same students slam into a wall when they try to rise higher. Now Marcus finally understands the request. A human spirit rank version of the soul tree technique could become a better legacy for the Academy's future generations. It might even let the current elders adjust their own foundations and finally break through the ceiling that has trapped them for years. Marcus asks if no earlier spirit manifestation members ever left usable legacies behind, since the Academy is so old. Titus grimly says the Academy used to act more like a secretive cult, and its ancient elders refused to write down their magic at all. After that old structure collapsed and their spirit rank elders were lost, the Academy had to rebuild almost from scratch using only the founder's surviving tablets. Some later members did reach spirit manifestation, Titus says, but like Marcus they left to chase bigger ambitions and all died young before leaving anything back. Titus openly admits that is the fear haunting him now. Marcus might die young too, and the Academy cannot afford to lose another chance. Marcus still thinks Titus is being paranoid, but he softens enough to ask whether the Academy can at least provide the materials. Titus fumbles immediately, because the Academy is short on funds after Great Sea collected another round of tribute during the war. So Marcus says he will need time to gather everything himself and casually stretches that timetable to about 2 years. Titus actually looks relieved by that answer and starts to agree, which makes Marcus realize he probably should have named a much bigger number. But before Titus can finish, a loud argument erupts outside the guest room and someone forces past the guards. Titus curses under his breath when he recognizes the intruder before Marcus even sees him. A bald, mustached man in outrageously colorful clothes barges in like he owns the place, with 3 flustered guards right behind him. The lead guard starts apologizing in panic, but Titus's glare makes it obvious the young man is in serious trouble already. Lucius complains that Titus promised to alert him the moment Marcus returned, and Titus responds with barely restrained politeness. Lucius immediately plays the royal emissary card, hinting that stopping him by force would be close to treason. That finally explains the guards' hesitation, and Titus dismisses them before telling Lucius Marcus arrived only about an hour ago. Titus also reminds him he is far from the only faction waiting for Marcus, naming Great Sea, Giant Thunder Hall, Crystal Mountain, and even Raven Temple. Lucius does not care who else wants Marcus. He only cares that he got here first. He turns and gives Marcus a deep respectful bow, showing far more manners to the famous mage than to Titus. Marcus answers politely, deciding there is no reason to pick a fight with Allora's court if he can avoid it. Lucius says he carries a royal message. The king of Allora requests Marcus's immediate presence in the capital. Marcus agrees in principle, but asks what the king needs before he walks into unknown danger unprepared. For the first time, Lucius's confidence cracks, because he clearly knows the truth and does not want to say it out loud. Marcus points out that if the crown wants his help, giving him the truth will only make him more useful. After a tense pause, Lucius lowers his voice and reveals the real crisis. A rift in reality has opened inside the royal palace. And worse, things have started crossing through it. In a sealed underground room at Great Tree Academy, Marcus gets straight to the crisis and asks how long the palace rift has been open. Lucius admits the gateway opened more than 8 months ago, and even the few incursions so far have already drained Allora badly. Marcus realizes something is off and presses them, because Lucius should not have known he would return here anytime soon. Titus confirms Lucius has been camping at the academy for 6 months and refused to explain himself until Marcus showed up. Lucius fires back that the king had every right to station an observer there, and he does not care if Titus dislikes it. Before the two elders can spiral into a bigger fight, Marcus cuts in and asks the obvious question: why did Allora not get help from Great Sea Academy? Lucius says Great Sea promised to send an expert, but 8 months later nobody has come, which leaves Marcus openly baffled. Marcus studies Lucius carefully, and decides the man does not seem to be lying, which makes Great Sea's silence even stranger. When Titus asks about other options, Lucius explains that other great powers avoid interfering in Great Sea territory, even to help. Lucius adds that true rift-closing specialists are rare, powerful, and usually tied to the great academies anyway. The few smaller experts Allora found were useless. 2 admitted defeat, 1 kept demanding more money, and 1 wanted to bury the whole palace to seal the rift. So the king scattered watchers to places Marcus might return and ordered them to wait as long as it took, betting Marcus was the one person both able and willing to help. Lucius says they could not risk waiting for news of Marcus and sending a message later, because bigger powers would crowd him the moment he returned. As the room falls quiet, Marcus leans back and pieces together a grim possibility. Great Sea may be ignoring Allora because its few rift experts are overloaded elsewhere. That explanation worries him more, because it suggests a wider surge of new rifts has been building for a year or longer. Lucius can offer only scraps from second-hand stories, including that the most common creatures are big-horned lizards that hate bright light but are not the worst threat. Marcus asks whether the things beyond the rift are an organized force or just dangerous wildlife, and whether anyone dared scout the far side. Lucius flatly says nobody was brave enough to step into a reality rift, and the soldiers' tales are too exaggerated to trust. With the questioning exhausted, Marcus agrees to speak to the king and look at the rift, but he carefully promises nothing more. Lucius eagerly prepares to leave for the capital, but Marcus makes it clear he will travel alone and not spend the road pretending to like him. The instant Lucius is gone, Titus corners Marcus and bluntly demands to know if he plans to cross to the other side. Titus rattles off every nightmare he can think of, from toxic air to dimensional shredding, and Marcus calmly says he will not step through himself. When Titus calls that a lie, Marcus reveals the real plan. He wants to send a summoned scout through the rift instead. Marcus points out that a thinking spirit can report back and, unlike a mortal body, will simply be sent home if destroyed. Titus keeps pressing, and Marcus swears he only wants answers for now, even if both of them are clearly tempted by the mystery. That leads them to the bigger question, and Marcus asks whether Titus has heard anything about a rising number of rifts elsewhere. Titus says he heard of a major new rift in the Harpy Archipelago, but at the time it did not seem important enough to connect to anything bigger. Then Titus drops another surprise. He already knew about the capital's rift, and only hid Lucius because he wanted Marcus nowhere near this mess. Marcus points out that closing the rift should not offend Great Sea since he is one of their elders, and Titus finally backs off a little. Titus turns away with one last dry plea: if Marcus insists on risking himself, at least do not die before making the legacy tablet. Later in the royal palace basement, Marcus circles the rift itself and studies the thing like a living black eye hanging in the air. King Gordianus arrives behind him with visible nerves and asks if Marcus can actually handle this. Marcus likes the king's direct manner, but he also notices the silent guards and disguised mage watching him like he might turn dangerous at any second. After inspecting the rift, Marcus says it is different from the abyssal one he once dealt with, and does not look like a deliberate invasion portal. He explains that a created invasion rift is usually anchored from the far side, but this one is already showing the universe slowly trying to heal it shut. Gordianus brightens when he hears the rift will close on its own, then immediately sags again when Marcus adds that natural healing would still take years. Marcus reassures him that he is not making excuses and fully intends to try closing it sooner. When the king asks how random monsters fit Marcus's theory, Marcus admits the creatures are dangerous but still do not feel like a disciplined army. Before Marcus can think further, the rift suddenly churns and hums, and the king's guards lunge in front of him with a warning. Marcus hardens himself with stone skin and waits without flinching as the first wave spills out. 5 horned lizard beasts tumble from the rift in a snarling heap, exactly the kind Lucius described but worse up close. Using keen eyes, Marcus studies their odd beak-like mouths and bloodline magic, then decides not to risk letting them get near the king. One chain lightning spell wipes out all 5 at once, leaving only twitching bodies and the stink of burnt flesh. The rift immediately churns again, this time harder, and a mass of blood-red tentacles starts dragging a much larger creature through. The king's men clearly recognize this one, shove Gordianus backward, and the disguised mage seals off the room with Marcus trapped inside beside the rift. Marcus stays put on purpose, layering more defenses around himself while he waits to see what the stronger creature really is. When the monster finally squeezes free, Marcus sees a layered stone sphere covered in shifting plates and dozens of rubbery red tentacles. At first it flails blindly, but the instant Marcus moves to dodge a tentacle, the creature locks onto him and slams forward with shocking speed. Marcus turns one water orb into a thin wall, and the charging creature bounces off without even disturbing the smooth surface. He quickly figures out the trick. The creature has no eyes and tracks him through vibrations in the ground like an earth elemental. Another chain lightning blast burns away a chunk of tentacles, proving that damage matters, but the thing simply regrows them and starts attacking more cautiously. Once Marcus decides he has learned enough, he pulls out a cheap gemstone and shapes it into a glowing crystal lance. He aims for the one side the creature keeps overprotecting, guessing that is where its real weakness lies. The lance punches straight through the armored core, and the whole monster collapses into dead stone plates and red slime. After confirming nothing else is coming, Marcus drops his spells, dispels the door barrier, and steps out to the waiting soldiers. The king sends a soldier to verify the kill, and the man comes back stunned that the so-called rock jellyfish is truly dead this time. Marcus realizes why the creature fooled the palace defenders before. They must have mistaken its dormant retreat for death and let it recover. Impressed at last, Gordianus praises Marcus for killing one alone without a scratch. Marcus uses that goodwill immediately and suggests everyone withdraw from the basement so he can work on the rift alone without extra people in danger. To Marcus's relief, Gordianus agrees, leaving him the basement and the rift to himself. Now unsupervised, Marcus decides that before he scouts the far side, he will prepare everything needed to close the rift fast if trouble erupts. For hours he reshapes the battle-damaged floor and carves a complex magic circle with the rift suspended over its center. When the circle is done, he places 5 cheap gems around it and adds a ward meant to slow anything trying to force its way through. Only after that does Marcus sit at the edge of the circle and summon not Chompy, but the other spirit tribe he is contracted with. A huge white butterfly spirit appears in a puff of smoke, and Zeller immediately complains that Marcus only ever calls when he needs something. Marcus tries to defend himself by reminding her they used to talk for fun, right up until he mentions her terrible poetry. Zeller punishes that jab by smacking him with a wing and blasting his face with itchy glowing dust until he starts sneezing and coughing. Once he recovers, Marcus asks her to fly through the rift, scout the other side, and come back with a clear report. Zeller circles the ownerless rift, mocks Marcus for making sensible preparations first, and then dives in without waiting another second. Marcus sits down fast, catches the bond linking them, and switches his sight to Zeller's strange all-around vision. Through Zeller's eyes, Marcus sees a vast underground chamber beyond the rift, packed with colossal metal machinery that still clanks and glows in the dark. The place makes no sense to him, because it is unbelievably expensive and advanced, yet its walls and floor are still left rough like an unfinished cave. There is almost no sign of habitation except for one pale male corpse lying inside a large magic circle with melted-out eyes and blood streaks down his face. Zeller casually notes that the body does not smell rotten and does not feel undead, which only deepens the mystery. She moves into the side caves and finds them crawling with the same horned lizards that have been coming through the palace rift. When one lunges at her, Zeller dusts it into a stumbling, hallucinating mess, and the nearby lizards immediately tear their own kind apart. Zeller lingers to watch the grisly cannibalism with disturbing interest, while Marcus on the other end can only endure it. Eventually she returns through the rift, leaving Marcus with a much uglier conclusion. Somebody built this link on purpose, even if the site now looks abandoned. Zeller, of course, is far more excited by the lizards eating each other than by the dead body or impossible machinery. Marcus shuts that down and asks one more favor, handing her an ochre-carved cylinder to hide somewhere beyond the rift. Zeller brightens at the idea of hiding things, and Marcus tells her only one rule: put it somewhere out of the way where nobody should find it. She promises to be right back, orders Marcus not to peek, and dives into the rift again with the tracking cylinder in hand. At first Marcus tells himself she cannot really mess this up, but as the wait stretches on, that confidence starts to feel reckless. More than 2 hours later Zeller still has not returned, and Marcus is left staring at the rift, seriously worried she did something absurd with the cylinder. Marcus sat on Hrastovnik's city wall watching ships enter the harbor, unsettled by how many merchant flags he no longer recognized after 6 years away. Back in Allora at last, he still could not explain why he had ended his exile, and the possibility that Sacred Oak had nudged him only made that uncertainty worse. A giant white butterfly landed beside him, and Marcus immediately guessed Zeller was back from exploring the city. Zeller tried to be mysterious, but Marcus cut through the act and asked what gossip she had picked up while eavesdropping around town. What she heard made him stiffen. People all over the city were saying a great sea elder named Marcus was looking for students. Marcus protested that he had never announced anything like that, but Zeller said the story was widespread enough that some versions even claimed he had already chosen a successor from his old orphanage. Then it clicked. The children at Pliny's orphanage must have overheard his earlier talk and turned it into a much bigger story. Instead of getting angry, Marcus let out a heavy sigh and quietly decided that if he was staying in Allora, he would stay to teach. When Seller pounced on that muttered confession, Marcus stopped hedging and admitted it plainly. He had made up his mind and wanted students. Seller got absurdly excited and demanded he summon her when he picked them, hinting she had some strange gift ready for his future disciples. Marcus clearly did not trust whatever she was planning, but she dropped into his lap and bullied him into promising to call her anyway. Once that was settled, Seller asked the bigger question Marcus had been avoiding. Why was he still down here instead of ascending to the outer planes and chasing magic there? She even floated the idea of godhood, and Marcus brushed it off as something far beyond raw talent, though the question still dug under his skin. When Marcus asked if becoming a god was somehow easier on Tassila, Seller instantly tried to backpedal, which only made the hint feel more dangerous. She refused to say more, reminded him again to summon her for his students, and vanished in a puff of white smoke before he could press her. A few days later, still bothered by all those unanswered questions, Marcus left Hrastovnik to seek someone higher in Great Sea's power structure than Pliny or Titus. His target was Birtan Samchel, leader of the White Dragon clan and one of the few elders who had once stood with him even after Marcus's failed grab for power collapsed. The problem was simple. Birtan moved constantly between tribal duties and academy business, and Marcus suspected the man might enjoy making him wait for old times' sake. So instead of chasing rumors through the mountains, Marcus headed to a small southern mercenary guild tied to the White Dragon clan and used a coded message meant only for Birtan. The clerk accepted his strange letter to a fake name without showing any sign she understood what it really meant. While he waited, Marcus took in the cluttered lobby packed with monster heads, weapons, armor, and a retired adept running a little potion stall off to the side. Then the clerk made a shameless offer. If Marcus wanted, an outsider could take old ignored jobs from the guild in exchange for a 50-50 split. Suspicious but curious, Marcus demanded to see the list before agreeing to anything. 3 requests stood out to him: a dangerous Vespid hive in the south, strange blue four-armed attackers near Lake Shore that hinted at another rift, and one unpaid plea from an orphan girl who wanted her missing parents brought home for burial. Marcus picked the orphan's request at once, deciding he could at least do that much while waiting for Birtan to answer. The clerk blurted out that the girl had no money at all, and Marcus answered with a grin that they could split the profit of 0 equally. Resigned, she handed over crude directions and told him to ask for Cricket in Black Spruce Village, because that nickname would find the girl faster than her real name, Livia. Less than 5 minutes after leaving the guild, Marcus spotted a black-cloaked stranger sitting at a roadside ruin with a raven on his shoulder and trouble written all over him. Marcus named the Raven Temple on sight, and the stranger calmly confirmed it before lowering his hood to reveal a young messenger named Helvrin. Helvrin insisted Marcus was not under investigation, but Marcus stayed guarded because a Raven Temple priest dealing in death and soul magic was never harmless company. Instead of getting to the point, Helvrin told him the parable of the raven, where a town killed the bird that warned of disasters and died because the final flood came with no warning at all. Then the real warning landed. Someone had placed a bounty on Marcus's head. Marcus immediately guessed at old academy enemies, but Helvrin shook that off and said the reason was much stranger. Marcus practiced the soul tree technique. That answer hit harder than any academy feud, but Helvrin had nothing else to give and tried to leave after delivering the message. Marcus stopped him, not to attack, but to make an almost absurd request. If Helvrin was a servant of death, he might as well help recover a missing couple for proper burial. Helvrin found Marcus genuinely interesting, but he also agreed that the duty fit his temple, so the two of them set out together to find the girl called Cricket. As they moved from village to village, Marcus kept circling back to the same ugly thought. If even the Raven Temple connected him to the soul tree technique, then someone powerful had been hunting that legacy for a long time. The search itself was going nowhere, and when they finally reached Black Spruce Village, Cricket was gone and the family now occupying her house slammed the door in their faces. Marcus called the whole situation suspicious, and Helvrin dryly noted that for someone doing a free favor, Marcus was taking this very seriously. A sudden caw from Helvrin's raven broke the stalemate, and the bird pointed them north toward a soul that was close to death. Before leaving, Marcus quietly cast his own kind of surveillance, turning a handful of stones into little listening beetles and sending them skittering through the village. The trail led them to a collapsing hut by a creek, where a desperately sick old woman sat outside trying to carve wood with shaking hands. The old woman tried to welcome them despite barely being able to stand, and Helvrin answered with brutal honesty that her time had come. She accepted that news with almost eerie calm, and Helvrin said he could still help her, but only by forcing her soul to burn brighter for a very short borrowed span. Then Helvrin performed the rite. His eyes, the raven's eyes, and the old woman's eyes all flared white as soul fire and pale light pulsed through her body. When the light vanished, the old woman could breathe freely again and stand without shaking, amazed by a strength she had not felt in years. Helvrin warned that the miracle was only a trade, not a cure, and told her plainly that she had 3 days left before death became absolute. Thankful for the borrowed time, she offered any help she could, and Marcus immediately used the chance to ask where Cricket had gone. By now Marcus had already pieced together most of it from his spying spell. After Cricket's parents vanished, distant relatives swooped in, took the house and her belongings, and drove the girl out. The old woman corrected one part of it. The village had not found those relatives themselves, and someone else had quietly informed them. She also explained the village's ugly logic. Hard times made people side with adults who could work that house instead of an orphan child who needed feeding. At last she gave them the real lead. Cricket had followed the Egara River upstream toward the Serpentooth Plateau, exactly where her parents had gone missing. Marcus recognized the name at once and realized the trail now led straight toward the same region where the Vespid raids were happening. Before they left, the old woman pressed a crude unfinished figurine into Marcus's hand, saying Cricket had asked for it before she vanished. With the figurine packed away and the new lead set, Marcus and Helvrin left the creekside hut and headed for the Serpentooth Plateau. On the road to the Serpentooth Plateau, Marcus admits tracking Cricket directly is hopeless, so he decides the smartest path is to find the Vespids first and let their movements lead him to her. Even knowing Cricket may already be dead, Marcus refuses to turn back and grimly decides he will see this rescue through to the end. When Helvrin asks why they stopped, Marcus lays out two choices: search the plateau on foot with scouts and earth magic, or fly there fast. Marcus proudly pulls out his cloudy white orb of flight, only for Helvrin to instantly recognize it as the stolen ancestral treasure of Giant Thunderhall. Marcus coolly insists the orb was won in honorable combat, so as far as he is concerned, it belongs to him now. He explains that flying straight into Vespid territory is risky on purpose, because if the hive chases them, it may stop hunting Cricket. Helvrin warns that provoking the hive could also make things worse, but Marcus argues Vespid scouts are too sharp to miss an unpowered girl for long anyway. Once Marcus says speed matters more than caution now, Helvrin finally agrees there is no better option. Marcus skips the warning and casts the flight spell immediately, jerking both men off the ground and finally breaking Helvrin's calm mask. After Helvrin dryly complains, Marcus extends the spell to the Raven too, and all three blast toward the mountains at high speed. Near the plateau, Marcus slows down and drops lower because the thick forest canopy makes searching from high above almost useless. Marcus summons Chompy underground to listen for human footsteps, while Helvrin silently sends his ravens scouting through the woods. They do not find Cricket, but they do find many Vespid scouts searching the area in unusual groups instead of alone. That odd behavior tells Marcus the hive is disturbed by something bigger than one runaway girl. Even stranger, most of the Vespids notice the intruders and still choose to flee instead of attacking, which is nothing like their normal suicidal aggression. Helvrin takes that as a hopeful sign for Cricket, and Marcus agrees it helps, even if it also means a larger danger is already moving through these woods. When Helvrin half-jokes about raiding the hive, Marcus shuts that down fast and reminds him even the scouts can poison strong adepts to death. Marcus points out the charred corpses below and explains the scouts are only the lowest caste, while the queen herself is a 3-meter spirit-level monster. With a direct hive assault ruled out, Marcus decides they should shadow the Vespids instead and let the insects lead them to anything important. Helvrin's raven proves to be the perfect spy, slipping close to the Vespids while they ignore it as just another wild bird. Marcus has much less luck, because his eyes and stone beetles keep getting spotted and stripped off by the scouts' hand-like limbs. Before Marcus can try painting a spying sigil on a live captive, Helvrin abruptly signals him down into a dense stand of trees. The moment they land, Helvrin admits Marcus's flying is useful, but being back on solid ground feels much better. Hidden in the trees, they find an abandoned campsite that was clearly evacuated in panic. Marcus quickly realizes the wreckage does not match a Vespid attack, because the trees are slashed with huge claw marks. Helvrin notes that someone died here even though no bodies remain, and Marcus explains Vespids would have left bones behind, not taken whole corpses. After searching the site, Helvrin grows visibly darker and warns that something far more sinister than Vespids is active in this forest. Marcus does not press him, and the two take back to the air to keep searching for Cricket. They find another deserted campsite and a torn backpack, but still no girl, and the Vespids finally stop tolerating their search. When Marcus senses several swarms converging from all directions, he drops them to the ground and tells Helvrin to get ready to fight. Helvrin shamelessly asks Marcus to protect him, and Marcus snaps back that a death priest should know how to protect himself. Before they can argue more, a full swarm bursts from the trees and dives at them with stingers forward. Marcus answers with chain lightning, blowing half the swarm out of the sky, but the survivors keep charging as if death does not matter. He slams his staff into the ground and sends out a seismic wave that bursts incoming Vespids like they were struck from inside. The battle settles into brutal attrition, and Marcus stays calm, conserving mana while he burns and shocks the endless insects out of the air. One sneaky scout tries crawling in from the ground, but Chompy bursts up from below, bites it, and drags it underground to die. Just as Marcus feels the fight is under control, something huge and fast lunges out of the trees and goes straight for Helvrin instead. Marcus yanks Helvrin backward by the clothes, and the giant claw misses the priest's face by a hair. In that brief opening, Marcus sees the attacker as a towering humanoid shell of rune-covered bones with nothing inside but black emptiness. Marcus throws up a force shield, but the bone giant's claw passes through it and smashes into his chest anyway. The hit rips Marcus's shirt and leaves spiderweb stone-like cracks across his chest and lower face, but his hardened body keeps him standing. A Vespid tries to exploit the opening, but its stinger cannot pierce Marcus's armored skin, and he crushes it under his boot. Marcus fires another seismic wave, and this time the bone armor splinters open, exposing the empty void inside while damaged runes start knitting it back together. Marcus sends Chompy onto it, and the earth elemental leaps up and starts chewing through the giant's bone head. Even that does not stop the abomination, so Helvrin finally joins in with a ghostly white beam that paralyzes it and reveals the chest core. As Helvrin shouts for Chompy to break the rune core, two far worse Vespids dive into the battle from above. These newcomers are royal guards, huge war-painted Vespids with stolen human weapons and skull belts, the strongest caste below the queen. The royal guards bark some alien command and charge Marcus, while the lesser swarm falls in behind them like a disciplined escort. Realizing the elites are the real threat now, Marcus leaves the bone golem to Helvrin and Chompy and spends a huge chunk of mana laying a hidden field of seismic traps. The smarter royal guards hesitate at the unseen danger, so Marcus gladly keeps them at range where a mage has the advantage. To test the field, the royal guards send lesser Vespids in first, but Marcus wipes them out with explosive fireballs before they can help. Once that fails, the royal guards blitz him directly with terrifying speed, flickering across the battlefield faster than normal sight can follow. Marcus hits them with lightning and fire on the way in, but their magic-resistant armored bodies barely seem to care. Knowing the next exchange will be lethal, Marcus orders Helvrin to get clear of the area. When Helvrin protests, Marcus simply blasts him away with a gentle kinetic push to keep him out of the trap zone. The royal guards reach him at once, but Marcus's water mirror blooms around him, blocks their weapons, and throws the impact back into them. Then Marcus claps his hands and detonates the battlefield itself, turning his planted field into overlapping seismic spheres that tear the guards apart from the inside. With their wings failing, Marcus calmly forms a crystal spear and drives it through one guard's skull-like face, killing it on the spot. The surviving guard barely escapes the trap field and flees, and the remaining lesser Vespids break off and follow it. Marcus rushes to Helvrin and learns the bone golem used the distraction to banish Chompy and retreat. When Marcus asks what they are really dealing with, Helvrin finally says he has suspected a necromancer ever since he sensed negative energy at the attack sites. Helvrin explains that Vespid country is perfect for a necromancer, because the hive leaves endless unburied bones behind as raw material. He says they have to abandon the search now and report this immediately, because the situation is far too serious for just the two of them. Marcus hates it, but he knows the Vespid hive wants revenge now. The necromancer is a new unknown threat, and even Cricket's parents' remains may already be gone. When Helvrin estimates the necromancer must be spirit rank to make a bone golem like that, Marcus's confidence drops fast. Marcus agrees they need to leave, but asks Helvrin to let him try one last desperate idea before they go. Because Marcus saved his life, Helvrin agrees to wait and watch whatever he is about to do. Marcus quickly raises a ring of rough earth pillars and carves them with sigils to amplify a spell far beyond normal range. Once the formation is ready, Marcus only tells Helvrin to cover his ears. Then Marcus bellows Cricket's name across the entire forest, screaming that they are leaving and she has one last chance to run to them right now. The formation makes his voice thunder like a god, and Helvrin ends up curled on the ground trying to survive the noise. By amplifying his hearing too, Marcus catches a faint childish voice from the north begging them not to leave her behind. Marcus smiles at the miserable priest and announces that he finally knows where Cricket is. A little later, they find Cricket alive, a skinny, freckled 14-year-old in torn dirty clothes, standing in front of them with raw embarrassment. Helvrin scolds her for coming here alone, and Cricket snaps back that she already knows it was stupid before her voice nearly breaks. She has to smack her own face and tell herself to stay strong before she loses control completely. Marcus notices she has no gear at all, and Cricket admits she lost everything while running from the wasp demons. When Marcus bluntly asks how she survived, Helvrin warns Cricket to ignore his strange side, but the girl is too relieved to mind. Cricket says she can explain on the way back, then trails off in pain because she no longer thinks she has a home to return to. Marcus stares at the exhausted girl for a beat, then answers with a smile by asking the one thing that will get them out fast: how she feels about flying. That evening at a roadside inn, Marcus quietly watched Cricket attack her meal with both hands, too hungry and too worn down to care about manners. Once she finally looked up from the empty bowl, Cricket asked where the black-robed man with the raven had gone. Marcus explained that Helvrin had already left to report the undead in the forest, and Cricket nervously blurted out that she was not in trouble, right? When Cricket eyed his untouched bowl with obvious hunger, Marcus lied that he was not hungry, and pushed his own food over to her too. She accepted instantly, muttered a rushed thanks only after realizing how rude she looked, and went right back to demolishing the second bowl. Marcus asked about the caves near Serpentooth Plateau, and Cricket revealed there were tunnels everywhere, and that her father had taught her how to survive around the slimes living inside them. When Marcus asked why the Vespids had not killed her in those caves, Cricket casually explained that the wasps blundered into the slimes because they were loud and stupid. Her confused muttering about slimes not having ears made Marcus explain that their whole jelly body worked like one giant ear. Then Marcus asked a harder question about her future, and Cricket had no plan at all beyond chewing slowly and looking sad. Instead of sending her back to a village that could hurt her again, Marcus offered a different path and suggested she go to an orphanage. Cricket reacted like he had threatened her, because her mother used orphanages as punishment, but Marcus calmly told her the place he meant was the same one where he had grown up. That admission stunned her, and when she asked why he was being so nice, Marcus added that he had even rented her a room for the night. Marcus would not explain the real reason, so Cricket called the whole thing great, overwhelming, and weird all at once. Marcus told her to sleep on it and decide in the morning, then stood to leave and let her finish eating in peace. Her brave act cracked for a moment when she asked what if someone spirited her away in the night, even that necromancer from the woods. To calm her down, Marcus shaped a small glowing white butterfly spirit in his palm. The butterfly launched straight onto Cricket's nose by mistake, shocking her before it fluttered to her shoulder where Marcus actually wanted it. Marcus told her that if anything happened, she only had to tell the butterfly to get help, and it would find him. Cricket brightened at once, called him a butterfly mage, and Marcus laughed before correcting her that he was really a tree mage who had learned a little of everything. Reassured now, Cricket struck an absurdly heroic pose beside her shoulder guard butterfly and told Marcus she had this under control. The next morning, Marcus returned to find Cricket outside the inn humming and bouncing in place, with the butterfly still circling lazily around her. She rushed over calling him Mr. Mage, and Marcus gently reminded her to just call him Marcus. After sleeping on it, Cricket's first real question was whether this orphanage was somehow a magic orphanage because Marcus had become a mage there. Marcus told her the orphanage did not teach everyone magic, but talented children could be sent on to an academy just like he had been. That was all Cricket needed to hear, and she admitted with zero subtlety that yes, she very much wanted to become a mage. Marcus checked whether she could even read, and Cricket sheepishly said an old traveling priest had taught the village children years ago, though she was probably rusty now. He promised to speak with old Pliny about extra lessons, then caught himself and made sure she truly wanted to come instead of trying to survive alone. Cricket chose him without much hesitation, saying she would come along as long as she could still leave later if the orphanage was awful. Before they left, Cricket forced herself to ask the question she had been carrying all along, whether there was any chance her parents were still alive because no one had found their bodies. Marcus gave her the straight answer that it was unlikely, because if they had lived, they should have come back for her. Cricket swallowed the hurt, told him to forget it, and asked when they were leaving. The moment Marcus mentioned flying, her whole expression flipped from grief to thrilled anticipation. She even asked if she could learn to fly at his so-called magic orphanage, and Marcus dryly corrected her one last time before launching them into the sky. Flying over Allora, Cricket forgot every problem on the ground and threw herself into the trip with pure childish joy. Marcus watched her enjoy the sky more openly than almost anyone he had ever carried, and he decided there was no point hiding his return to Allora anymore. Their arrival at Willow Hill Orphanage caused a stir all by itself when they dropped out of the sky into the garden. Marcus gave old Pliny a brief explanation about Cricket and then asked to speak with him privately. Once the room was soundproofed, Pliny teased Marcus for returning so fast and in such dramatic fashion just to deliver one orphan girl. Marcus brushed off the orphanage rumors about him seeking students, and then stunned Pliny by announcing that he had decided to make that rumor true. Pliny was delighted, guessed Marcus was already eyeing Cricket as one of them, and Marcus admitted he liked her character but did not want her told yet. Then Pliny's tone turned serious as he warned Marcus that once you teach someone to bend reality, that student becomes your responsibility. Marcus thought 5 or 6 students sounded ambitious, but Pliny bluntly told him outside pressure from Great Sea, Great Tree, and other opportunists would push that number up fast. Pliny laid out the real danger too. The more students Marcus accepted, the more likely one of them would turn rotten and force him to clean up the damage himself. That warning dragged up an old lesson for Marcus about Four Seasons Academy, a school destroyed after its founder trained masses of competitive rejects and refused responsibility for the chaos they caused. After hearing that, Marcus asked for a real number, and Pliny advised starting around 8 to 12 at most, with 20 as a hard line he should never cross. They settled on testing the orphanage children in 2 months, which forced Marcus to admit he still had no idea where he would actually house and supply them. With the future sketched out, Pliny asked how Marcus had even met a girl like Cricket, and Marcus began retelling the strange chain of events from the man in black by the road onward. Later, after leaving Cricket at the orphanage, Marcus followed his own bigger problem back to the sacred oak and asked to learn the soul seed spell. Marcus admitted he had searched his spells and meditated on his soul but still could not see the soul seed inside himself, so he needed to study the spell directly if he wanted any hope of understanding it. Before committing, Marcus pressed for the rules, and the oak confirmed his fear that soul seeds only worked easily on people with no real magical training and little awareness of their own souls. The oak casually suggested Marcus could always explain the process and ask permission, but Marcus had no intention of revealing this kind of magic to anyone. When Marcus asked whether the oak had ever done this before, the tree answered cheerfully that many people had willingly entrusted their life's work to it over the centuries. Those stories made Marcus realize the oak functioned like a living archive of magical legacies, though the tree dryly noted that short-lived humans made a poor long-term vessel for the same idea. Marcus stopped hesitating, and the oak began teaching him that a soul seed was really a grafted cutting from one soul tree onto another soul. To truly teach it, The oak let Marcus touch its soul and glimpse one spell among thousands glittering across its vast spirit like a river of stars. Even while greed for all that hidden knowledge hit him hard, Marcus forced himself to ignore it and stay locked on the one spell he had come for. After hours of instruction, the oak demonstrated the spell by slipping a tiny glowing soul mote into a squirrel climbing through its branches. Marcus was disturbed that the oak would casually tear off a piece of its own soul for a squirrel, but the tree only told him to try the spell himself and see. So Marcus followed the chant, reached into his own soul tree, and snapped off a tiny branch himself. The pain came, but it was only a brief sting instead of the agony he expected, and a tiny soul mote floated between his hands. That was when Marcus realized with a chill that he could do this not once, but many times over. The sacred oak confirmed it made hundreds of soul seeds every year for the academy, nearby villagers, and even passing supplicants, and Marcus finally understood just how dangerous this secret really was. After leaving Sacred Oak, Marcus slips deeper into the Alloran wilderness and settles at a quiet willow-shaded riverbank to think, letting the calm weather finally loosen the tension in his chest. To clear his head, Marcus starts running through instinctive shaping exercises, and dust and gravel begin swirling up into a floating ball in front of him. He tries to coat the sphere in river water, but the dirt just drinks it in and leaves him with an ugly muddy lump instead of anything elegant. Annoyed, Marcus rebuilds the idea properly by compacting the earth into stone, layering water over it, raising tiny continents, and shaping steam into drifting clouds. With one last gesture, he sets the tiny world spinning and briefly enjoys the simple satisfaction of making something beautiful. Then the old vision of a collapsing world slams back into his mind, and his playful sculpture suddenly feels like a reminder of disaster. He hurls the miniature planet into the river, watches the ripples spread, and decides he has wasted enough time brooding. Marcus takes out the bottle holding his new soul seed and studies the tiny light inside, realizing just how absurdly valuable this spell really is. What shocks him most is the cost. Splitting off a soul seed only weakens him a little and should heal in weeks, instead of wrecking a mage's core for months like normal soul damage would. He quickly sees the bigger opportunity too. If making soul seeds is this easy, he could spread them through dozens of promising people each year instead of gambling everything on 1 or 2 students. But the fresh seed will die soon if he leaves it unused, and Marcus hates the idea of wasting a literal piece of his own soul. That dilemma gives him a practical idea. Before trusting the spell on a human, he can test it on an animal the same way Sacred Oak did. The moment he starts looking at nearby creatures like potential hosts, the whole riverbank seems to sense it, and the animals turn skittish around him. He finally chooses a river turtle, flips it onto its back with a quick wind spell before it can escape, and carries it back to the willow. Marcus approves of the turtle as a test subject because it is healthy, long-lived, and slow enough that he can work without a struggle. Then he stops and looks up at the willow itself, suddenly realizing a tree might be an even better host than the turtle. After a few seconds of indecision, Marcus grins at the obvious answer and decides to make another seed so he can test both hosts. Half an hour later, the annoyed turtle splashes back into the river, and the willow stands quietly unchanged, but both now carry fragments of Marcus's soul. He feels no bond with either host yet, which matches Sacred Oak's warning that soul seeds need time to root into a living soul. Even so, his tracking spell can already lock onto the soul fragment in the turtle as it swims away underwater, proving the implantation worked. With the tests planted, Marcus can only wait and turns his attention back to a different goal, finding a rural place in Allora to build his own academy. That plan is interrupted before it even starts when a snow griffin lands outside the orphanage where he is staying, and Marcus immediately guesses who sent it. When Marcus approaches, Beartan is already at the griffin's side, and the reunion opens with Marcus trying to apologize before his old battle brother cuts him off. Beartan admits Marcus embarrassed him badly by disappearing for 6 years, but he has mostly let the anger burn out, and only warns him not to pull this stunt again. Instead of staying angry, Beartan checks whether Marcus is still broken by his old defeat, and Marcus quietly tells him he is finally past it. Relieved, Beartan says Great Sea needed Marcus in the last war, then tells him to climb on because there is too much to explain on the ground. Marcus would rather use his own orb of flight, but he knows better than to insult Beortan's prize mount, so he climbs aboard the griffin anyway. Soon they are flying south over Allora and out across the ocean toward Great Sea Academy in the Harpy Archipelago. In the air, Marcus asks the real question on his mind: if he returns to Great Sea now, is he walking straight into danger? Beortan's hesitation says plenty before he finally explains that Marcus may have escaped the worst by disappearing, because another leadership rival, Neas, ended up dead. Beartan bluntly says Gaius likely had Neas assassinated, and even if no one can prove it, the lack of any real investigation makes the accusation feel ugly and plausible. Marcus points out Neas had plenty of enemies, but Beartan warns that the larger point still stands. If someone decides to kill Marcus, Gaius may be perfectly happy to watch. The conversation loosens after that, and Beartan catches Marcus up on Academy news with the rough, half-complete perspective of a powerful elder who spends much of his time away. Then Beartan proudly drops his own news. While Marcus was gone, he broke through to the unification stage and now expects to be treated like the senior. Marcus hesitates, then gently admits he is still one step ahead, and Bjorn's triumphant mood crashes on the spot. Bjorn curses the heavens for making Marcus absurdly talented, then grumbles that he expects help when his own next ascension comes. The joking stops when Bjorn adds one more shock. Gaius also climbed to 6th rank while Marcus was gone. Bjorn says advancement has been strangely easier for many people lately, as if the world itself is pushing more adepts upward for some unknown reason. Marcus guesses the strange surge might be tied to the recent burst of portal openings, but even Bjorn can only admit nobody really understands what is happening. At last the Harpy Archipelago comes into view, a bizarre spread of sheer pillar islands rising from the sea with one impossible central stone tower dwarfing the rest. As they enter the archipelago, Marcus spots distant harpies shadowing their flight, watching but not attacking. Then Great Sea Academy appears ahead in all its old grandeur, a white stone fortress with vivid blue roofs and flickering ward lights spread across its island beside the city of Adria. Bjorn lands not at the academy itself but at a stable on Adria's edge, where the staff already know him and smoothly take charge of the griffin. Marcus climbs down with shaky legs and quietly mutters that his orb of flight is much cooler than riding a living beast. When Marcus asks why they are not heading straight to the academy, Bjorn reveals he bought him a day by claiming the long trip left him too tired for an immediate meeting. The real destination, Bjorn says, is a meeting with the few people who still openly support Marcus after all these years. Bjorn names the loyal few, including himself, an old librarian named Publius, a one-armed veteran named Fabius, and one final supporter Marcus has never even met. That mystery leads Marcus to an unexpected place, the shabby old library where he once worked as a student, now restored and busy with visitors. Bjorn explains that Publius defended Marcus so stubbornly that anonymous attackers once covered the library in threats, and Marcus can only wish the old man had never put himself in that kind of danger. Inside, Publius finds them almost immediately, and the old librarian lights up at the sight of Marcus like he has been waiting years for this moment. Publius bombards Marcus with questions and apologizes for family members who kept their distance, but Marcus stops him and makes it clear he understands why they chose safety. Publius seats Marcus and Bjorn in a secluded reading room, promising to fetch the other two men waiting to meet him. The first arrival is Fabius, a muscular one-armed veteran from Marcus's war days who greets him with an easy wave and the comfort of an old soldier who remembers. The second is the stranger Bjorn hinted at, a bald black-robed man carrying a sea creature staff who stops to bow directly to Marcus before introducing himself. He names himself Rizidgardhelm, known locally as Calvus, and says he is the high priest of the Temple of Dark Waters, which immediately puts Marcus on guard. Marcus knows a temple outside the accepted faiths should be impossible, so Calvus quickly explains the twist. Their god is already dead, and they draw power from its corpse at the bottom of the sea. Bjorn backs him up just enough to say the established temples have tolerated this group for centuries, and Calvus insists he came to offer friendship, not trouble. Marcus finally stops circling the issue and warns the room that he wants nothing to do with academy politics anymore, so anyone expecting favors should rethink that now. Fabius answers first, brushing the warning aside and saying he came as an old comrade who wants to hear stories and help, not collect debts. That sincerity gives Marcus one practical opening, so he admits what he really needs right now is a place to buy and rebuild into a small academy for future students. The room straightens in unison, because the moment Marcus says he is taking students, every loyal supporter instantly hears an opportunity. Fabius is first to pounce, awkwardly bringing up a son who is nearly of age and has always admired Marcus. Publius jumps in right behind him with a great-granddaughter the academy already judged highly talented, clearly unwilling to miss his chance either. Then even Bjorn starts making his own appeal, and Marcus can only stare at him in disbelief because a 6th-rank mage should not need to beg for admission. Bjorn answers with pure shameless loyalty, asking whether Marcus would really reject his best friend after years of staying on his side. Marcus looks to Calvus for rescue, but the priest only watches with quiet amusement, leaving him boxed in by his own supporters. Completely overwhelmed as they all talk over each other, Marcus can only plead for them to stop and take turns one at a time. Marcus spends half the night stalling eager fathers and clan men, warning that he is not taking students yet and will test every child himself before deciding anything. What unsettles him most is Bjorn's request, because teaching a White Dragon clan child could mean handing a rival legacy clan access to the Soul Tree technique. He still understands why Bjorn asked, since not every child can use the Breath of the Dragon, and a spirit rank mage with another elite foundation is a rare second option. Sleep comes badly anyway, because Marcus is far more worried that tomorrow's meeting with Great Sea Academy's leaders is a trap he has no choice but to walk into. So he gets up before sunrise and starts walking Adria to clear his head and see the city for himself instead of trusting other people's stories. The city is already buzzing, and Marcus even gives a street argument between two groups of warrior adepts a wide berth instead of getting dragged into local nonsense. His old habit takes over next, and he starts browsing shops that promise genuine magic items even though experience has taught him most of it will be overpriced junk. Inside a seed shop, Marcus quickly spots that another customer is wearing a magical disguise and decides not to embarrass someone who is probably rich or important. Marcus reflects that disguise spells stop being very useful at higher levels, because strong mages can sense them and his own magic would give him away anyway. The woman notices his confidence and nervously asks whether the seeds on display are even real. Marcus bluntly tells her the seeds are genuine, but the shop is clearly using them as bait to sell costly growing instructions later. He even points out a few safer picks like warp orchids, gold leaf, and fire flowers, since at least those have guides people can actually find elsewhere. But the woman is really worried about elephant tree seeds, and she admits she wants those even though the plant is notoriously difficult and rarely produces seeds at all. Marcus remembers chasing that same plant for defensive training in the past, so he recognizes the seeds and confirms they are authentic without trying to talk her out of the gamble. Reassured, she buys 5 different seeds including a ridiculous mystery one, and Marcus privately thinks wealthy people are not so different from the reckless version of his younger self. When Marcus returns to his inn, Beertan is already waiting there impatiently, which means the meeting with Gaius can no longer be put off. Marcus expected a public confrontation before the whole council, so hearing Gaius wants a private meeting in his office feels less convenient, and a lot more dangerous. He goes anyway, because refusing would insult the council, and Bjorn's judgment is the only reason Marcus believes he will not be openly attacked. The route to the consul's office is impossible to miss, a long ceremonial corridor packed with painted marble consoles and bright historical frescoes. As Marcus advances, the statues quietly tell a political story too, shifting from old paired consuls to single rulers after one man ended the academy's shared leadership. Right before the office door, he finds Gaius immortalized in marble with a saintly smile, laurel wreath, and gilded scroll, and Marcus can barely hide his disgust. The guards still make him state his name and purpose, even though everyone clearly knows who he is. Then Gaius makes him wait outside for far too long, turning a petty little delay into more than an hour of deliberate disrespect. Oddly, the humiliation works in reverse, because by the end of the wait Marcus is calmer and less convinced an ambush is waiting behind the door. At last Gaius's voice fills the entire corridor through unfamiliar magic, and even that small display catches Marcus off guard. When he steps inside, Marcus finds Gaius waiting behind a pristine desk in a much grander office than the one he remembers. The room is also stacked against him, because Gaius has not come alone and Marcus immediately clocks the lineup around the desk. Marcus gives them a restrained greeting, but he pointedly calls Cornelius brother instead of elder, and Cornelius explodes on cue. Gaius tries to needle him over proper formal greetings, and Marcus disarms that jab by flatly reminding them he is an orphan who has been away for 6 years. After a few fake pleasantries, Octavia cuts the performance short and forces Gaius to ask the real question: why has Marcus come back now? Marcus answers with deliberate humility, saying the elders were right to choose Gaius 6 years ago, and that he no longer has any reason to stay away. Cornelius mocks him as a beaten dog crawling back for scraps, and Gaius smoothly agrees that Marcus's long excuse seems to have ended in enlightenment anyway. Marcus suddenly cuts through the room and asks Gaius outright whether he plans to have him assassinated. The answer is a united denial. Gaius calls it slander, and both Octavia and Cato insist elder murders are beneath Great C's politics. Reassured enough, Marcus reveals that someone outside the academy has already put a credible bounty on his head. Gaius immediately promises the academy will watch for plots against Marcus, and a tiny hand signal to Herodian shows the spymaster is already being set to work. Octavia uses the bounty as one more reason to push him into staying under Great C's protection, only for Marcus to casually reveal he has already advanced beyond spirit manifestation to unification. That one sentence stuns the room, and the balance changes immediately when even Gaius has to congratulate Marcus as an equal. Marcus mirrors Gaius's politeness back at him, and the consul's confidence noticeably dips once he realizes Marcus can no longer be treated like a lesser elder. Cato and Octavia both repeat the same core demand after that. Marcus does not need to do much, but he must stay within Great C's reach so his mere presence deters trouble. Marcus agrees to remain in Great C territory but refuses to be tied down to Adria itself, and that compromise is accepted. The meeting drags on into politics after that, with questions testing where Marcus stands and lectures filling him in on 6 years of academy affairs. Marcus notices one thing very clearly: they want his prestige and deterrence, but not the spotlight that would come from unleashing him in open combat for the academy. Then the talk turns truly miserable, because the elders remind him that 6 years away has not erased 6 years of neglected duties, including a mountain of tax reports. Gaius adds one more obligation by citing the elder decree that high-rank mages must train at least 5 apprentices in the coming years. Marcus waves that concern off by revealing he already plans to take students and expects the matter settled before the year ends. That answer backfires immediately, because Gaius insists Marcus cannot just collect children off the street when a proper judging ceremony is supposed to control a choice this political. Marcus answers that most of his students will come from the orphanage where he grew up, and he has already told Pliny to prepare a testing site there. When Cato starts objecting in the name of tradition, Marcus cuts him off and reframes the whole thing as a virtuous tradition of his own, an orphan raised by magic paying that chance forward. That leaves Gaius rubbing his face, because Marcus has made it awkward to oppose the orphanage plan without looking petty or unvirtuous. Gaius changes tactics and pushes for academy candidates to be included anyway, but Marcus says he will accept only one great sea child alongside his orphans and no favoritism. The two of them descend into a ridiculous deadlock of 3 versus 1 until even Octavia is sick of listening to it. Then Kato shocks everyone by splitting the difference himself. 2 academy students, with one coming from his own proud Udacensis family. Neither Marcus nor Gaius can object, because Kato has just handed them a politically perfect compromise and tied Marcus's new school directly to one of Great Sea's most traditional houses. The deal is finalized. Gaius will prepare a shortlist for one academy candidate and hold a judging ceremony in 6 months, while Kato handles the Udacensis child himself. With that settled, Gaius rises to end the meeting and warns Marcus to stay in Adria a little longer, because more elders will almost certainly come to question him next. Marcus nods, but inside he already knows the coming week in Adria is going to be painfully annoying. After more than a week of practice, Marcus finally senses a faint soul connection linking himself to the river turtle and the willow tree, and it starts growing stronger fast. The link does not let Marcus read thoughts or steal senses, but it does reveal the turtle's emotional state and general soul health. His instincts tell him the connection itself is fundamentally limited, so it will never let him spy through their minds, seize their bodies, or attack them directly with the link alone. What the link can do is just as unsettling, because Marcus proves he can cast harmless spells through it from afar and make the turtle react without distance matching. He also suspects spells sent through a soul link could slip past most defenses, but his test subjects are too simple to prove it. Instead of calming him down, the experiments make Marcus more wary of Sacred Oak, because even a simple spell conduit would be terrifying in the tree's hands. Marcus reasons that if Sacred Oak had been casting spells on him through their bond, he should have noticed the magic arriving even if he could not stop it. That leaves him stuck on the real mystery. Sacred Oak claims to learn everything Marcus learns, but Marcus gets nothing like that from the turtle or the willow. He wants to solve it himself first, and even when he tries to trace his own hidden link to Sacred Oak, he cannot find so much as a starting point. So Marcus is satisfied with his research progress, but the rest of the week drags him through one pointless political meeting after another with elders and officials who clearly do not trust him. They are mostly probing whether exile changed him into a threat, and Marcus resents wasting hours repeating the same answers when he has no intention of joining Adria's politics. Even so, he understands the Academy wants reassurance that a powerful returned mage has not gone unstable, and he quietly notes that Gaius also has reasons to keep him away from power. Once he is sure the Academy will not unite against him, Marcus decides his business in Adria is finished and goes to find Birtan before leaving. He tracks Birtan down at a small west side duel arena and bluntly tells him he is flying back to Allora tomorrow and does not need an escort. Birtan answers with an unreadable grunt, and Marcus has to ask him to please speak like a normal person. Birtan refuses to talk until the match reaches intermission, because he is busy judging the duel below. Marcus watches and sees exactly what he expected: 2 clumsy rank 1 mages dragging out a dull fight with basic fire and ice spells. The nearly empty seats and lazy crowd noise make it obvious this is just filler between more exciting bouts. Birtan admits he had been considering the ice mage as an apprentice, but after seeing this performance, he is no longer interested. Marcus is surprised Birtan would even take an outsider, and Birtan says his clan has grown too comfortable and needs shaking up. When Marcus warns that Bjorn's clan might target an outsider student, Birtan shrugs it off and says a worthy apprentice should survive a few setbacks and earn respect anyway. The arena fight finally ends when the exhausted ice mage stumbles and the fire mage seizes the opening to win. Right after that, Birtan circles back to his own request and asks if Marcus has decided about taking one of his clan as an apprentice. Marcus agrees to take one student from Bjorn's clan, as long as the child shows at least some compatibility with the soul tree technique. He adds that if the student slacks off or causes trouble, he will send them right back. Birtan instantly rejects that softness and says Marcus should just hit the student until they learn, which makes Marcus quietly doubt his friend's standards. Marcus tries to reassure himself that the Mountain Clan rumors are exaggerated and that Birtan would never send him a pack of little terrors. Birtan then asks whether Marcus is also taking the relatives that Publius and Fabius tried to place under him. Marcus says no, because after meeting the children privately he turned both families down without much drama. He explains that raw talent was never the problem, because there are always far more capable children than there are resources and teachers to train them. Marcus makes it clear he is not one of those spirit mages hunting only prodigies, since he plans to teach ordinary orphan children too. Publius's granddaughter had decent ability, but she was a sheltered city girl who looked horrified at giving up her friends and comfortable life to move in with strangers and orphans. Fabius's son was the opposite problem, because the boy wanted to be a warrior like his father instead of becoming a mage at all. That leads into the familiar prejudice of their world, where warriors are respected but still treated as less prestigious than mages because they rarely reach the highest ranks. Birtan says Fabius should have seen his son's choice as an honor, because a child who follows a parent's path is preserving that parent's legacy. Marcus points out the simple problem that he cannot teach someone to be a warrior, and Birtan agrees Marcus made the right call anyway. Still, Birtan bluntly calls Fabius mistaken for trying to end his own martial line, arguing that teachers and families should pass techniques on widely enough for a legacy to survive tragedy. That leaves Marcus musing on how many magical legacies vanish every year, and whether the world is actually preserving knowledge or slowly losing it. Beertan breaks that train of thought with useful news. He has found a possible school site for Marcus on Allora's northern edge. The place is a tiny academy called Amethyst Academy, nearly ruined in the Second Academy War and now being sold by its last 2 surviving mages. Marcus likes what he sees on paper but refuses to pay for anything until he inspects the place himself. The only thing that bothers him is the name, because Amethyst Academy sounds like a gem magic school even though that tradition is tightly controlled elsewhere. Beertan says Marcus can simply rename the place after buying it, and Marcus decides not to chase the issue further even though it still nags at him. After leaving Adria, Marcus flies back to Allora under his own power instead of relying on griffins or other transport. His first stop is Great Tree Academy, where he asks Titus to investigate school locations for him, including the failing Amethyst Academy. Titus is happy to help and even suggests more options of his own, giving Marcus a better shortlist before any personal inspections. From there Marcus goes to the orphanage, telling Pliny he will stay a few days while waiting for Titus's report. Officially he is resting, but in truth Marcus is quietly judging the orphans by watching how they behave around him and around each other. He also spies more discreetly with invisible eyes and little rock beetles whenever the children think no adult is looking. Over the next few days he rotates through small tests of his own, sitting in on Pliny's history lesson, repairing orphanage walls with earth magic, and bringing back a whole boar for everyone to roast. The children quickly convince each other that Marcus is here to choose a student, even though they have no proof and wildly assume only one lucky child will be picked. Marcus also sees firsthand how fast gossip spreads, because the rumor jumps from the orphanage to Willow Hill's children, then to parents, then outward to neighboring villages. One evening Marcus checks on Cricket and notes that she seems to be settling in well. Cricket admits she already got into a fight with another girl and is frustrated that Pliny will not let her roam the nearby forest alone. Later, Pliny tells Marcus that Cricket is hardworking and likes gardening, but her reading, writing, and patience for history are all rough. That reminder about history makes Marcus ask Pliny about grandfather trees, the elves of the Silver Aeon, and the old name Chaoswood. Pliny recognizes only part of it, and says he has heard of the Empire of the Silver Aeon, a civilization so old it already existed when the sphere builders arrived. Marcus asks what became of them, and Pliny says their heartland supposedly stood where the Sea of Leaves now lies. That stuns Marcus, because he crossed the Sea of Leaves himself and saw no sign of a vanished magical civilization there. Pliny says that is exactly why some historians call the Empire a myth, but the official sacred timeline still treats it as real, which implies someone erased every trace. From there the talk shifts back to Marcus's upcoming judging ceremony for new students, where he has already started forming some unusual ideas. Marcus lays out the full test plan in detail, and Pliny goes so quiet that Marcus starts to worry he pushed too far. Pliny finally says the concept is sound because Marcus is testing courage and willpower as much as talent, but he warns the current version might wipe out every candidate. Marcus answers that he does not need perfect passes, only candidates who handle the trial better than the others. Pliny starts revising the worst ideas, saying an illusory monster would probably make the children bolt in terror even if Marcus promised it was harmless. He suggests replacing that with something more controlled, like a viper or stray dog, so the fear test stays real without becoming absurd. Pliny also rejects Marcus's idea of building stairs for a gravity test, warning it could break bones and saying a flat strip of ground would work just fine. Outside Willow Hill Orphanage, Marcus stands on a plain wooden stage and studies a huge crowd gathered for his judging ceremony. Instead of making a flashy entrance like most mages, Marcus says nothing and lets the awkward silence test the children first. He finally welcomes everyone and bluntly announces that he may take 5 students, more if they impress him, or none if they are inadequate. When he also lets passing travelers enter, some orphans bristle at the extra competition. Marcus shuts the complaint down with a cold stare and a sliver of spirit pressure, making the boy freeze and the whole crowd gasp for breath. He eases off and warns them that the only true way to fail today is to give up, because the dangers in his tests will be illusions. His first test sounds absurdly simple for a mage ceremony, 10 laps around the orphanage and back. The children hesitate until Marcus dryly reminds them that standing still means failing, and that snaps them into motion. Marcus watches closely and is pleased to see Cricket react near the front instead of hanging back. He uses a carried voice spell to catch cheaters from a distance, calling out tripping, hiding, and lap skipping as if he can see through walls. Once the children realize Marcus really is watching everything, the clever tricks stop and the test turns into pure stubborn endurance. Titus admits he expected worse, and Marcus explains that he cares less about speed than about who keeps going under stress. Marcus notices the 6 great tree candidates are slowing themselves to protect one struggling girl, and he pegs her as the one Titus hopes he will choose. Titus awkwardly admits Julia has a rare wood affinity, but Marcus dislikes that the others are throwing away honest results for her sake. When Pliny joins them, Marcus asks about the written tests, and immediately singles out the troublemaker Renatus. Pliny warns that Renatus is smart enough to top lessons and reckless enough to flip merchant wagons with his wild ideas. When most runners return, Marcus suddenly disqualifies the last 8 still dragging themselves around the orphanage. Ignoring their protests, he leads the remaining candidates off the stage toward an apparently empty patch of grass. With one snap, Marcus peels away another illusion and reveals a stone basin packed with engraved brass spheres inside a bare dirt ring. He starts the second trial by conjuring a giant gray-horned snake to guard the spheres and calmly reminds them the bites will hurt, but not truly injure them. Marcus expects a long stalemate, but Kasia shocks everyone by marching straight at the snake without hesitating. The snake bites her shoulder, but Kasia snatches a sphere anyway and comes back stunned, sore, and victorious. When Kasia proudly asks if that means she wins, Marcus laughs and tells her he will definitely remember her. Kasia's bravery breaks the paralysis, and another orphan boy steps up only to panic at the pain and needs several tries. Cricket walks up next, spends half a minute muttering encouragement to herself, and fights through her fear in her own awkward way. Instead of taking a bite like Kasia, Cricket baits the snake into lunging past her and steals a sphere during the opening. She runs back to Marcus clutching the sphere so hard her fingers go white, yelling in breathless disbelief that she actually did it. Most of the next volunteers try copying Cricket's trick, but their timing is worse and they end up getting bitten over and over. Renatus tries something sneakier by flinging his shirt at the snake, and the plan almost works until he trips and gets bitten in the rear on the way out. Marcus dryly congratulates him and watches Renatus slip away long enough to whisper something to a friend before returning to the winner's side. That whispered advice pushes one nervous friend to try next, but after that the volunteers dry up and Marcus starts calling names himself. Marcus scrambles the great tree order on purpose so Julia cannot measure herself against the others first. When Julia finally steps up, she copies Kasia's direct method, takes the bite cleanly, and proves she is braver than her earlier hesitation suggested. By the end, many children have either failed or never truly tried, and Marcus separates the field into success, honest failure, and quiet surrender. He gives the non-attempters one last chance, and when nobody moves, he disqualifies the entire group on the spot. Then he turns to the ones who tried and failed, and instead of cutting them too, he tells them effort still keeps them alive in the ceremony. Once the snake vanishes, that same group rushes the basin in a messy stampede to claim the spheres they need for the next test. Marcus leads the survivors to a new hidden area and finally explains that the brass sphere in each hand is a 9-layer puzzle box. Before the test can even begin, one traveler girl casually announces that she already solved hers on the walkover. Marcus cuts himself off when Claudia opens her hand and shows the brass sphere completely disassembled into solved pieces. She starts explaining the 4 seasons, sun, and moon logic behind it, and Marcus hurriedly cuts her off before she gives the whole answer away. The candidates scramble for stools, and from their side the harmless test turns into a silent prison of black illusory walls. Marcus keeps Claudia beside him, half exasperated and half intrigued, because his impossible puzzle was apparently easy for her. When Marcus asks who she is, Claudia reveals that she is a refugee from Drelzen in the ruined Celestial Kingdom. Marcus has no good comforting words for that, and the awkward pause ends only when Claudia asks if he has another puzzle for her. Because Claudia accidentally gave the whole crowd a huge clue, the puzzle results end up much stronger than Marcus planned. Julia and Renatus each solve 5 layers, while most others stall on the second or third and Cricket and Kasia barely clear the first. 10 children cannot solve even the easiest layer, and Marcus sends them away as complete failures for this round. With around 90 candidates left, Marcus brings everyone back to the stage for the final and most important test, compatibility with magic and his foundational technique. He frames magic as resonance with the world's logos and orders the children to close their eyes, breathe, and feel outward with their souls. Then Marcus lets his spirit bloom into a ghostly oak and leads the whole field through the chant of the soul tree technique. As the chant repeats, Marcus can already sort the field into the mesmerized, the empty imitators, the weak fits, and the few who truly resonate. After an hour, Marcus ends the trance knowing about 30 children are already wrong for his technique, even if some might still deserve referral elsewhere. He tells them the test is still not finished, and begins calling candidates up one by one to hold his hand for direct soul-level evaluation. Marcus works quickly through subtle checks no ordinary ceremony could match, but the great tree children complicate things because prior training muddies raw talent. Julia's turn takes much longer, and when Marcus lets go, she frowns and challenges why his judging uses no magical items at all. Marcus answers without blinking that as a 5th-rank mage with all 6 common elements and a spirit, he himself is a better detector than any tool. Julia looks ready to call him a liar, but Marcus has already moved on to the next name, and keeps the ceremony rolling. After the public testing ends, Marcus withdraws into an orphanage room with Titus and Pliny to argue over the final results in private. Marcus admits the talent pool is thin, with Julia, Renatus, and Belisis as the only clearly good prospects instead of anything truly exceptional. He notes that Claudia is unusually broad across 4 elements, while Cricket and Kasia impressed him in grit even though their magical potential is only average. Titus hates the whole list and argues Marcus is wasting years on mediocrities when trained Great Tree students would be safer bets. Marcus refuses to hand his whole intake to Great Tree and quietly insists Renatus is special in a way Titus still cannot see. Pliny pushes back too, reminding Titus that humble orphans have grown into academy staff before and that Marcus can always train another generation later. After more debate and crossed-out names, Marcus settles on 6 finalists: Julia, Renatus with a question mark, Livia, Claudia, Kasia, and Valisis. Marcus says that with 2 grade C candidates and 1 from Beer 10 later, 9 students will make the right spiritually significant number. When Pliny asks about the question mark, Marcus admits he still has to decide Renatus in private because today's tests are not the real issue. Marcus finally reveals the late twist: Renatus is still stealing around the orphanage, and he has been hiding it by learning to use his divine blessing better. In Elder Pliny's office, Marcus sends everyone out and braces for a private talk with Renatus, unsure how to handle a gifted child who has clearly been hiding something. Renatus peeks in before being invited, then slips inside and closes the door so quietly that Marcus takes it as one more clue. Marcus invites him to sit, and Renatus awkwardly asks not to be called young man, trying to sound casual even while his nerves show. Marcus praises Renatus's courage, brains, and magic talent, and the boy immediately guesses he still was not chosen. When Marcus says Renatus is actually one of his favorite candidates, the boy perks up too fast and almost blurts out the secret he has been sitting on. Marcus mentions that Elder Pliny praised Renatus's mind and curiosity, then adds that yes, he also heard the boy is a troublemaker. That pushes Renatus into frantic damage control, and he loudly promises to turn over a new leaf if Marcus accepts him. Marcus calmly asks whether Renatus has any hidden magical trait that could seal his selection, and the question lands like a trap. Renatus realizes Marcus already knows, points at him in alarm, and the game finally drops. Marcus bluntly tells him it is a divine blessing, because no normal mutation or inherited magic could have stayed hidden this long or escaped his inspection on the stage. When Renatus asks how Marcus found out if blessings cannot be detected, Marcus answers by showing him instead of explaining. The illusion replays Renatus sneaking through Willow Hill, slipping into a shed, and making a whole bag of walnuts vanish with one touch. The replay even shows him turning invisible to avoid being seen, leaving Renatus fascinated by the spell and horrified that Marcus saw everything. At last Renatus swipes a hand through the screen, kills the illusion, and mourns being undone by a single stolen bag of walnuts. Marcus says he does not mind the secret blessing itself, because mages always keep cards hidden, but he absolutely does mind the stealing. Before Renatus can make excuses, Marcus shuts him down and says a boy reckless enough to risk exposure over walnuts has been stealing constantly for a long time. Renatus drops his head in shame, and Marcus takes that as a sign the boy is not beyond saving yet. Then Marcus makes his decision. He will accept Renatus as a student, but he will repay Willow Hill for the thefts, and Renatus will owe him every bit of it. Marcus adds one more condition: Renatus must apologize to the village elder, and the boy clearly hates that part more than the debt. When Renatus worries that this will expose his blessing, Marcus tells him the thefts will be confessed but the divine magic will stay secret. Marcus explains that undetectable stealth is too dangerous to advertise, because once people know about it, every door starts closing. Renatus tests the edge of his freedom by asking if he can refuse, and Marcus coolly says yes, but then Pliny will hear everything and deal with him as caretaker. That is enough to make Renatus backpedal hard and eagerly accept Marcus as his teacher after all. With the choice settled, Marcus orders the full truth, and Renatus finally starts explaining how his blessing really works. Renatus says he creates invisible bubbles that swallow objects, make them weightless and unseen, and trail behind him carrying whatever they took. He adds that the blessing cares about objects, not weight, and right now he can only maintain 5 bubbles at a time. The bubbles also have their own odd judgment, because they refuse to treat a pile of leaves as one object and will not swallow living things except Renatus himself. Marcus pieces it together, and realizes Renatus turns invisible by covering himself with a bubble, which also explains why he cannot move properly inside it. Renatus confirms that being inside one turns the world gray and muffled, so he only uses the trick when he has to. When Marcus asks which god blessed him, Renatus says he has no idea and simply woke up a year and a half ago knowing in his heart that it was divine. That answer sends Marcus into deeper thought, because most divine blessings strike random young people without explanation, and anonymous miracles are far easier to keep away from temple hands. After gathering a few more details, Marcus dismisses Renatus and moves on to the public choice. Outside the orphanage, Marcus gathers the finalists before the remaining crowd and formally offers to become their teacher. He calls 6 names at once: Julia, Renatus, Livia, Claudia, Kasia, and Valisis. The crowd starts gossiping over the fact that 4 of the 6 are girls, and Marcus is immediately annoyed by what that says about their assumptions. Marcus asks whether the 6 accept his guidance and authority, and they answer with an immediate, unified yes. He warns them that his road is hard and demanding, but none of them step back. One by one, the children step forward so Marcus can place a soul seed into each of them under the cover of a formal-looking blessing ritual. Everything goes smoothly until Julia, because the sacred oak's soul fragment inside her does not reject Marcus's seed so much as tear it apart and devour it. The shock nearly makes Marcus flinch, because he realizes a soul seed is not just a bond but real soul protection strong enough to maul intruders. When Julia asks if something is wrong, Marcus covers the pause by complimenting her strong soul and moving on. After the blessing, Marcus gives each student a white bone medallion carved with a giant tree over mountains as both proof of allegiance and a minor protective item. The children turn the medallions over in fascination, already sensing these are not ordinary keepsakes. Marcus spends the next stretch tying up loose ends, including speaking with Claudia's refugee parents so she will not be dragged down by worry for her family. He also tells Elder Pliny and Titus just enough about Renatus to explain the problem, calling it invisibility and nothing more. Once the practical matters are settled, Marcus gives his 6 students the rest of the day and tomorrow to say goodbye and get their lives in order. By the next stage of their journey, Marcus brings the group to a crumbling little stone tower and reveals it is the remains of Amethyst Academy. Kasha bluntly calls it a ruin, and Marcus answers that it is their ruin now. He immediately makes that ownership real by assigning their first task: help him restore the academy, because this wreck will be their home. Cricket protests that a wreck like this could take weeks, but Marcus coolly says he will handle the heavy repairs and the rest should take only a few hard days. Valisis hopefully asks whether they will at least learn cleaning or repair magic first, eager for a shortcut that still feels like real training. Marcus shuts that down at once. There will be no spell lessons until the tower is livable, and none of them are even rank 1 mages yet anyway. Seeing the blank looks, Marcus switches into teacher mode and starts with the first principle: spells need mana, and mana has to be drawn from the world around them. He explains that the tower sits on a natural power node, but none of them can sense that ambient mana in their current state. Claudia connects the dots and realizes the soul tree technique is what lets them touch that surrounding magic in the first place. Renatus points out the obvious problem: if using the technique takes all their focus, how are they supposed to cast anything at the same time? Marcus says they cannot, and that is exactly why non-mages are incapable of real spellcasting no matter how much power surrounds them. Valisis asks what it takes to cross that gap, eyes shining now that the real road to magic is finally being laid out. Marcus tells them rank 1 begins only after endless repetition burns the soul tree technique into the soul until it can be activated with a single effortless act of will. Only then, Marcus says, will they truly be adepts able to stay connected to the world and still focus on a spell. For now, though, Marcus knows most of them are mediocre talents who can only strain their souls for short sessions, so early progress will come down to hard limits more than enthusiasm. He finally ends the lesson and starts the real work, ordering the students to haul out broken furniture while he goes down to kill the dire centipedes infesting the basement. As the days pass, the ruined tower starts looking like a rough but real home instead of a wreck. Marcus decides it is finally good enough to move in, even if the rest of the restoration will take months or years. He sets up the biggest room at the top as his office, mostly because a teacher needs to stay close enough to control trouble before it turns deadly. His quiet moment breaks when Cricket comes thundering up the stairs yelling that strangers are waiting at camp. Cricket says there are 4 unknown visitors asking for business, and the students think they are adepts. Marcus follows Cricket back toward the forest camp, noting that the visitors somehow knew to search there instead of the tower. At the camp, Cricket points out the guests and Marcus lightly scolds her for being rude before sizing them up himself. Marcus quickly reads the group. Clucas looks like a hard hunter, Tuga is a blunt spearwoman, Dane is a nervous swordsman, and frail little Eleanor is probably the mage among them. Marcus greets them politely and admits the place is still mid-cleanup, then asks what business brought them here. Tuga bluntly asks whether fixing the place means Amethyst Academy is truly gone. Dane awkwardly reins the conversation in and introduces the party. Himself the warrior, his wife Eleanor the alchemist, and the hunters Clucas and Tuga. Marcus confirms the old academy is finished, and that the last survivors sold him the land. When Eleanor asks what the academy is called now, Marcus has to admit he still has not named it. The silence gets painful, so Marcus defensively blurts out that in his head it is just Marcus's academy, and finally gives his full name. Clucas instantly clocks Marcus as an orphan from the name, and Marcus moves on to ask what kind of business they want. Tuga explains that isolated little schools need reliable locals for meat, herbs, and extra protection, unless Marcus wants to handle every chore himself. Her argument lands, but Marcus pushes back by asking what really happened to the tower, because its damage looks worse than simple decline. Dane carefully admits the tower was attacked more than once by unknown enemies, and after the academy fled, locals stripped the place bare. Marcus realizes the old academy must have angered someone far stronger than itself, and these 4 clearly kept their distance to survive. When Marcus asks whether Amethyst Academy used crystal magic, Eleanor explains it was actually named after the founder's strange purple gem. She says the founder was a rank 4 mage who could punch above his level with that gem, but he died in the Second Academy War and the gem vanished with him. Marcus is intrigued by the missing artifact, but Eleanor interrupts that thought with a much bolder question about who he really is. Clucas answers for her, saying the nearby powers harass the old academy, but are staying suspiciously quiet around Marcus, which means they know he is dangerous. Renatus whispers a little too loudly about whether Marcus is really that important, and the other students hurriedly shush him. Marcus finally gives them the truth. He is an elder of Great Sea Academy and a spirit manifestation mage. That revelation rattles all 4 visitors so badly that even Clucas looks ready to flee. Marcus coolly guesses they are only second rank or below, since none of them recognized what he was at a glance. Dane confirms they are all just second rank, and Marcus presses one last question about why he should trust them over the stronger neighboring factions. Dane struggles for an answer, but Tuga cuts in and guesses Marcus came here precisely to stay out of ambitious local politics. She warns that if Marcus relies on Harpy Feather or Sacred Hearth, those hungry little powers will keep trying to pull his school into their orbit. Marcus respects that the four recovered fast from his status reveal and stayed focused on the deal anyway. He says her point is good, but he still needs someone to vouch for them before he agrees to anything. Clucas offers the surrounding villagers as witnesses to their honesty, even though that is a weak answer in adept circles. Marcus decides he will ask those villages himself during his upcoming tour and tells the group to meet him at the tower again in 2 weeks. Cricket blurts out in delight that they are really moving into the tower today, and Marcus has to confirm it with a warning look. He refuses to promise business yet, but still offers the 4 visitors dinner before they leave. To Marcus's surprise, Tuga casually accepts on the spot, and the others gladly stay. The group gathers around the fire for skewers and soup, and Marcus quietly uses the chance to stick spy beetles on all 4 guests. After the visitors leave, Marcus has the children break camp and carry their few belongings into the tower. Julia admits even she did not leave home with much, because as a 5th child and 3rd daughter there was little to spare for her. The tower's space problem becomes obvious fast, because Marcus only has 3 real living rooms for 6 students. Marcus thinks these quarters are luxurious by academy standards, but Valisis is outraged that becoming a mage somehow looks worse than orphanage life. Marcus makes it worse by warning that 3 more students are still coming, so the rooms will get even more crowded soon. When Julia wonders how an academy could fit in this tiny tower at all, Marcus reveals that the real size of the place is hidden below ground. He explains the basement has vaults, a training hall, and many more rooms, and that the old academy probably housed its real students down there. Marcus also suspects the basement is part of an older cave system, with sealed passages where the dire centipedes once came from. For now he forbids the children from going downstairs, saying he has already warded the basement entrance. Claudia nervously checks whether that means no giant centipede can crawl into their rooms, still shaken from the earlier scare. Marcus reassures her the centipedes are gone, then orders everyone to settle the room pairings now and get ready for dawn training tomorrow. Valisis perks up at the word training, only for Marcus to bluntly say their magical education starts with endless repetition of the soul tree technique. Then Marcus gives them another assignment to think over overnight, what kind of tree each of them wants to become. Julia immediately asks whether picking anything except an oak is a mistake, exposing how rigidly her old teacher taught the technique. Marcus disagrees and explains that while he chose oak too, the soul tree technique works with other trees if the symbol truly fits the person. He says the tree inside the soul should reflect the student's own ideals, not just copy tradition by default. Julia still proudly launches into why oak is the king of trees, tying it to strength, gods, endurance, and lightning. Marcus backs part of that up, saying oak does help with the dangerous logos of lightning, though other trees have their own advantages too. Then he gives up and jokingly agrees they should probably all pick oak, which only encourages Julia more. He ruffles Julia's hair, scandalizing her, and then sends everyone off to rest and think seriously about the choice. Back in his new office, Marcus privately assumes most of them will still pick oak anyway, just like he once did. He taps at the desk and runs through his next problems, from unfinished academy work to the strange metal chamber he still wants to explore. That reminds him Seller wanted to be called once he had students, but Marcus decides she can wait until he has all of them and knows this group better. Instead, he closes his eyes and checks on the students below by sending his awareness through one of his spy beetles. Downstairs, Julia immediately tries to impose order by declaring that the 2 boys, Renatus and Valisis, obviously have to share a room. Valisis instantly objects that Renatus is a thief, and Renatus fires back that he never stole from the other orphans and would not bother stealing from him anyway. Kasia makes it worse by refusing to room with Valisis because he once tried to look up her skirt, and Valisis only digs deeper by insulting her. Claudia weakly begs everyone not to fight, but nobody is really listening anymore. Julia tries another pairing by putting Kasia and Cricket together, and both girls reject the idea at the exact same time. Renatus laughs and explains Julia has no idea what she is doing, because Kasia and Cricket have hated each other since almost day 1. Cricket snaps that Julia is just another student now, not their boss, and asks why anyone should listen to her at all. Kasia jokingly says maybe she should be the leader instead, and nobody gives that suggestion any respect either. Julia insists she is only trying to stop them from acting like children, but by now the whole discussion is clearly a mess. Watching through the beetle, Marcus decides this is still harmless and leaves them to sort it out without him. Over the next week, Marcus finally starts serious instruction, drilling the soul tree technique morning, noon, and evening. Between those sessions, he teaches them herbs, magical beasts, and basic reading and writing, and discovers their academic foundation is awful. Marcus had expected to handle magic alone, but he now sees the school will eventually need someone better at ordinary academic teaching too. The students start out eager, but by the 4th and 5th day the grind hits them and they begin fishing for ways to slack off. Marcus answers that by making the workload even harsher, because in a school this tiny there is nowhere for lazy students to hide. One morning after training, A familiar black-robed priest appears on the path, and Marcus recognizes Helvrin from the trip to rescue Cricket. Helvrin says he has a rather modest request, and Marcus tells him to get on with it. Instead of speaking right away, Helvrin studies the tower, and Marcus awkwardly admits the place still does not look like much. Cricket rushes up happily to thank Helvrin for helping save her, and he formally congratulates her on becoming a magic student. Then Helvrin finally asks the real question: does Marcus have room in the tower for one more person? Marcus says they can probably fit him, but jokingly asks whether he has somehow been exiled from the Raven Temple. Helvrin sharply rejects that idea and reveals he was sent as an official liaison between Marcus and the Raven Temple. Marcus is baffled that his tiny school suddenly needs a formal temple liaison when it barely even exists, and still has no name. Cricket cannot resist piling on, telling Marcus it is getting embarrassing that he keeps hosting guests without naming the academy. Helvrin offers no explanation yet, so Marcus finally motions him inside and brings him up to the office for a private talk. Helvrin stays cool under the students' stares, politely introduces himself, and follows Marcus into the repaired tower without a hint of hesitation. On the climb to the top floor, Helvrin quietly studies every detail of the tower, and in Marcus's office he immediately spots the odd wagon wheel lying around. Marcus bluntly admits he breaks the wagon wheel on purpose to practice repairing it with magic, and Helvrin only answers with a dry, diplomatic line about everyone needing a hobby. Once they sit down, Marcus asks what the Raven Temple really wants, and Helvrin starts with a grim list of signs that the world is sliding toward trouble. Marcus mentions the vision he saw, only to learn that Raven Temple has no spirit adepts on the planet because their god forces them to leave as soon as they reach that level. Since Helvrin truly does not know, Marcus tells him about the tree vision and folds in what he learned from the sacred oak as if he pieced it together himself. Helvrin finally gives the missing context. Marcus saw the abyss destroy a nearby world's bastion, and that loss could trigger a chain reaction of falling planets. Marcus assumes that disaster is far away and not really Tassoa's problem, but Helvrin warns that invisible interplanetary corridors make those collapsing worlds a direct threat. The recent surge of rifts suddenly clicks for Marcus when Helvrin explains that they are not just abyssal incursions, but desperate escape routes from planets already starting to invade each other. Helvrin says Tassoa is an especially easy world to connect to, so once the sector grows desperate, refugees and invaders alike are bound to start aiming for this planet. Marcus can only mutter that maybe nothing will come of it, and Helvrin agrees in tone but makes clear the Raven Temple is already trying to prepare by linking up with powerful people. Marcus still suspects the temple wants more from him than Helvrin understands, but he decides not to press and instead asks what use a permanent liaison is supposed to have here. Helvrin turns the question back on him, and Marcus half-tests him by asking if he can teach children reading, writing, and arithmetic. When Helvrin says he has taught poor temple initiates before, Marcus immediately hires him as an academic teacher and announces that his school finally has a name, Zenith Academy. Helvrin warns that calling it Zenith Academy sounds arrogant enough to provoke people, but Marcus stubbornly refuses to budge. With the naming battle settled, Marcus abruptly asks a more dangerous question: what it takes to become a god. Helvrin explains that earthly godhood on the material plane is somehow different from ascending in the outer planes, but even he was never trusted with the deeper details. He also explains why priests cannot become gods normally. They are not building their own spirit at all, only a lesser emanation of the god they serve. The one exception is grim and rare. If a god is dead, one of its priests might one day be recognized by the universe as a replacement divinity. That leads straight to the Temple of Deep Waters, which has been trying for ages to raise a successor god and revive its fallen lord. Marcus presses again on how a god can die at all, but Helvrin can only answer with the Raven god's harsh creed that everything dies eventually. When Marcus jokes about divine punishment for his own arrogance, Helvrin replies so seriously that the warning lands harder than the joke. After thinking it over, Marcus decides not to crowd the tower and uses earth magic to build Helvrin a separate house beside it. Because he has never made a real permanent home this way before, Marcus even brings in an ordinary builder to correct the design, and Helvrin asks for a shrine to the Raven god inside. Marcus tests the finished house by throwing weak attack spells at it, and the baffled builder refuses payment because seeing a mage build it was reward enough. Helvrin settles into the new house, and before long his raven becomes a familiar dark shape over the tower and forest, avoided even by other ravens. As training continues, Marcus discovers the first clear benefit of the soul seeds. He can feel each student's soul tree progress almost perfectly and correct mistakes the moment they happen. Julia is the one exception, because her connection runs through the sacred oak instead of Marcus, though her natural wood affinity is carrying her forward fast anyway. Marcus had guessed everyone would choose oak, but Cricket picks spruce for her village roots and Claudia chooses linden because of the great tree in her hometown square. The next new lesson is much rougher, with Marcus handing everyone wooden staffs and making them spar inside a warded field where serious injuries cannot stick. Julia hates it on sight and snaps that they are mages, not warriors, especially after struggling in the duels. Marcus tells her bluntly that weak beginners still need a fallback when they cannot cast, and even he once got sent out with a crossbow to survive. When Julia pushes for crossbow lessons instead, Marcus calmly says those will come later, after they stop being useless with a staff. He even points out that some monsters, like dire centipedes, are perfectly manageable if you keep your distance and smash them with a long stick. Valises seizes on the combat lesson and asks the real question on his mind: can someone become both a mage and a warrior? Marcus says it is possible in theory, but foolish in practice because every adept path draws from the same limited resource, the soul. Valises still pushes, wondering if someone with a truly powerful soul could handle both paths anyway. Marcus admits an extraordinary soul might manage it, but not one of these kids, and Renatus dryly says none of them are that amazing. Marcus confirms with brutal honesty that their souls are all painfully average, so he will not let them split their growth chasing two paths at once. That honesty starts to crush the mood until Julia snaps back that they should still aim high, especially with Marcus himself as their teacher. Marcus praises that attitude and raises the stakes by reminding them that 3 more students are coming soon, and those newcomers are unlikely to be average talents. The children go quiet when he explains those future students will have already survived a long selection process just to reach the judging ceremony. Realizing he hit them too hard, Marcus backs off the duels, switches them to repetitive staff swings, and casually threatens to add tower laps too. After dismissing them, Marcus thinks back to Helvrin's warning and decides these children need harder training, not gentler lessons, if they are going to survive what may be coming. Later, Marcus takes all 6 students into the sky and flies them toward Adria in a loose formation over the sea for the coming judging ceremony. Most of the children enjoy the flight at first and then start to wear down, but Claudia surprises Marcus by loving every second of it. Cricket clearly wants to join that bird-like excitement, but instead keeps up a stiff, serious front and only sneaks Claudia curious glances. Once Marcus spots a pillar island, he steers everyone down into a safe clearing so they can finally rest off the open sea. The moment they land, Claudia rushes up to ask when she can learn to fly on her own. Marcus tells her the truth. Real flight starts at rank 2 for short bursts, and anything like this long journey really takes a rank 3 mage or better. During the break, the students marvel at the strange island, dream about future travel, and reveal how quickly the trip is feeding their ambitions. Valises talks up dragons instead, and Marcus immediately crushes the fantasy by explaining that dragons are proud, intelligent beings, not mounts you can just claim. Renatus brings up flying ships from stories, and Marcus uses that opening to explain that airships are real but monopolized by the terrifying Lygos Empire. He spells out just how dangerous Lygos is, a southern empire with a massive air fleet so dominant that even elves fear it, and any academy that breaks the ban gets bombed into ruins. The children are stunned, they have barely heard of such a power, and Marcus says ordinary people only see Lygos as a rich trade state because real mages know better than to talk too much. When Cricket asks if Marcus has been there himself, he confirms it and sums up the entire experience with one bitter verdict: unpleasant. After more stops and even a distant sighting of harpies, the long flight finally ends at Adria. The first view of the Great Sea Academy leaves the children awestruck, just as it once stunned Marcus himself. Marcus has arrived 2 days early on purpose, planning to let them rest and see the safe public parts of the city without letting them roam into Adria's uglier corners. Valises can barely contain himself at the grandeur of a great academy city, and Marcus coolly reminds him that this is only the city around the academy, not the academy itself. When Valises asks why they live in a tiny tower instead of here, Marcus shuts the topic down by saying they are his students, and he likes his tree-filled tower better. On the way to an inn, Marcus notices a strangely dressed spirit adept and a silent young girl heading straight for him, though at first he assumes they are just unusual travelers. Then the man stops in front of everyone, points at Marcus, and loudly declares that he has finally found him. As the man starts accusing him in front of the street, Marcus realizes the silent girl beside him is not human, with red eyes, pointed ears, and some kind of bloodline. Marcus tries to de-escalate and asks for a proper explanation between fellow spirit adepts, but the stranger clearly came to make a scene. Instead, the man shoves the girl forward and drops a scandalous claim in front of the whole street. This child is Marcus's daughter, and Marcus needs to take responsibility. Marcus is outraged and immediately rejects the claim, blurting out the one obvious problem he can see: the girl is clearly an elf. The stranger mocks him for that answer, says half-elves are obviously possible, and decides Marcus's refusal just means he has to test him first. Without giving Marcus time to answer, the man summons an elaborate staff from hidden space and fires a fireball straight at him. The fireball catches everyone else off guard, but Marcus drops straight into a calm combat mindset. He throws up a force shield with one hand and blasts his stunned students away from the fight with the other. The fireball rebounds into the flamboyant attacker, while the red-eyed girl bolts before the blast reaches him. The crowd panics and scatters, and when the flames clear, Marcus sees the spirit mage is completely unharmed by his own spell. Marcus answers instantly with stone spears from the road, and the man shoots upward to evade them. At the same time, 4 blazing whips lash out from Shamshir's staff and force Marcus into the air too. Marcus snaps his fingers and turns the stone spears into a storm of rock needles aimed straight up at his enemy. Shamshir casually shifts into a humanoid body of fire, letting the stone needles pass through him without effect. He laughs and praises Marcus, but Marcus answers with a lightning strike instead of words. Shamshir swallows the lightning into a black orb, then traps Marcus with dimensional pressure and a surge of black tentacles topped with giant flaming flowers. The strange dimensional spell makes Marcus realize this man is far beyond an ordinary spirit mage. Marcus crushes the whole attack with implosion, folding air, rubble, tentacles, and roof tiles inward into one violent point. Shamshir barely anchors himself by slamming down and planting his staff, then the compressed air rebounds in a devastating blast wave. After a heartbeat of silence, Shamshir is the one who complains that Marcus's spell could have actually hurt someone. Marcus shoots back that Shamshir started this by throwing a fireball into a crowded street, and at least he cleared the bystanders first. Deciding he cannot hold back anymore, Marcus throws away his plain staff and summons his real combat staff. He flares his spirit into a towering ghostly oak and challenges Shamshir to take the fight outside the city. Instead of matching him, Shamshir suddenly tries to calm things down and says they are making too much of a scene. Marcus reminds him he is a local elder, and Shamshir is the outsider who will have to answer for this mess. Shamshir calmly reveals this body is only an avatar, so if things go badly he can vanish and leave Marcus with the explanation. Forced to stop guessing, Marcus demands to know what Shamshir actually wants. Shamshir goes right back to his original claim and says he wants Marcus to take care of his daughter. Marcus flatly calls it nonsense, but Shamshir keeps piling on absurd possibilities from disguised elves to memory wipes and spiritual succession rituals. When none of that works, Shamshir finally drops the act and simply asks Marcus to take the girl as his student. Marcus eases his killing intent a little, and Shamshir says the rude attack was just his way of testing Marcus's skill and character for Iris's sake. He introduces himself as Shamshir, a duke of the Fire Orchid Kingdom, and gets nothing but a blank look from Marcus. Shamshir admits Iris is not really his daughter, but says dangerous enemies are hunting him, and he cannot keep her near him. He explains that Iris needs a wood element foundation technique, and Marcus may be the only strong enough teacher on this planet. That strange wording makes Marcus press him on where he and Iris really come from, another planet or the outer planes. Shamshir refuses to explain and warns that even knowing this much already paints a target on Marcus's back. Then he sweetens the offer by claiming he is a rank 8 mage who will owe Marcus a permanent debt. Before Marcus can push further, 2 Great Sea Academy spirit adepts arrive over the ruined street. Marcus signals the newcomers to stay back, but Shamshir immediately dissolves into fire and leaves with a smug promise to bring Iris later. Left alone at last, Marcus looks over the wrecked street and realizes the surrounding damage is worse than he first thought. He senses through his soul links that the students are alive, but the annoyed Academy adepts still need an explanation first. So he puts away the combat staff, picks up his plain one again, and walks toward the investigators knowing this will be awkward. Marcus learns too late that Shamshir hid their later conversation inside a privacy field, so outsiders only heard the public accusation about a daughter. That leaves the Great Sea investigators treating the whole disaster as a ridiculous paternity dispute. Iris has vanished completely, and even the Academy adepts have no idea where the supposed daughter went. Marcus keeps his bigger suspicion to himself, but he does report everything else, including Shamshir's absurd claim of being rank 8. Valerius dismisses that boast immediately, saying cranks like this show up every year claiming impossible ranks. Because witnesses confirm Marcus did not start the fight, the Academy finally lets him go. Marcus quickly finds his students nearby, shaken but alive, and they immediately crowd him with questions and complaints about their bruised landing. Then Marcus notices who stayed with them the whole time, Gaius Agrippa, smiling like an old friend. Julia cheerfully says Mr. Agrippa kept them company, and told them he and Marcus were friends. Gaius says he rushed over when he sensed 2 spirit rank mages fighting in the city and arrived just in time to see Marcus involved. When Gaius admits he answered some of the students' questions about Marcus, Marcus pointedly reveals that their helpful stranger is actually the consul of Great Sea Academy. The students instantly recoil from Gaius, and he just laughs, clearly entertained by their fear. After they part ways, Marcus asks his students what Gaius told them while he was gone. Julia admits Gaius told them about Marcus's war against Veldarin, his old young talent competition loss, academy politics, and why Marcus avoids keeping them on the main island. Kasha bluntly translates the message. Powerful people do not like Marcus wasting himself on a bunch of irrelevant orphans and peasants. Marcus warns them that Gaius may seem friendly, but he is dangerous and can close doors for them if they talk carelessly around him. When Valisis mutters that Gaius could open doors too, Marcus shuts that down and tells him to stop playing politics and train. Claudia timidly brings up the red-eyed girl again, but Marcus cuts her off and insists the attacker was just a scammer running a fake daughter trick. Nobody fully believes him, but the students let the subject drop. Over the next 2 days, Marcus shows the students around Adria, from flying beast stables to the city's famous magical open theater. He also buys them all fancier robes so they will look presentable at the judging ceremony, even if they are not competing. One night after the students sleep, Marcus summons Seller in his room to update her about choosing the last batch of students. Seller is delighted they are in Adria, then pounces on his reminder by blurting out that she has been waiting on a surprise tied to eggs. She finally admits she laid a fresh batch of eggs and wants Marcus's future students to raise the caterpillars as gifts. Marcus immediately worries his students may not be safe around her babies, especially since not all of them are exactly bug lovers. Seller shrugs that fairy butterflies lay many eggs and barely parent them anyway, because most caterpillars never survive to adulthood. Marcus is genuinely taken aback by how harsh fairy butterfly life is, but Seller insists giving the caterpillars to students is actually better. She draws him in with dramatic secrecy and reveals the real point: she is only a lesser fairy butterfly. Marcus dryly tells her he already knew, reminding both of them that only humble Seller answered his old summoning attempts in the first place. Seller explains that her species has two paths. Ordinary wild caterpillars become lesser butterflies, but contracted caterpillars can become greater fairy butterflies if their human reaches spirit rank at the right moment. She is thrilled by the idea that her babies could hatch into actual butterfly nobility if Marcus's students make it that far. Marcus points out that none of his students are guaranteed to reach spirit rank, and asks what the human side gains from all this. Seller admits she does not know the exact benefit for the human, but says even the worst case still leaves them with a greater fairy butterfly familiar. That is good enough for Marcus, and he agrees to go along with her plan. Before Seller leaves to prepare her big reveal, Marcus stops her with one more question about the Fire Orchid Kingdom. Seller has never heard of it, so Marcus tells her about Shamshir, Iris, and the strange claim that a rank 8 duke wants him to take the girl in. Seller promises to ask the other butterflies, but warns the title sounds like some material plane kingdom because no true rank 8 would rule as a mere duke in the outer planes. With that, Seller disappears in a puff of smoke and leaves Marcus alone with even bigger questions. On the morning of the judging ceremony, Marcus marches Julia and the others into a real Great Sea training hall, and the polished place makes their shabby tower feel even poorer by comparison. Following behind him, Julia admits she has spent a long time doubting Marcus, because he looked too ordinary, lived too simply, and never showered them with the expensive resources powerful teachers usually use to impress students. But after seeing even part of Marcus's recent clash with the unknown mage, Julia finally stops fearing she was tricked and decides the truth is much stranger. Her teacher is real, just eccentric. That thought only makes Julia more baffled when Marcus arrives at this major ceremony still looking like a wandering pilgrim instead of a famous elder. Inside the packed hall, Marcus gets them reserved front row seats and leaves to handle the ceremony, while Julia scans the crowd and guesses around 200 hopefuls have come. Julia worries about being left unsupervised, because the group never picked a leader and any public mistake would land on all of them. She expects Marcus's students to cause a stir, but the nearby adults mostly dismiss them as beginners, charity cases, and orphans rather than anyone prestigious. The mood snaps sideways when the heavy hall doors blast open and a flamboyant elder flies straight in on a carpet like he owns the room. Ichius lands with a theatrical flourish, and the crowd immediately recognizes him as another elder who was definitely not supposed to be part of today's plan. An academy mage announces the change. Ichius will use the ceremony to choose a few students too, even though Marcus is still the main elder making a pick today. Julia bristles at Marcus's ceremony being hijacked, but Marcus barely reacts, watching Ichius with amused calm instead of taking the bait. When Ichius pointedly asks whether he objects, Marcus answers so pleasantly that the provocation falls flat and leaves the man with nowhere to go. More important spectators begin arriving, and the room shifts from family chaos to high-status politics as nobles and retainers fill the stands. Then Elder Cato walks in with a teenager named Regulus, and the surrounding whispers make it clear this is a major family gamble, not a casual visit. Julia quickly learns Regulus is one of the 3 students Marcus already expects to gain today, and she instantly marks the quiet noble boy as her biggest future rival. Not long after, Beertan arrives with White Dragon Clan teenagers, and their fur armor, knives, and bow make them look ready for a hunt instead of an academy test. Julia privately calls them savages, but the sight of so many armed candidates also reminds her that with Marcus as a teacher, carrying a knife might actually be sensible. Once everyone is finally in place, Marcus calls the candidates to the floor and the staff struggles to sort the crowd into one giant mixed trial group. The audience keeps expecting an easy formal ceremony, but Julia knows better, and Cato's calm face suggests he already does too. Marcus opens the examination with a brutal surprise, 20 laps around the field, followed by basic physical trials before anything magical even begins. The room freezes, and even powerful elders are clearly not thrilled that Marcus has turned student selection into a public fitness test. Ichius protests that spirit matters more than the body, but Marcus coolly tells him he is free to ignore that phase when choosing his own students. From the stands, Kasha mutters that the fat elder could use a few laps himself, and even Julia has to fight down a smile. The candidates hesitate until Marcus lifts a hand, starts counting to 5, and makes it clear anyone still standing there will be thrown out on the spot. That threat works instantly, and the whole field erupts into motion as every candidate breaks into a run. The crowd accepts the madness with grumbling resignation, because spirit rank elders are so rare that people treat their weird demands as part of the price. As the laps drag on, the weak and badly paced kids start walking, collapsing, or quitting, and Marcus openly disqualifies anyone who gives up. The audience turns the ordeal into a spectacle, cheering their favorites and mocking the stragglers hard enough to break some candidates' nerve. Watching that, Julia is deeply grateful her own ceremony was private enough to spare her this kind of public collapse. Regulus handles the run almost perfectly, staying just behind the leaders without wasting energy, which only makes Julia more irritated that he is good at this too. The White Dragon youths dominate the physical test outright, powering ahead with the kind of speed and stamina mountain life drilled into them. After the laps, Marcus cuts everyone who was only dragging themselves along, then pushes the survivors through more jumping and climbing tests where effort matters more than polish. The next fear trial looks worse than the one Julia survived, because this time a giant red and purple illusory centipede coils around the brass spheres like a nightmare made real. Marcus calmly explains the monster is only an illusion, but his warning that its bites will still feel painful does almost nothing to comfort the candidates. Claudia quietly admits she might have failed against something like that, and Valisis immediately tells her to keep that kind of weakness away from outside ears. Without a fearless idiot like Kasha charging first, most candidates hesitate badly, and the trial drags as fear wins over common sense. That spectacle forces Julia into an awkward realization that Kasha's reckless example may have helped her pass her own test more than she wanted to admit. When Julia asks what she would do, Kasha just scoffs that she would walk up and take a sphere because an illusion is still only an illusion. Cricket coolly judges that the centipede is actually easier than the snake because it looks scarier but moves less sharply. The White Dragon candidates prove Cricket right by dodging the centipede cleanly and taking their spheres without getting bitten. Even Regulus cannot match that clean run, and he still gets bitten once on the way to his sphere despite being braver than most of the city candidates. By the time the centipede test ends, more than half the survivors are gone simply because they could not force themselves to approach it. The ceremony slows into written tests, puzzles, and mental illusions, and Julia starts wondering why Marcus is putting these candidates through a much harsher screening than he used on her group. That doubt stings harder because the crowd keeps treating Marcus's current students as charity picks, even while they debate whether he is worth entrusting with their children. From the gossip, Julia pieces together that almost everyone in Adria knows Marcus has a tense history with Great Sea's current rulers, even if they also admire him as a war hero. People praise Marcus for helping kill the war's hidden mastermind, yet still hesitate because he plans to take students away from Adria and trains them in a little-known Great Tree technique instead of one of Great Sea's famous foundations. The audience's logic is simple. Even if Marcus is troublesome and strange, a spirit manifestation mage is still an opportunity too valuable to ignore. At last Marcus moves to the final and most important stage, the direct testing of magical talent and compatibility with the Great Tree technique. When one candidate timidly asks whether they really have to learn Marcus's specific foundation, Marcus shuts the question down with a blunt yes. Marcus explains he can judge talent directly with his spirit, but that leaves Ichias unable to evaluate candidates by his own standards unless he has another method. Ichias seizes the opening and produces a floating golden sphere artifact from the sphere builders, proudly claiming it can rate magical talent with hard numbers. Kaito immediately challenges the device's credibility, and Ichias can only answer that he has tested it enough to trust its predictions. The two elders agree to proceed, so Marcus tests each candidate by hand while Ichias has the sphere observe and publicly shout out every score. The constant stream of scores turns the crowd from suspicious to fascinated, even though nobody can agree yet on how much the numbers really mean. Everything changes when Marcus reaches Regulus, spends much longer examining him, and then openly asks if he is really sure he wants to become his student. Marcus publicly reveals that Regulus has extraordinary spiritual traits, an unusually strong soul, and excellent water resonance, making him look like a natural fit for famous techniques rather than Marcus's strange path. When Marcus asks about the sphere's verdict, Ichias declares a score of 57, the highest his artifact has ever seen, and the entire hall explodes over the idea of a future legend standing right there. Julia hates hearing it, because the result confirms her fear that Regulus really will be the student she has to measure herself against. Regulus answers honestly that his family brought him here only because he cannot resonate with any major Great Sea foundation at all, so Marcus's odd technique is their last real hope. Marcus treats that complication as simple enough and tells Regulus to wait for the final group compatibility test with the Great Tree technique. The White Dragon youths disappoint Ichias' precious sphere, which rates even their best archer Agrin at only 33, and Beertan looks about ready to punch the fat elder over it. Julia still cannot tell whether the sphere matters, because Marcus never openly fights Ichias over it even after dismissing it as a toy. Marcus finally lines everyone up for Great Tree compatibility, and this time gives immediate public verdicts, cutting anyone with weak or no resonance on the spot. Regulus passes with only an ordinary fit, and the relief on Kato's face shows he was never as certain about this gamble as he pretended. With no suspense left in his mind, Marcus ends the ceremony immediately and names his three choices: Diacles of Adria, Agrin White Dragon, and Regulus Udacensis. Marcus calls his current students down to meet their new classmates, but Ichias cuts in again before he can move on. Ichias says he has already made his own picks too, choosing Aper and Nemirian almost purely because his ancient sphere scored them highest. Marcus dryly notes that Ichias simply followed the scores, and Ichias immediately pushes further by asking to see how the same artifact rates Marcus's existing students. The request catches Julia off guard, and Marcus leaves the decision to his students instead of shielding them from whatever number might come out. Curiosity wins, so the 6 of them reluctantly agree and stand there while Ichia's sphere watches them in turn, even though Julia feels absolutely nothing from it. Then the numbers hit all at once: Julia 31, Renatus 34, Cricket 24, Claudia 23, Kasia 22, and Valisis an infuriating 43. Julia thought she would not care, but hearing that score out loud wrecks her composure, because a wood affinity prodigy should not be losing to Renatus and definitely not to Valisis. Deep under Crystal Mountain Academy, Hisher shuts himself away in a forbidden meditation chamber built for the headmaster alone. Inside, the young headmaster looks more like a battle-hardened warrior than a mage as he sits shirtless and barefoot in perfect stillness. The chamber breathes with him, the crystals brightening on each inhale and fading on each exhale. Then Hisher's breathing breaks, and hurried footsteps echo outside the chamber like bad news forcing its way in. The stone door screeches open, and Elder Tizita rushes in despite Hisher's standing order not to disturb him. Without even opening his eyes, Hisher cuts him off and coldly reminds him that this chamber was not to be interrupted. Tizita pushes through the rebuke and reveals why he came running. They have found another student with crystal affinity. That one sentence jolts Hisher fully awake, and for a heartbeat his eyes flash like tiny gemstones before settling back to normal. Now openly interested, Hisher demands proof, and Tizita hands over a full packet on the boy. As he reads, Hisher keeps his face controlled, but Tizita's casual tone only sharpens his private sense that many elders still do not truly accept his authority. He never wanted this office in the first place, but after Thunder Hall's war slaughtered so many Crystal Mountain spirit adepts, duty forced him to become the Academy's symbol and stabilizing leader. The candidate is Elid, a small merchant's son from Sycarus, and Hisher quickly sees the problem. The boy's natural talent is only average. Even so, a true crystal affinity is so rare that Hisher will absolutely take him, though he cannot help wishing the boy were more than merely fortunate. Then a worse question hits him. Crystal affinity is almost impossible to detect, so how was Elid identified at all? He knows the Academy guards its few crystal detecting tools and practitioners carefully, and none of them should have been near candidates right now. When Hisher presses him, Tizita hesitates and admits he is about to say something the headmaster will not like. The answer is Marcus King. He met Elid on the road to Crystal Mountain, tested the boy himself, and sent him here with a recommendation letter. The name alone darkens Hisher's mood so badly that for a moment he wants to throw the boy off a mountain just for carrying Marcus into his academy. But anger loses to necessity, and Hisher reins himself in because Crystal Mountain cannot afford to reject a real crystal mage prospect. He makes sure he heard correctly, asking if this is the same Marcus who took one of Crystal Mountain's heritage tablets. Tizita carefully pushes back, insisting the tablet was not stolen but lent to Marcus after he saved them during Thunder Hall's siege. Hisher rejects that soft version immediately, calling it extortion done when their old leader was dead, their supplies were gone, and Marcus's army sat inside the academy. Tizita clearly wants to argue, but he swallows it, and Hisher turns from old bitterness to immediate precautions. He orders Elid to be watched closely at all times, because even an innocent connection to Marcus is too risky to ignore. After tamping down his temper again, Hisher admits the situation is more dangerous than it looks, because Marcus should not have been able to detect crystal affinity in children at all. To Hisher, that means Marcus has absorbed far too much crystal logos from their tablet, enough that he could become truly dangerous if he ever reaches the 7th rank. Tizita answers with dry realism, arguing that Marcus still lacks crystal affinity and the Elder's secret oral teachings, so the most dangerous crystal spells should remain out of reach. Hisher is not comforted. The last time people said the tablet would be useless to Marcus, they were already wrong. Tizita reminds him why that cannot happen yet. Crystal Mountain is too battered to provoke another great academy, especially when Great Sea now claims Gaius has advanced to spirit unification. Hisher does not fully trust Gaius's announcement, and in his own mind battle-tested strength matters more than rank claims made from a safe distance. He believes his own breakthrough is close, and once he reaches spirit unification too, he plans to personally go after Marcus King. Stuck in a coastal city by a raging chaos storm, Marcus watches glowing streams of raw chaos swirl between the buildings and broods over the old mystery of where these storms even came from. An easygoing old innkeeper reminds him they are lucky to be trapped here instead of over the open sea, and Marcus reluctantly admits the man is right. Marcus sits beside Regulus, and the boy awkwardly asks if this flimsy inn is really enough to keep a chaos storm out. Marcus explains that chaos streams have cohesion, so they do not seep through every crack, and a sealed room like this is enough to block them. Julia is surprised Regulus has never dealt with a storm before, and he admits Adria's massive shield keeps them from ever touching the city. Cricket excitedly asks if their own tower will ever get a barrier like that, but Marcus shuts the idea down because chaos storms eat through normal magical defenses and Academy shield methods are closely guarded secrets. Looking ahead, Marcus worries these strange out-of-season storms could taint crops with raw chaos and turn the harvest into a disaster. The quiet mood breaks when Julia abruptly asks about Elder Ichias's rating sphere and whether its scores were actually telling the truth. Marcus realizes too late that the public scores were not just meant to mock him, but also to stir friction inside his own student group, with Valisis already getting smug about ranking highest. He finally explains that the sphere only measured mana sensitivity and spellcasting potential, while ignoring elemental affinity, soul strength, and personality entirely. That means Regulus's famous score left out both his huge water resonance and his unusually powerful soul, so Marcus bluntly says he would rate the boy much higher. Regulus tries to comfort Julia, she snaps that she is not jealous, and Cricket dryly calls her out anyway. When Cricket asks why the sphere ignored affinities, Marcus says detecting multiple elements properly would require an extremely advanced Logos core. Regulus presses on and asks why the Soul Tree technique accepted him when other foundations did not, but Marcus can only call it unusually versatile and keep his deeper suspicions to himself. Privately, Marcus still cannot explain Regulus at all, because the boy's soul feels ancient rather than merely gifted, yet nothing about his body or spirit suggests possession or a fake identity. Marcus cuts the conversation short, jokes that he will bury Valisis in work if the boy stays arrogant, and leaves the three to relax without their teacher looming over them. The trip home stays calm until Marcus spots travelers under attack by dire wolves, lands to drive the beasts off, and decides the group can finish the last stretch on foot. As the tower finally comes into view, Agrin admits the place looks better than expected, while Valisis grumbles that the older students did all the hard repair work anyway. Marcus's mood sours the instant he sees Helvrin waiting outside alone, grim-faced and missing his usual raven. Helvrin reports that a man claiming to know Marcus forced his way in, raided the food stores, brushed off all warnings, and casually defeated him with a few spells. Marcus instantly orders the students to stay back and flee into the forest if they hear fighting, then storms into the tower ready for a confrontation. Halfway up the stairs, Marcus recognizes the voice above him and realizes the shameless intruder is Shamshir. He bursts into his office to find Shamshir lounging in Marcus's own chair, drinking Marcus's wine, while the silent red-eyed elf girl watches from a guest seat in cheap local clothes. Marcus immediately reminds Shamshir he already said no, but Shamshir breezily acts as if they had a deal and announces he brought Iris to be tested for the Soul Tree technique. Shamshir tries to sell the idea by revealing Iris has both wood and fire affinity, which makes Marcus interested but not nearly as dazzled as Shamshir expected. When Marcus asks if he understands the local wood element problem, Shamshir finally learns the ugly truth that wood traditions on this world were systematically hunted down. Marcus makes it worse by admitting that even as a wood foundation mage he only knows 3 wood spells, because the purge hit the spell traditions too. Marcus lays out the sad state of those spells, from the basic ironwood and situational entangling roots to the grisly exsanguinating stake that only survived because people preserved anti-blood fiend methods. Instead of giving up, Shamshir abruptly decides that problem is easy to fix and starts pulling books from a dimensional pocket right in Marcus's office. He fishes out a moss-green spellbook packed with around 30 beginner wood spells and hands it over, finally offering Marcus something genuinely valuable. Marcus admits this is the first part of Shamshir's offer he actually likes, because even weak wood spells could help students like Julia a great deal. That opening only makes Marcus push harder, mocking Shamshir for invading his tower, bullying Helvrin, drinking all his wine, and still expecting credit for Iris's education. Before Marcus can squeeze out more, Iris finally steps in and quietly points out that most of his students are orphans and she is one too. Iris follows that with a proud, formal plea, promising to work hard and declaring herself the last surviving scion of the Fire Orchid dynasty. Shamshir panics at how much she just exposed, but one sharp word from Iris is enough to shut him up on the spot. Marcus studies the girl in silence, then tells her to give him her hand so he can judge her for himself. As Marcus calls up his spirit oak and reads her traits, he confirms her wood and fire affinities and sees a bloodline that only awakens if both rare elements appear together. Her ordinary mana talent is merely very good, but her soul is astonishingly powerful for someone her age, far stronger than Regulus's even if it does not carry that same ancient feeling. Marcus moves to the final test and guides her through the words of the Soul Tree technique. Iris resonates with the technique cleanly, about as well as Julia, which is enough for Marcus to make his decision. Even after Shamshir boasts, Marcus downplays her talent out loud and formally accepts Iris as his student anyway. To seal it, Marcus gives Iris a whalebone amulet, and she quietly puts on the same kind of student token his other disciples wear. Marcus warns that having an elf student will attract attention because humans and elves here barely mix, but decides he will just improvise his way through that problem too. After a few private words with Iris, Shamshir leaves the tower by simply walking away, which is somehow almost stranger than one of his flashy exits would have been. Marcus presents Iris to the rest of the group as a surprise new addition, and the students erupt into whispering curiosity instead of open hostility. A week passes with Marcus driving all 10 students hard in training and tower repairs, partly because the tower is now badly overcrowded and everyone is starting to feel it. The room situation is especially awkward, with 5 boys and 5 girls squeezed into only 3 rooms, so Marcus starts planning little houses outside the tower and emergency cleanup below it. Among the newcomers, Agrin quickly stands out as a dedicated archer, practicing on the forest edge so seriously that Marcus even helps him build a proper range. Regulus turns out to be less arrogant than Marcus feared, but the boy is clumsy in the wild and still visibly unsettled by the dire wolves they saw on the way home. Diocles proves exactly why Marcus chose him, tackling chores and training with such steady seriousness that even dull work seems to suit him. Iris adapts fastest to the soul tree technique but starts from terrible physical condition, leaving Marcus with a long uphill job if he wants her body to catch up to her talent. Marcus also makes each newcomer choose a personal tree, and the choices reveal their temperaments almost immediately. Agrin picks pine for his home mountains, Regulus stubbornly picks olive because it feels right to him, and Diacles goes with the obvious choice of oak. Iris unexpectedly picks oak too, which immediately nags at Marcus because a supposed scion of a flower linked with bloodline sounds far too indifferent about her own foundation path. Even with that lingering doubt, Marcus judges the first week a success and gathers all 10 students for a surprise announcement. His reveal is simple and exciting. It is finally time for the students to meet Seller and choose their caterpillars. Marcus brings all 10 students to a bare patch at the forest edge because his tower is too cramped for another important gathering. He announces this as a special occasion and tells them they have a gift, which instantly wakes up the whole group. When Marcus calls for Seller, the giant white butterfly spirit swoops out of the trees carrying a heavy wooden box by ropes. Seller drops the box with zero grace, lands on top of it, and loudly introduces herself as Marcus's patron spirit from the outer heavens. Marcus confirms she really is his contract spirit, and Iris is startled that he has any connection to the outer planes at all. Seller immediately throws her weight around, claiming she has the power to get any of them expelled, and the children look to Marcus for reassurance he does not give. After a slow, intimidating flyby around their faces, Seller finally declares the group acceptable, and everyone visibly relaxes. Cricket asks if she can make a butterfly contract too, because Marcus once sent a white butterfly to guard her. Seller explains that guard was only one of her lesser kin, then lights up when Cricket asks what it takes to make a contract like Marcus's. Marcus quietly rules out helping any student sign such a contract yet, because weak butterfly spirits would still be dangerous in careless hands. Instead of answering right away, Seller says the gifts come first and has everyone focus on the noisy box. The lid flies open and 10 bright green caterpillars pop up together, cooing and pushing over each other to see the world outside. Seller cheerfully tells the students to hurry and pick one each as their very own fairy caterpillar. Marcus confirms these caterpillars really are meant to become the students' familiars, and Seller bluntly reminds them they are also her babies. Valisis blurts out that getting a caterpillar as a familiar is disappointing, and Julia snaps at him for being ungrateful even though she is not thrilled either. Marcus shuts the complaint down by explaining that a familiar bond is not mind control, so dangerous beasts are a terrible idea for weak beginners. When Valisis brings up Regulus's family's magical hounds, Regulus flatly tells him those beasts are too valuable and political to hand out. Marcus makes it clear nobody is forced to accept a caterpillar, and he lingers on Claudia and Valisis because one is scared and the other is still resisting. Cricket circles back to the real prize and asks if taking a caterpillar is how she earns a butterfly contract later. Seller dodges the answer long enough to get curious about Cricket's nickname, and Cricket explains it came from a song about a cricket singing atop a black spruce. Seller mutters the strange phrase sun drinker like it means something, leaving both Cricket and Marcus confused. At that exact moment, one adventurous caterpillar tumbles out of the box with a delighted squeal, and Cricket catches it before Seller can. Cricket decides on the runaway caterpillar, and Seller finally reveals the deal. Raise it to butterfly form and the contract will come naturally. Kasia steps up next, bluntly asks which caterpillar is strongest, and picks the one that shoves past its siblings to reach her first. That breaks the tension, and the rest of the students start choosing their familiars one by one until only Claudia is left. Claudia freezes in front of the final caterpillar, and Marcus gently reminds her she can still refuse. The last caterpillar starts crying for the others, and Claudia falters when Seller casually says it will just be dumped back in Dreamwood to survive or get eaten. Unable to leave it behind, Claudia nervously picks up the lonely caterpillar and commits to taking it. With every student finally holding a caterpillar, Seller pulls them in close and shares a real secret about why this matters. Seller tells them that if they reach spirit manifestation when their caterpillar becomes a butterfly, both mage and familiar will gain extraordinary benefits. The students immediately push back on how hard that sounds, but Seller says the caterpillars will slow their own growth to match the students' progress. Marcus adds that even without perfect timing, the students still end up with strong spirit companions, so the effort is not wasted. Asked how to care for them, Seller admits the basics are simple and expensive: keep them occupied and keep feeding them magical plants. She also bluntly warns that these larvae are weak in battle and can die on this plane, though they can be summoned back later. Julia suddenly yelps when her caterpillar tries to eat the whalebone student medallion hanging at her chest. Seller casually adds one more warning: if they get bored, the caterpillars will chew on any hard magical thing they can reach. After the advice session, Marcus draws a ritual circle and starts binding each student to their caterpillar with a proper familiar contract. The caterpillars accept the bond eagerly, as if some instinct tells them this partnership is exactly what they want. Once her children are handed off, Seller simply leaves for her home plane and disappears from the scene. After she is gone, Marcus quietly plants soul seeds into all 10 caterpillars just to see what spirit familiars might teach him later. He realizes he has been making far too many soul seeds lately, including one for Iris, and the soul cost is finally leaving him drained and unstable. The next 4 months pass in a calmer routine of daily soul tree training while Helvrin teaches the children reading, numbers, history, and geography. Regulus has no use for the basic lessons, but Iris turns out to be stranger than Marcus expected, polished in the local language, yet ignorant of the world's history and geography. When Marcus questions that mismatch, Iris explains that the sphere builders once colonized this whole region of space, so related human worlds still share similar languages. Marcus points out the language overlap is too exact to be normal, and Iris reluctantly admits Shamshir probably lied when he called this planet an irrelevant backwater. To keep the two advanced students busy during Helvrin's classes, Marcus puts Iris on punishing physical drills and drags Regulus through the forest to learn survival the hard way. The rest of the students get the same rough practical education too, with daily exercise and supervised trips to identify herbs and face weak magical creatures. A few weeks in, Marcus finishes a practice ground with self-repairing dummies and hands out crossbows so the students can train at range. Agrin becomes the obvious standout there, but Marcus is even more surprised that Julia starts practicing her crossbow every single day. Marcus still forces everyone through staff drills, and Agrin is so skilled with the staff that Marcus has to spar him personally. To end the miserable room fights, Marcus builds small houses beside the tower and spends heavily to extend the wards around them. The students happily claim the new homes, and even Valises has nothing to complain about for once. Marcus turns the freed tower rooms into a real library, and leans on Titus and Publius to help him fill it with books. Regulus becomes the library's best customer, while Cricket keeps visiting too even if she mostly wants to look at the pictures. Marcus also gives in on the little comforts the children kept nagging him about, from beds and utensils to outhouses and private bathing space. He finally accepts Dane's offer to supply the academy, and before long the tower has a steady stream of meat, cheese, and badly needed magical herbs. The students manage their new familiars fairly well, but the caterpillars quickly prove to be destructive little gluttons that chew furniture, belongings, and nearly any food left unattended. Renatus even crushes his own caterpillar by accident during one of his ridiculous secret passage searches, forcing Marcus to summon it back later. Because feeding 10 spirit larvae is becoming a constant burden, Marcus decides to reclaim the overgrown field beside the tower for magical herb farming. The orphans are horrified to be dragged back into fieldwork, but Marcus pushes ahead until the plot is cleared and planted anyway. By the end of 4 months, Marcus can feel several students nearing total internalization of the soul tree technique and their first real mage rank. Julia is closest of all, and she trains so obsessively that Marcus has to order her to slow down before she hurts herself. Even slower students like Cricket and Kasia start pushing harder, because nobody wants to be left behind once the first breakthroughs happen. Seeing how close they all are, Marcus decides they now need the bigger picture of mage society and power before they step into it. So he barges into one of Helvrin's temple lessons without warning and casually takes over the class for the day. Cramped together inside the little temple, the students hear Marcus begin a much deeper lecture on the first 5 mage ranks, the structure of the heavens, and the hidden truths of their world. In Helvrin's cramped temple classroom, Marcus opens his lecture by telling the students that rank 1 mages finally cast real spells by grabbing ambient mana and shaping it into a defined structure. To make that visible, Marcus casts a crude light spell the old-fashioned way, letting a web of glowing sigils pull mana from all around the room before collapsing into a bright floating orb. The little light zips around the room and startles everyone, and Marcus uses the reaction to hammer home that at first rank, shaping skill matters far more than memorizing chants and gestures. Regulus asks if rank 1 mages really cannot leave an academy without escort, and Marcus confirms they are still apprentices because they own no mana and depend entirely on the land around them. When Marcus says a rank 1 spell can still be just as good as a rank 2 spell, the students immediately push back because that idea clashes with everything they think ranks mean. Cricket tries to untangle the contradiction, but Marcus keeps cutting her off just enough to leave her annoyed and everyone else more confused. Marcus points to Iris and Regulus, and they explain the real edge of second rank. Rank 2 mages have internal mana, so they cast faster, cast more often, and can still switch back to ambient mana later. Even after that, Valisa still hears only that rank 2 sounds plainly better, so Marcus finally lays out the lesson he actually wants them to remember. Rank matters, but it never makes anyone unbeatable. He drives the point home with examples, warning that ambushes, terrain, better spells, experience, or a single dirty trick can let a lower-ranked mage kill someone arrogant above them. When Valisis asks how often weaker mages really beat stronger ones, Marcus answers bluntly that at low ranks it happens all the time, especially when academy-trained apprentices meet poorly taught village mages. Marcus broadens that into a rule for all of them. Small academies, family traditions, and other paths produce wildly uneven fighters, so outranking an opponent is a huge advantage but never a reason to get careless. Claudia suddenly asks if they have to fight at all, and Marcus says no, but warns that real power usually ties you to teachers, family, and obligations you cannot ignore forever. To force the issue, Marcus paints a dramatic picture of himself lying helpless while a hooded man in a blood-red robe raises a staff to kill him, and asks Claudia what she would do. Claudia blurts out that she would scream for help. Valisis nitpicks the logic of the scene, and Marcus shuts him down in exasperation before abandoning the example entirely. Getting back on track, Marcus explains that second rank begins when a mage forms an internal mana vessel, but that feat needs far more mana than the tower's surroundings can provide. When Cricket asks where that mana is supposed to come from, Marcus says they will need expensive help such as potent mana potions or breakable arcane crystals, and promises he will provide it when they are ready. Marcus quietly reaffirms his real standard as a teacher. He may deny luxuries, but he will not withhold the resources his students genuinely need to advance. Kasha asks what rank 2 mages are called, and Marcus answers that they are simply mages because second rank is the normal standard almost everyone is measured against. Regulus follows with the obvious next question, so Marcus introduces third rank as the point where a mage assimilates a fragment of the world's logos into their mana reserves. Julia wonders if the strange feeling she gets during the soul tree technique means she is already sensing logos, but Marcus says it is probably just her wood affinity, and for now they still have nowhere to store a fragment anyway. Claudia catches the key point first. Without mana reserves, even sensing logos would be useless, while Renatus mutters to himself about storage space like the idea has already hooked him. Marcus warns that logos assimilation is dangerous because a logos fragment can whip unstable mana into chaos and even tear a mage's reservoir apart, dropping them right back to rank 1. Claudia nervously asks how often that disaster happens, and Marcus lies with a straight face that it is not too common and that his amazing guidance will carry them through. From there Marcus explains why third rank matters so much. Logos boosted spells grow stronger and more flexible, and the most common choice is elemental logos because it is the easiest kind to handle. Agrin asks why elements count as simple when they seem abstract, and Marcus answers that each true element is backed by an elemental plane, while Helvrin adds that things tied to a patron god are easier to assimilate too. That opens the door to an older piece of cosmic history, and Marcus tells Julia that the elemental planes existed before the current outer heavens and survived a long-ago war that stripped them of much of their former power. When Regulus points out that there seem to be far more elements than 6, Marcus says there are only 6 elemental planes now, and the exotic elements are leftovers whose planes no longer exist. Renatus tries to connect that to the 6 heavens, but Marcus cuts him off for the moment and shifts the class toward what comes after Logos gathering. Marcus explains that Logos mages can collect many fragments, but 4th rank only comes when those fragments are forged into one stable foundation, which is where years of specialization can turn into a trap. To show how cruel that can get, Marcus uses the example of a mage who spent years mastering both fire and ice only to realize they might have to abandon one forever to advance. Renatus looks for a loophole, but Marcus says there is none. Once a foundation exists, any future logos must fit that personal ideal, or be rejected outright. When Renatus asks why nobody just builds a huge perfect foundation from the start, Regulus groans that it is obviously absurdly hard, and Marcus agrees while warning that even specialists can be broad or narrow in dangerous ways. Valisis brings the discussion back to results, so Marcus explains the reward of 4th rank. Foundation mages generate their own attuned mana, recover faster, resist corruption better, and become much harder to disrupt or curse. He adds that foundation mages can also produce simple magical effects without formal spells, and Valisis is immediately sold on the idea of just wishing magic into motion. Regulus worries that forging a foundation might cost a mage their broader spell list, but Marcus says lower rank spells still work. The real loss is that unsupported magic can no longer be strengthened by matching logos. At last Marcus reaches 5th rank, telling them that spirit manifestation consumes the logo's core and awakens an immortal spirit inside the mage, making every spell partly alive and far harder to stop. Helvrin quietly adds the dream everyone already knows about. Spirit adepts can ascend to the outer heavens, stop aging, and potentially live for thousands of years if nothing kills them first. Valisis eagerly fishes for a secret method, but Marcus shuts that hope down too, admitting no one truly knows how spirit manifestation begins beyond a mysterious spark of enlightenment that cannot be forced. Renatus finds it bizarre that Marcus reached 5th rank without understanding the trigger himself, and Marcus can only answer that this is the most mysterious rank of all. Marcus lists the major theories anyway, from perfect foundations to life-changing inspiration, fame, story like destiny, or divine favor, and Iris silently tells him with a tiny head shake that she has no hidden answer either. With mage ranks finally covered, Marcus pivots to the bigger cosmic lesson and announces that since Helvrin already mentioned Ascension, they are going to talk about the outer heavens next. Cricket protests that everyone already knows the 6 heavens, and she confidently recites the child-friendly version with underworld judges, devils, angels, fairies, and heroic realms. Marcus decides to scrap the official simplification and throws a large painted scroll into the air, where it unfurls into a rough diagram of the universe that immediately invites criticism of his terrible art. Ignoring the mockery, Marcus explains that his chart has 12 outer circles because he included not just the 6 outer planes, but also the 6 pillars of creation that shape existence itself. When Renatus recognizes the River of Souls by name, Helvrin finally steps in to explain that pillars of creation are vast spiritual landmarks, and Acheron is the force that carries dead souls to judgment, and new souls into life. Marcus builds on that by revealing the real structure of the Wheel of Existence. The outer planes are not true centers of power but border realms formed where two pillars blend and weaken each other. Renatus immediately grasps the next implication, but Marcus says the reason people focus on the outer planes is brutally practical. Mortals can actually go there, while the pillars themselves would kill almost anything that approached them. Claudia naively objects that the Tree of Life sounds pleasant, so Marcus bluntly explains that even a speck of its raw vitality would twist a mortal into a chimera and make them burst apart, much like a far worse version of Tasloa's Chaos Storms. That is why, Marcus says, heavenly logos really belongs to the pillars, and abstract schools like destruction, death, or dreams are usually just tiny slivers of those unimaginably larger truths. Still, he warns them not to belittle the outer planes, because those inhabitable realms house gods, shape every world's afterlives, and answer prayers in ways the distant pillars never will. Cricket notices that many of Marcus's names do not match local teaching, and Marcus warns her that spirits can be petty enough to punish mortal summoners for using the wrong names to their faces. He clears up one example in detail by explaining that Purgatory City is really Heliopolis, a layer of the Great Machine, and definitely not a place an Archon wants insulted as some punishment realm. When Cricket asks if layered planes are basically onions, Marcus admits the easiest answer is sort of, and says one layer can stretch on forever without naturally spilling into the others. Renatus wonders how places like Red Hell and the underworld still count as heavens. Kasha rolls her eyes that of course their residents would insist on inclusion, and Marcus says she is closer to the truth than she knows. Marcus reveals that most souls in Red Hell do not see themselves as punished at all, because people are drawn after death toward the plane whose values actually match their own, however awful those values may be. He adds one uglier exception: anyone foolish enough to sign their soul away to a devil can still end up there by contract, which is why Marcus makes every student promise never to summon or bargain with one. For Cricket's final naming puzzle, Marcus identifies the heroic realms as the Sea of Chaos, a shifting plane where dragons invaded long ago and became its ruling force. Then the quietest student in the room changes the whole mood when Iris abruptly says she wants to hear more about the Pillars of Creation instead. Marcus admits even he knows little beyond the River of Souls and the Flame of Strife, and Halvern backs him up by calling the Pillars notoriously obscure. Asked what the Flame of Strife actually does, Marcus says it is not just about war but the burning skin of reality itself, the force that pushes back against hostile things from outside creation. That leads straight into the real enemy. Marcus confirms that the Abyss is an outside reality trying to devour their own, and Agrin names the Lament Spire as its beachhead on Tasloa. Marcus explains that without the Flame of Strife suppressing that tower, abyssal corruption would spread across the whole planet, and endless invaders could march freely through the world. Iris immediately asks the practical question that matters to her most, and Marcus says that if someone wants to fight the Abyss, powers tied to the Flame of Strife are the best road he knows. Cricket is stunned to hear that devils are part of that fight, and Marcus tells her the armies of Red Hell are among the most zealous enemies the Abyss has. Agrin wonders why dragons are not carrying that war instead, and Marcus says dragons are powerful but too scattered to replace the disciplined armies needed against something as vast as the Abyss. After a long pause, Marcus decides they deserve the ugly truth and tells the entire room that the war against the Abyss is not being held in balance at all. Marcus bluntly says the Abyss is winning, and unless something changes, the whole wheel of existence will eventually be devoured. Cricket is the first to snap out of the silence and protests that Marcus just said the Flame of Strife stops the Abyss, only for him to coldly clarify that he said it merely stopped total defeat from happening sooner. Renatus awkwardly asks what they are supposed to do with that, and Marcus admits the answer is nothing, which only makes Claudia whine about why he told them in the first place. Marcus offers no apology at all, and says he told them simply because he wanted them to know, leaving the class to sit with a new kind of dread before the lesson finally ends. A few days later, with the tower calmer again, Marcus decides it is finally time to clear out the sealed cave system beneath the academy. He originally plans to bring the students for routine field experience, but once he tears down the old Amethyst Academy barriers, the newly opened tunnels prove far too narrow to take everyone safely. Marcus overthinks how to choose a small party until the choice solves itself, because when he asks for volunteers to enter a dark cave full of monsters, only Agrin, Diacles, and Renatus raise their hands. Marcus accepts that answer, arms the three boys with staffs, orders them to stay close, and leads them down into the cave. At first the expedition goes smoothly, because even without spells the boys can swing a staff well enough to deal with the weak creatures near the entrance. Marcus quickly sizes up the local cave life for them: lizards tough but small, aggressive glowflies with acid spit, and weak green slime strange enough to stand out even to him. The caves themselves feel wrong too, because instead of a barren tunnel system they find walls covered in glowing moss and colorful fungi, lush enough to make Marcus suspicious. When they reach one mushroom patch, Marcus firmly tells them not to eat any of it, and Diacles looks at him like only an idiot would even consider trying. Marcus keeps the real reason to himself, because he knows those mushrooms are hallucinogens and there are far too many patches here to destroy without drawing attention. Hours pass, and Marcus's unease turns serious when his mapping spells still find no end to the tunnels, so he summons Chompy to scout ahead underground. That only makes things worse, because every time Chompy returns, the answer is the same: more tunnels ahead. As they press on, even the monsters start changing, with slimes growing larger, faster, and stranger in colors Marcus does not know how to read. Then Marcus spots a small dark blue beetle with tiny arcs of lightning dancing between its mandibles, and the sight chills him because he has never seen anything like it on Tasloa. The beetle decides the humans are too much trouble and scuttles away, but Marcus has seen enough and immediately orders the group to turn back. When Renatus blurts out that they are lost, Marcus bonks him on the head for saying it, and insists these caves are merely stranger than expected, though he clearly plans to investigate alone later. But the retreat collapses almost immediately, because no matter how much they backtrack or send Chompy ahead, none of the tunnels lead them back to the surface. By the time the slimes around them have grown bigger and more dangerous, even Marcus has to face the humiliating truth. He and the three boys are genuinely lost underground. Marcus wakes in a panic from an absurdly vivid nightmare where he lived and died as a squirrel, dragged out of it by Renatus shaking him awake in the cave. Agrin says Marcus was having a nightmare, Diocles insists waking him seemed kinder, and Marcus forces himself calm even though his head is pounding. Marcus realizes the dream was real in its own way, because one of his old soul seed test squirrels just died and its simple life and death poured back into him. He pushes the unsettling memory aside and summons Chompy, confirming nothing approached while they slept. When Marcus asks about the familiars, Agrin points to all three caterpillars happily gorging themselves on glowing cave moss. The real problem has not changed. They can summon creatures just fine down here, but every attempt to map, backtrack, or brute force a path upward fails because the whole maze warps space. Renatus asks what they can even do now, and Marcus answers with a steady front, promising they are not going to die here. Marcus packs up, dismisses his alarm spell, grabs the caterpillars away from the moss, and starts moving with deliberate confidence so the boys do not panic. He orders them to stay glued to him, because even Chompy gets lost if sent too far ahead and anyone separated in this place could vanish into the maze for hours. One thing does reassure Marcus. He can still use his tower sigils to check on the students above and send them an illusion message, so this nightmare maze is still somewhere on Tasloa. Renatus asks about teleporting out, and Marcus explains teleportation on this world is basically cursed, dumping people at random places and sometimes into solid rock or the sea. Agrin is more shocked that Marcus even learned forbidden magic, and Marcus dryly starts explaining that he found someone willing to break the law to teach him. Then Marcus abruptly halts the group and points upward, having spotted a dark blue slime flattened against the ceiling in a patient ambush. He bounces an explosive rune disc ahead like fake footsteps, and the slime instantly drops onto the bait instead of onto them. Marcus lets the slime compact around the disc, then detonates it behind a force shield and blows the creature apart in one brutal burst. The easy kill does not reassure him, because these cave slimes are getting smarter fast, and even Chompy barely senses them when they lie still. As they travel, Renatus casually feeds glowing moss to the black-marked caterpillar on his shoulder, while the others keep theirs stuffed in backpacks. When Renatus asks where they are even going, Marcus admits he has stopped fighting the maze and now plans to follow where it wants to lead them. Diocles suggests summoning Cellar for help, but Marcus says he already tried and she refused to answer, which only proves how little they understand this place. Deeper in, the tunnels force Marcus into a brutal crawl where the slimes grow bigger, faster, and coordinated enough to spring traps from both ends of a corridor. A small dark red slime breaks his usual trick by dodging the explosive disc and launching itself like a bullet straight at them. It nearly reaches Renatus's face before Marcus blasts it away with force, saving him by a heartbeat. When the thing comes back bouncing in a zigzag pattern, Marcus stops playing around and traps it inside a floating spherical force prison. Agrin sums up the moment with cold honesty that they almost died, but Marcus decides not to destroy the slime because he suddenly thinks it can help him. Keeping the caged slime beside him, Marcus starts reading the maze through its reactions and finally senses a hidden flow pulling everything toward a center. The closer they get, the stranger it feels, because the pressure is no longer just magical but something that scratches directly at Marcus's soul. That hidden current finally spills them into a colossal cavern far bigger than any cave should be, with hundreds of tunnel mouths and a forest of stone spikes. At the center lies the real horror, a gigantic calcified humanoid corpse fused into the rock, ancient, wounded, and still staring with one milky eye. The giant is somehow still bleeding glowing purple blood into streams and a lake, and bizarre purple vegetation thrives around it while large slimes feed all over the cavern. Diocles whispers that it looks like they found the underworld, and Marcus silently abandons his earlier idea of simply destroying the source and going home. Marcus secretly checks whether Renatus senses anything divine from the corpse, but Renatus gives a tiny shake of the head. With that, Marcus sends Cellar an urgent summons, and she finally appears already complaining before she turns around and sees the giant herself. Even Cellar has no idea what the corpse is, only that it is long dead, still bleeding, and completely outside anything she expected to find here. Marcus quickly explains how the maze trapped them, and Cellar admits she still has no useful plan, just in time to notice slimes closing in. The new threat is worse than the rest. A huge amethyst-colored slime advances with 3 smaller escorts, and Marcus immediately reaches for his explosive discs. His usual trick fails instantly when the amethyst slime lashes out a pseudopod and bats the disc aside instead of swallowing it. Realizing this fight is different, Marcus orders Seller to protect the boys and rips a circular platform of stone out of the floor to launch them high above the battle. Then he opens with lightning on the amethyst slime, but the monster barrels through the hit almost untouched, and the real battle begins. The amethyst slime fights like nothing he has seen before, growing whip-like limbs, hurling debris, and forcing Marcus to stay close enough to keep it off his students. At the same time, more slimes join in, including an acid-spitting green one, a pitch-black flexible one, and a rusty armored slime pieced together from metal scraps and old human gear. Seller earns her place by warping the acid shots away from the flying platform, because one direct hit on the boys could have been disastrous. Marcus learns the hard way that his explosive discs still delete most lesser slimes, but the acid slime dissolves them and the armored slime simply absorbs them into its shell. To counter the black slime, Marcus reshapes a battering spell into a shredding vortex and tears the creature into a rain of tiny pieces. The same shredder bounces uselessly off the amethyst slime's shield, proving the giant purple one is protected by something deeper than raw mass. He handles the acid slime another way by launching it into the giant's blood lake, where it thrashes in agony and dies almost at once. That death gives Marcus a grim clue: the slimes feed around the blood, but direct immersion in it is lethal, and nothing in the cavern dares touch the giant's actual flesh. Then a wounded lesser slime gets eaten by the amethyst one, and Marcus suddenly realizes he can use that hunger to sneak something deadly past its outer defenses. He takes the red captive slime, stuns it, stuffs an explosive gem into it, wounds it just enough to look like prey, and throws it near the amethyst slime. The amethyst slime swallows the bait exactly as he hoped, and Marcus detonates the hidden gem from a distance. Even torn open, the monster still tries to recover, and Marcus sees the real reason why: a glowing hand-sized purple stone buried at its core. So Marcus dives in recklessly, reaches into the torn body with his bare hand, and rips the crystal free. The moment the stone comes out, the amethyst slime collapses dead, and the entire cavern goes dead silent for one terrible beat. Then every slime in the cavern loses its mind at once and charges straight for Marcus, making the crystal's value obvious in the worst possible way. Marcus snatches his students into his flight spell and bolts back into the tunnels, while Seller keeps pace and Diacles blurts that they should just throw the stone away. Seller instantly rejects that idea, mocking the slimes and declaring that if everyone wants the stone this badly, Marcus is absolutely keeping it. As he runs, Marcus realizes the crystal may connect to old stories about Amethyst Academy's founder wielding a powerful purple gem, but he has no time to dwell on it. The chase drags on for hours because the slimes are faster and more coordinated than expected, and the strange maze only loses them when their line of pursuit finally breaks. At last they stop near another patch of glowing moss, exhausted, with Renatus pointing out the ugly truth that they are safe from the slimes but still trapped underground. Marcus worries whether all this cave growth is tainted by the giant's blood, but Seller cheerfully shrugs it off and even jokes that the caterpillars might evolve if they keep eating it. Pressed for answers, Seller volunteers to experiment by flying off alone and telling Marcus to resummon her the moment their connection snaps. She disappears into the maze and returns by resummon, admitting that even with her bond to Marcus she could not work her way back to him once she got too far away. Seller keeps trying anyway, vanishing down different tunnels and being summoned back again and again until she finally gives up in honest apology. Her verdict is blunt: walking out is not going to work, so if they want to escape this place, Marcus will need something much more extreme. Marcus decides to risk teleportation anyway, gathering everyone close and carefully drawing a stabilizing diagram before casting. The spell twists space and nearly wrecks the boys' stomachs, but when the nausea passes they are still underground beside yet another patch of glowing moss. Marcus tries one more teleport and gets the same result, proving the spell can move them around the maze but cannot break them out of it. That is enough to crack Renatus, who quietly asks if they are really going to die here. Marcus shuts that fear down and reveals the final card he has been holding back. If nothing else works, he can open a rift to another world. In the cavern, Marcus studies the purple crystal and realizes it may be the missing amethyst stone that built Amethyst Academy's power. He weighs two ugly possibilities: either the Academy founder died down here, or these caverns were always the true source of the crystal. Marcus leans toward the second answer, because no one would build a headquarters over a pure death trap unless they knew something precious was hidden below. The crystal's color matches the giant's blood, and Marcus suspects the slime refined that blood into the strange treasure in his hand. That gives him one bit of hope: if the founder once came here and left alive, then an exit should exist somewhere. But hope is not enough, because Marcus cannot drag 3 children through a maze for months waiting for luck to save them. He puts the crystal away and finally decides to use his last resort after all: a rift to another world and a second rift home from there. Marcus tells Seller and the boys to guard him while he contacts the tower one last time before he opens the rift. Up at the tower, Julia jumps when Marcus's image suddenly appears beside her, then rushes to hear what went wrong. Instead of pretending everything is fine, Marcus admits the situation is serious and tells Julia to gather Helvrin and the others. When everyone arrives, Helvrin asks the blunt question, and Marcus confirms they are trapped in a dimensional snare deep underground. Marcus explains that a giant corpse is twisting space around itself, blocking both escape and teleportation. Helvrin does not dismiss the story at all. The thought of an ancient giant that still bleeds only makes him more wary and intrigued. Marcus reveals the extreme solution at last. He will open a rift to another world, step outside the trap, and come home from there. That lands hard, and even the room's whisper makes the same point. This plan sounds dangerous. Marcus explains why he can attempt it alone. He already planted dimensional beacons both on the target world and in his office at the tower. Helvrin warns that world travel is never truly safe, but Marcus says he has no faster way to save the trapped group. Regulus suggests asking Great Sea Academy for help, but Marcus shuts that down because the wrong faction might trap him forever and silence the students. Marcus orders them not to enter the tunnels, not to tell anyone the truth, and to say only that he had to leave unexpectedly. He also asks Helvrin to protect the children and seal the tunnel entrance once he can. Helvrin agrees without drama, but he dryly uses the moment to demand a real salary and a better classroom when Marcus gets back. Marcus instantly agrees, realizing just how indispensable Helvrin has become at the tower. After a few final instructions, Marcus ends the projection and wakes back in the cave with Seller smacking his head to keep watch. Marcus stands, stretches his body back into action, and tells the group it is time to open the passage. Because he knows World Rift magic can go catastrophically wrong, Marcus spends the next hour searching for a broad, defensible chamber before he dares begin. With the site secured, Marcus carves a huge ritual circle into the cave floor while the others guard the entrance. He goes even further than before, raising 6 stone pillars and building a stabilization array to blunt the backlash if the trap space fights him. To make the ritual safer, Marcus embeds rare sky sapphires into the pillars and quietly accepts the painful cost. When he pauses to recover, Renatus immediately recognizes the stones as sky sapphires, proving once again that treasure is never far from his mind. The boys say they are ready, and their bulging bags of glowing moss show Renatus talk them into harvesting cave loot for the caterpillars on the way out. Seller suddenly gets nervous when she realizes the rift target is the world where she hid Marcus's beacon. She tries to flee back to Dreamwood with flimsy excuses, which tells Marcus immediately that she left the beacon somewhere ridiculous. Pressed for the truth, Seller insists Marcus will survive but admits the students may need to watch their step when they come through. Marcus demands details, but Seller stubbornly refuses because she wants the destination to stay a surprise. The deadlock breaks when Diacles and Agrin defend Seller, reminding Marcus that she would not risk her own children's future by betraying them. Embarrassed by their trust, Seller gives in just enough to promise she will cross over with them and catch anyone who slips into the water. Marcus starts the World Rift spell and instantly feels the dimensional trap trying to twist the forming corridor back into itself. He refuses to stop, pouring mana into the spell while the cracking pillars show his stabilization array is barely holding. To save the cast, Marcus unleashes the Soul Tree technique, and a ghostly oak erupts behind him with roots driving through the ritual, the corridor, and his own body to hold everything together. An oval tear of blackness finally opens in front of him, but Marcus knows it will not stay stable for long. He shouts for everyone to move, and Seller dives through first while the boys force themselves to follow. Marcus jumps through last, and the collapsing rift blasts air behind him as he stumbles onto the far side. He lands to a nasty surprise. Their escape route opens onto a tiny rocky island in the middle of a roaring underground river near a waterfall. The boys make it through safely, though Renatus and Diacles are rattled by the rushing water, and Marcus spots his beacon cylinder wedged between rocks. Marcus swallows his irritation, admits this disaster is partly his own fault, and throws up a force bubble to block the deafening noise and keep the children from being washed away. Inside the bubble, Seller cheerfully calls the place majestic, and Marcus dryly notes that now he understands why hiding the beacon took her so long. Marcus realizes he cannot safely cast a return rift from this unstable island, so he demands directions to solid ground and worries that local powers may already be reacting to the breach. After giving directions back toward more familiar caves, Seller disappears to avoid making them easier to track in this new world. Marcus activates his orb of flight and carries the 3 boys through the underground river caves toward dry land. During the long flight, Marcus quietly tests the local mana and confirms the world's magic feels different but workable, which means he should not be weakened here. Once they finally reach dry ground, Marcus starts preparing to leave at once, only for a glowing portal to begin opening nearby. The response comes much faster than he hoped, and Marcus curses, shoves the boys behind him, and switches to his combat staff while layering on defenses. A lone man steps out instead of an entire strike team, and Marcus's odds suddenly look much better. The stranger looks like a mage, but instead of attacking he speaks calmly in a language none of them understand. Marcus answers anyway to show he is not snubbing him, and the stranger responds by using the wrist device to cast a translation spell. The spell works, and the man introduces himself as Darius of Bahis, saying he came to investigate the new arrival but does not want to fight. Darius also reveals something startling. Their planet is so isolated that they have not had a visitor in centuries. Seeing a chance for peace, Marcus shares the broad truth about the accidental link between worlds and the strange machinery he once found here, while carefully hiding the details of his current trap. To prove he means no harm, Marcus offers up the dimensional beacon itself so they can destroy his route back forever once he leaves. But Darius has a different idea. Instead of sending them off at once, he invites Marcus and the boys to Behis for a short cultural exchange under his protection. Marcus knows leaving immediately would be wiser, but one look at his whispering students makes it clear they are as tempted by the unknown world as he is. In the end, Marcus gives in and accepts a brief stay, gambling that a few days of caution and curiosity are worth it. Pleased, Darius welcomes them properly at last and names the strange world they have reached, the Sixth Manifold. Marcus and Darius quickly learn the caves are a remote backwater, so walking to Behis would be slow and neither of them even knows the route out to the surface. Teleportation is the obvious answer, but both sides are wary because Marcus fears being dropped into warded captivity, and Darius refuses to hand over the city's ward key. They settle on a compromise. Marcus and Darius will cast the ritual together, land outside Behis, and approach on foot so Marcus can scout for danger first. Darius even sounds proud of the plan, because now Marcus and the boys will get their first grand view of Behis on the way in. The shared teleport works cleanly, and Marcus is struck by one important detail. In this world, teleportation actually reaches the chosen destination instead of failing like it does back home. They reappear on a barren hill under a huge blazing sun, and the boys are instantly overwhelmed after so long underground. Renatus' caterpillar reacts worst of all, whining from vertigo and tumbling right off his shoulder into the dust. Marcus studies the rocky wasteland and bluntly asks if this is some kind of desert world. Darius says no, but he formally names this world the Sixth Manifold and explains that outsiders often remark on how unusually arid it feels. Seeing the boys still blinking in pain, Darius checks on them, and Diacles insists they are fine even while his own caterpillar peeks out and instantly retreats from the brutal light. Marcus explains that his own eyes are magically altered, so he can handle the glare, but he cannot share that protection with them. Once everyone steadies themselves, Marcus creates a floating force disc to carry the moss bags so the boys do not have to drag them through the heat. Darius eyes the strange cargo, and Marcus brushes it off as cheap magic moss meant to feed the caterpillars. Darius checks the moss for himself, finds nothing alarming, and the walk settles into a calmer exchange about each other's worlds. As they walk, Marcus quietly sizes Darius up as a fellow spirit rank mage and decides it is safest to assume this man is at least his equal. Then Behis finally comes into full view, massive and colorful even from far away. The road into the city is packed with traffic, including giant oxen hauling oversized goods and one wagon carrying a snarling beast with a lion's body, human-like head, and spiked tail. When the beast opens a mouth full of triangular teeth and snarls at them, Renatus yelps and stumbles back while Agrin and Diacles recoil more quietly. Marcus looks past the crowded outskirts and realizes Behis has an even grander walled inner city at its core. From above, he catches the scale of it all: carved walls, a palace complex, a temple, a river through the city, ships in motion, and even an adept flying a brilliant blue bird toward the palace. Impressed at last, Marcus praises Behis openly and asks Darius what role he actually holds here. Darius grins and reveals he is not just an elder at all, but the city lord of Behis and ruler over its vassal cities. That revelation catches Marcus off guard, because he has been casually talking with one of this world's top rulers the whole time. When Darius asks if Marcus is a ruler too, Marcus downplays himself as only an elder of Great Sea Academy rather than its leader. Darius says that makes sense, since even his own advisors would be furious that he risked personally confronting a possible outworld threat. Marcus asks whether this world suffers from abyssal incursions too, and Darius immediately recognizes the threat as the same enemy of the world. Darius says their world has been spared major disaster because Lord Wisdom has kept the abyss from gaining any foothold here. When Marcus asks if Lord Wisdom is a god, Darius answers with full certainty that he is the greatest of gods. Darius then explains that the whole planet follows one ancient pantheon under Lord Wisdom, a rare simplicity that leaves Marcus quietly intrigued. At the inner gate, the reason for the city's confidence becomes obvious when two giant golden lion statues come alive and turn their heads toward the group. Darius calmly tells them the guardian lions will not attack under his escort, but warns them never to force entry alone because the city's duty-bound defenses show no mercy. Renatus blurts out the obvious conclusion that leaving is easy but getting back in is the real problem, and Darius good-naturedly confirms it. Darius promises they will always have an escort inside Behis, which only makes it clearer to Marcus that their freedom here will be tightly managed. Inside the palace complex, Darius gives them a guided tour that doubles as a display of his wealth, taste, and power. Marcus plays polite and offers praise where needed, but privately he is more impressed by the old magic guarding the city than by all this luxury. One trophy does stand out: the preserved head of a young red dragon, still vivid enough to make Agrin finally speak up. Darius proudly says preserving that dragon head as a trophy caused arguments, because every part of a true dragon is too rare and valuable for many of his people to waste on display. When Agrin asks if dragons are common here, Darius says Behis has hunted them down so successfully that they are now rare inside his territory. That boast tells Marcus something important, because if Darius truly killed a young dragon himself, his strength is at least high enough to make the claim believable. The tour continues through the palace library, fountain court, observatory, workshops, and kitchens, and the boys are visibly dazzled by all of it. Marcus notices the servants and guards are respectful but distant, which suggests Darius is powerful enough to command loyalty without being personally approachable to most people. The palace gardens impress Marcus more than anything else, because they are packed with unfamiliar magical plants that should have been difficult to keep alive in such an ordered place. Inside that garden, the heat and dryness vanish, and Marcus senses that the whole place has been arranged according to a meaningful hidden pattern. A brief scare interrupts the mood when Renatus' caterpillar lunges for a powerful white rose bush, and he has to grab it before it causes a diplomatic disaster. Darius explains that the spirulite roses are warded and dangerous on their own anyway, so the hungry caterpillar never had a chance. Then Marcus reaches the great central tree, and suddenly the garden's whole design clicks into place in his mind. He realizes the garden unites the four elements around a tree that bridges heaven and earth, and that insight pulls him straight into Logos comprehension. Marcus spends several quiet moments drawing those new Logos fragments into his spirit, eager to claim knowledge this unfamiliar world can offer. When he comes back to himself, Darius and the boys are patiently waiting on a garden bench with fruit, which tells Marcus nobody took offense at what he just did. Marcus gives Darius his most sincere compliment yet by simply admitting that he likes this place. Darius teases him for finally sounding honest, then guesses Marcus's spirit must be tree aspect. Marcus confirms it, and Darius reveals his own spirit is fire, letting his glowing orange eyes flare brighter for a moment like embers. Darius proudly declares fire the holiest and most kingly element, and Marcus dryly refuses to argue even though his own school and path say otherwise. At last Darius ends the tour, says the tired students should rest, and offers them a guest room so they can speak privately before meeting again that evening. Marcus accepts the pause, but he is now certain Darius wants something from him, and is just waiting for the right moment to ask. The guest room turns out to be lavish enough for foreign dignitaries, and the boys collapse almost immediately onto the giant bed after the exhausting day. The caterpillars waste no time either, happily climbing onto the moss bags in the corner, and chewing through their supply. Marcus stays awake and borrows books from the palace library, not because he can read them, but because they make perfect focus objects for careful divinations about this place. His spell work gives him a first real read on Behis. The people are basically human, the glowing eyes mark fire-aligned adepts, and Darius' kingdom is a city ruling over vassal cities rather than a separate web of states, temples, and mage powers. He also spots spying enchantments woven into the guest room, but pointedly ignores them since he knows Darius is probably watching anyway. A few hours later the boys wake up groggy, and Renatus immediately realizes the caterpillars have already eaten a shocking amount of moss. Agrin shrugs and says they may as well let the creatures eat, but Marcus quietly hopes to preserve some of the cave moss because he suspects the giant's blood changed it. When Diocles worries about feeding them if the moss runs out, Marcus says they can buy cheap herbs here if they have to, because gems should still work as portable wealth. Marcus checks whether the boys are alright after the sun exposure, and Agrin all but bristles at the idea that they are too fragile to handle it. Diocles points out that the heat itself was not much worse than summer in Adria, and the real problem was stepping straight from a wet dark cave into that punishing sunlight. Renatus nervously asks the real question, and Marcus confirms they should assume they are being watched at all times in this room. Marcus orders them not to say or do anything that embarrasses him, while privately hoping they have not already blurted out the giant corpse, the impossible caves, or Renatus' blessing. Diocles loudly promises they will protect Marcus's reputation, but the much less confident looks from Agrin and Renatus do not exactly help. Renatus changes the subject by asking how this world uses so much metal so casually, because even ordinary city people seem to carry iron fittings and tools everywhere. Marcus admits he noticed too and guesses this world may have richer mines, better metallurgy, or much stronger artifice tied to its fire culture. Agrin brings up another oddity from the palace guards, the long metal tubes mounted on wooden stocks that did not look like any weapon he knew. Marcus says his divination already answered that one. Those weapons fire lead bullets at deadly speed, making them more like brutal slings than anything magical. Renatus almost dismisses slings as toys until Agrin and Marcus both shut that down with blunt reminders that a good shot can kill as cleanly as a spell. By evening, another mage arrives under the same translation magic and summons Marcus alone to a private meeting with Darius. The boys are told they may wander the palace meanwhile, and Marcus dislikes the idea immediately because too many palace factions could decide unattended students are useful targets. He allows it anyway, but only after making a very visible point by conjuring a large blue ectoplasmic serpent to trail the boys as both watcher and bodyguard. The gesture is almost rude, but that is exactly the point. Marcus wants everyone in the palace to understand that harming his students will have consequences. After that, Marcus follows the summons into Darius' private meeting chamber. Darius skips pleasantries and immediately asks Marcus to test whether he can still connect to his home world without opening a full rift. Marcus is baffled that Darius wants the test done right here, but Darius insists this is one of the safest rooms in the entire city. Marcus starts the first step of his rift spell and feels a flash of dread, worried that something here may block his way home after all. Then the tension breaks, because he locks onto his beacon on Tasloa without any trouble and knows the return path is still there. He tells Darius there is no problem, and even if opening the actual rift met resistance, he already knows how to force it through. That answer only deepens Darius's curiosity, and he starts wondering whether Marcus succeeds because of the stone beacons, or because Marcus himself is not native to this world. Marcus points out that someone from this world did manage to connect to Tassloa first, which means the barrier cannot be absolute. Darius says he believes Marcus and has already sent people to inspect that site, but admits his world has failed for ages to re-establish working links to other worlds. When Marcus offers to examine their old spellwork for flaws, Darius says the problem is not a broken formula but a much older disaster. He reveals that Sixth Manifold was once a crossroads where countless lesser worlds came to trade, travel, and seek fortune. Then two interplanetary empires fought above the planet in a colossal battle of void ships, and the wreckage rained down for weeks and shattered that old order. Darius adds that the remains of that battle still choke the planet's orbit, destroying any vessel his people tried to send up. Noticing Marcus's silence, Darius apologizes a little condescendingly, and realizes this is all far beyond the technology of Marcus's home. Marcus stiffly says he understands enough, and Darius admits his world is more advanced than Marcus first realized, even after losing much of its former power. Darius explains that even after rebuilding some prosperity, Sixth Manifold never reopened its world links, and most people think the ancient battle only caused that loss indirectly. The real reason, Darius says, may be much stranger. Their planet itself is sapient. Marcus can only stare at him, and instead of explaining further, Darius pockets the stone cylinder and tells him to come see the observatory. Darius brings Marcus into Behis' huge observatory, and Marcus immediately realizes this place is one of the city's best-funded centers of knowledge. At the top of the tower, Darius clears a private room and starts working hidden controls in the wall. The chamber goes nearly black, and a floating field of stars blooms into the air between them. Marcus walks through the illusion like a mesmerized child, watching the broken stars reform behind him. Darius shows him how to touch stars for magnified planetary data, proving this world once kept enormous records on countless places. When Darius overlays a web of thin light between the stars, Marcus finally sees that the map is really charting old world-to-world connections. Darius admits the map is a reconstruction built from scraps after the Sky Battle and the Severing, so some of its details are educated guesses. Even with its gaps, the map makes one thing obvious: Sixth Manifold used to be a major crossroads with hundreds of links to other worlds. Marcus asks the real question, so Darius zooms in on Sixth Manifold itself to explain why he thinks the planet may be alive. The world looks oddly normal at first, which only makes Marcus more suspicious of the claim that it can think for itself. Darius points out giant wilderness zones and says those empty forests are not just wild land but part of a single distributed organism. He explains that every tree, plant, and animal in those regions belongs to one vast entity that may in fact be the planet's own living will. Darius says this planetary mind almost never speaks clearly, and when people claim it did, the messages are too random and contradictory to trust. Pressed on how any of this explains Marcus's arrival, Darius throws the problem back at him and hopes the map will help him see what Sixth Manifold cannot. Marcus quietly reviews the hard rule behind rift magic. It only works between two different worlds because each planet seems to provide a single anchor point. That logic leads him to a crucial difference. Sixth Manifold's own anchor did not resist him, but its people still cannot reach anywhere else. Marcus finally lands on the unsettling answer. The exception is probably not him at all, but Tassloa. He asks Darius to help him search the map for Tassloa and to arrange a way for him to learn their translation magic. Darius warns that translation spells rely on the Beacon of Wisdom, but Marcus insists his soul tree technique can graft foreign logos onto itself. Tassloa is missing from the records, so Marcus tries an older name instead, Chaoswood. That works, and the map reveals Marcus's home world as a distant edgeworld linked to Sixth Manifold by a thread so faint it was almost lost. The note on Chaoswood is even stranger. Connection severed, avoid at all costs. Marcus cannot explain the warning, but he does mention the sphere builders, hoping the name will mean something to Sixth Manifold scholars. Marcus lays out his theory at last. The loophole is probably a trait of Tassloa itself, which is why one dead mage here managed to reach it when others failed. Darius suggests testing another world, but Marcus refuses to poke a possibly sentient planet that may already be policing all travel. Marcus bluntly warns that Tassloa would treat any unwanted incursion as a threat, and Darius decides to drop the matter for now. Later, the mood shifts to Renatus, who is almost vibrating with excitement because Marcus finally agreed to take the boys shopping. Before leaving, Renatus scoops up his favorite caterpillar Button, determined to bring his tiny companion along for the adventure. Agron thinks bringing a caterpillar is ridiculous, but Renatus is even more baffled that Agron accepted one and still acts like he never wanted it. While they wait, Renatus happily studies the local coins and notices they are made from an unfamiliar reddish metal instead of gold or silver. Button reaches for a coin like it might be food, and Renatus quickly pulls the money away before the little glutton can test that theory. Marcus finally returns with Darius, 2 guards, and a severe palace mage named Panty, who will shadow the boys through the market. Panty's watchful stare tells Renatus immediately that this outing is not the time to get clever with his theft talent. Even so, Renatus cannot let go of the same hungry dream. If he is ever going to catch up, he needs luck, leverage, and maybe one secret treasure no one else noticed. Their little procession draws stares all through Behis, because the city lord himself is escorting these strange foreign guests through town. The main market opens around a crowded public square dominated by a huge statue of Lord Wisdom holding a sun and stone tablets. Panty warns them to stay close because even this royal outing is not enough to scare off every thief in Behis. When Panty casually mentions that someone once stole Daraish's own bracelet in public, Renatus cannot help admiring the sheer skill of it. As they trail behind Marcus and Daraish, Renatus gets his first real look at how common artifice is here, with magical tools and mechanisms mixed into everyday trade. Some displays are even wilder, including flight gear, martial golems, anti-teleport seals, divination devices, and a cube that strips machines apart with ease. Renatus also notices dragonfly-shaped machines patrolling the sky, and Panty tells them those police flitters mean someone is always watching. Once Marcus turns toward seeds and plants, Renatus quickly drags the group elsewhere before Button gets tempted into another expensive disaster. Agrin immediately votes for weapon shops, and the boys lose themselves in shelves of blades, guns, and gear they mostly cannot afford. Agrin spends all his money on a sturdy enchanted knife and defends the choice without a hint of regret. The talk turns practical when Agrin and Diacles explain that good bows are expensive because proper bow wood and enchantment work are harder than they look. They wander into a magical pet shop next, where Renatus finds a whole room of strange familiars he has never seen before. What really stops them is a tank of giant blue-striped leeches pressing hungrily against the glass at the sight of them. The old shopkeeper jokingly asks to buy Button, and Renatus shields his caterpillar like someone just threatened a priceless heirloom. By the time they leave the main market, Diacles has bought gifts for his family, and Renatus is frustrated that none of the polished wares felt like the lucky break he wanted. So Renatus asks for something more exotic, and Panty gives him a look that says she already knows exactly what kind of trouble he means. She leads them to a dusty fringe market junk shop, and Renatus loves it the moment he sees how neglected and dubious the place is. Inside, the babbling shopkeeper is almost useless, so Renatus falls back on the one edge he has kept mostly to himself, his strange bubble sense for magic. That private trick lets him sort fake junk from real magic, and it even catches a crude old bird statue that Panty confirms is a genuine ancient artifact. Even with proof that his instinct works, Renatus decides ugly collectible art is not the kind of treasure he came here for. The first thing he truly wants is a brass puzzle box that feels deeply strange to his power, even after Panty warns that diviners already found it empty. The second is an old black iron lantern buried on a shelf, because Renatus's power says it feels almost unreal instead of merely magical. Panty cannot see what he sees in the lantern, which only makes Renatus more certain he should buy it. The last thing he buys is a strange parchment scroll showing only a spiral tower, because his bubbles insist it is magical even though Panty detects nothing at all. He pointedly leaves behind a few other dangerous-feeling curios, proving he is gambling on mystery but not blindly. When they meet back up, Marcus has also been buying samples from this world, including a magical potted plant, a world map, and cheap local materials unknown on Tassila. Panty reports the boys' purchases to Daraish, but instead of seizing Renatus's odd loot, the city lord just seems amused by his instincts. Daraish is even more surprised to learn Marcus teaches 10 students at once, which makes Renatus privately grateful that his strange master really is that unusual. The visit to Behis lasts 4 productive days, with Marcus touring the city under supervision, while quietly studying far more than his hosts probably intended. At the Temple of Lord Wisdom, the priests prove unexpectedly open-handed and let Marcus meditate before the sacred flame to absorb the logos he needs for translation magic. The head priest frames the beacon of wisdom as a force meant to connect and bless all people, and that generosity leaves Marcus quietly impressed. Marcus also takes the chance to plant soul seeds in a cat, a stray dog, and a pigeon, curious whether they will still return to him from another planet after death. Renatus's shopping trip ends up amusing Marcus more than anything else, especially because the boy somehow trusted that blank tower scroll over all the obvious treasures around him. On the final day, Daraish calls Marcus in for one last private meeting and places the dimensional beacon on the desk instead of destroying it. Daraish says exactly what he wants. Marcus should come back one day with a larger delegation from Tassila. He is patient about the timing too, asking only for a month's warning and explaining an old trick for announcing an incoming rift before it fully opens. Marcus immediately understands the bigger motive. Behis wants Tassila as a gateway around its world's travel blockade, and that makes the whole offer feel useful, risky, and exhausting. Still, Marcus leaves relieved that Daraish chose cooperation over trying to trap him and his students here. When it is time to leave, Marcus sets up his rift ritual carefully and spends extra gems to make sure the jump back to distant Tassila works on the first try. Renatus waits with a mostly empty bag of magic moss, a small reminder of just how hard the caterpillars feasted during their palace stay. Marcus forces the rift open against the pressure trying to collapse it, and this time the passage holds. At Marcus's order, Renatus, Agrin, and Diacles rush through first exactly as trained. Marcus gives Daraish one final respectful nod, acknowledging that the city lord's motives were complicated but his hospitality was real. He steps through expecting home and lands back at his own tower exactly where he wanted. Then the real shock hits. Marcus has returned straight into a siege, with Crystal Mountain and Giant Thunder Hall surrounding Zenith Academy. Marcus comes back expecting trouble for leaving again, but the moment he steps out of the rift, his students rush him in outright panic. Marcus sees Helvrin, Beertan, Titus, and 3 unfamiliar Great Tree mages inside the tower too, which tells him the situation is worse than a student scare. Only Iris stays apart, staring through the window like she already knows exactly how bad it is. Marcus finally gets everyone quiet enough to explain that foreign forces arrived while he was gone and turned his home into a siege. The report is simple and ugly. Visitors came to speak with Marcus, found him gone, then camped outside the tower and blocked anyone from leaving or bringing in supplies. Marcus steps to the window with Iris and finally sees the siege for himself. Outside the wards, large luxurious tents ring the tower, but Marcus notices the buildings and fields his group made have not been touched. 2 academy flags make the main culprits obvious: Giant Thunder Hall and Crystal Mountain Academy. Marcus is stunned that Great Sea Academy still has not intervened, even though this is their territory. Beertan says no help came from Adria at all, and Helvrin explains they only reached outside allies because his raven escaped before the tower was boxed in. Titus angrily calls the siege an invasion, but Beertan points out that his own academy is not eager to rebel against Great Sea over Marcus. Marcus asks the key question next: are there spirit rank adepts outside, or not? Helvrin confirms Crystal Mountain sent Headmaster Hischer, and Giant Thunder Hall sent the Elder Horik. Marcus recognizes Horik as an old enemy from the war. While Hischer's presence bothers him for a different reason, Crystal Mountain sent its own leader. Because they had spirit rank fighters and still did not attack, Marcus concludes both camps want something more specific than simple destruction. Helvrin reveals Giant Thunder Hall did want to attack, and Valisis blurts out that they openly talked about killing the students. Crystal Mountain refused to join an assault, but they also refused to stop it, which makes Marcus even angrier. The tower only stayed safe because Temujin, a spirit-ranked warrior from the White Pine Mercenary Guild, happened to arrive and force Giant Thunder Hall to back off. Marcus realizes Temujin is the same troublemaker from the coastal roads, and Helvrin adds one more complication: the man still wants to fight him. When Marcus asks about the distant onlookers, Iris coolly identifies Harpy Feather Academy and the Academy of the Sacred Hearth as vultures waiting for scraps. After a short silence, Claudia finally blurts out what everyone is waiting to hear: what do they do now? Marcus answers without hesitation. He is going outside to order the invaders off his land, and he wants Beertan and Titus backing him up. Beertan agrees but warns Marcus that Hischer claims to be a spirit unification mage like him, which is why he waited instead of charging in alone. Marcus spends the next half hour preparing properly, changing attuned spells and trading his plain staff for his real combat staff. Titus stays behind with his men to guard the students in case the enemy tries to grab hostages while the spirit rank fighters clash. Before Marcus leaves, Titus creates a floating illusion screen so everyone inside can watch the confrontation unfold from the tower. Marcus lets the scrying stand and pushes aside bigger questions about how much Beertan and Titus already know, because right now his only job is to throw out the intruders. He and Beertan barely clear the tower before both enemy groups move to intercept them, proving they were watching for any sign of movement. Marcus counts about 20 opponents in total, and Temujin drifts over on his own, confident but not openly hostile. The 2 enemy delegations glare at Marcus like they want blood, but they also keep their distance from each other, which tells Marcus this alliance is shaky. Marcus sizes up Hischer first and is struck by the headmaster's practical build, plain brown robe, and mace-like staff. Marcus opens with a dry jab about Crystal Mountain Academy and Giant Thunder Hall finally working together. Hischer immediately distances himself from Thunder Hall, calling them stray dogs following him for scraps. Horik snaps back that Hischer only looks proud because Temujin stopped Giant Thunder Hall from attacking when they first arrived. Marcus cuts in by pointing a lightning-charged finger at Horik and reminding the Butcher of Irongate that he ran the last time they fought. Horik answers with a cruel boast. If he had truly wanted Marcus's students dead, Temujin alone could not have stopped all his people. Temujin immediately protests that the White Pine technique is built around protection, and he would not have let that happen. Marcus lowers the spell and demands the real reason for this visit, and Horik finally says it outright: they want the Orb of Flight back. Marcus flatly refuses, and when Horik threatens his students' future safety, Marcus says handing over the orb would only invite more extortion. Then Hischer cuts through the argument, and claims the first right to speak, making it clear he came for something else. Marcus goes straight to the point and asks if Crystal Mountain will leave quietly forever if he hands over the stolen heritage tablets right now. Hischer says nothing, but his silence is answer enough for Marcus. This was never going to end without a fight. Marcus admits he is even angrier at Crystal Mountain than Thunder Hall, because they let killers threaten his students after he once saved their academy. Hischer formally challenges Marcus to a duel over the heritage tablets, and slams his staff down to seal the moment. Marcus answers with action instead of words, exploding forward in blue crackling force and ramming Hischer away from the tower before anyone else can interfere. In a distant clearing, the duel opens violently as Earth tries to drag Marcus down and Marcus blasts it apart before trading lightning, explosions, boulders, and gem bombs with Hisher. After the first clash, either man is hurt, and Marcus sees exactly why. Hisher's new spirit unification defenses are built to be brutally hard to kill. Hisher realizes Marcus is not a spirit manifestation mage at all, while Marcus identifies Hisher's foundation as the unbreakable diamond wall technique. Hisher tries to crush Marcus between rising walls of Earth, but Marcus rushes straight back in and slips past the counterblow. Marcus answers with a seismic wave, but Hisher tanks it almost cleanly, proving Crystal Mountain's defensive reputation is real. Hisher blasts Marcus into position for a prepared crystal prison, but Marcus casually breaks the trap apart with his own crystal skill. Now Marcus escalates, throwing red gems into an array and unleashing a huge fire vortex that melts Hisher's defenses and the ground itself. Hisher survives, but only barely well. His robe is burned through, his skin is seared red, and his beard is smoking. Instead of backing down, Hisher says he came prepared and pulls out a fist-sized purple crystal that Marcus instantly recognizes. Marcus realizes the truth and accuses Hisher of murdering the leader of Amethyst Academy for that treasure. Hisher does not deny it, and his excuse only makes him uglier. The dead man was too weak to keep the prize, so Hisher decided it was his. Marcus drops any remaining respect and throws Hisher's own logic back at him. If strength decides ownership, then Crystal Mountain was too weak to keep its tablets too. Hisher raises the crystal overhead, names it the Soul Amethyst, and vows to crush Marcus with power the dead academy leader never mastered. The earth surges up around him into a cocoon, then bursts open to reveal a four-armed stone giant with the Soul Amethyst embedded in its forehead. Marcus instantly spots the weakness in that terrifying form. Unlike the old slime below the tower, Hisher left the crystal core completely exposed. He seizes a floating gem and shapes it into a Barty's crystal spear, a spell so dangerous that Hisher panics on sight. Hisher charges with impossible speed for something so huge, but Marcus blocks the attack with a paper-thin water shield that throws the force back into the giant itself. Marcus uses that opening to drive the crystal spear straight into the Soul Amethyst and crack it. The giant screams, drops its weapons, and starts splitting apart from the forehead down until the whole body bursts into falling stone. When the rubble settles, Hisher has reverted to human form, kneeling and bleeding beside the damaged Soul Amethyst, too broken inside to keep fighting. Marcus forms another crystal spear, aims it at Hisher, and orders him to yield. Hisher surrenders in shock, finally understanding the real reason he lost. Marcus is a 7th-rank microcosm mage. Marcus spares him anyway, saying Crystal Mountain's heritage helped build his own strength, but this stunt has burned away every scrap of goodwill. Then Marcus shocks Hisher again by summoning the 2 heritage tablets and tossing them back to him on the spot. Hisher cannot understand why Marcus would return them after winning, but Marcus only tells him to take the tablets and go. When Marcus returns to the tower, the siege is already over. Both enemy camps have packed up and vanished. Outside the tower, Birtan greets him with the news that everyone watched by spying spells, and Horik fled the instant he realized Marcus was a microcosm mage. Temujin stays behind too, but only to admit the obvious. After seeing that battle, he knows he is nowhere near ready to challenge Marcus. Marcus tells Temujin that protecting his students made them friends, and offers help in the future even if a real duel must wait. Temujin cheerfully explains his madness anyway. He plans to keep challenging spirit adepts by rank until he either grows strong enough or dies trying. Then Titus marches up with Helvrin and scolds Marcus for hiding his advance, saying 3 students were nowhere near enough protection for someone breaking into 7th rank. Marcus realizes Helvrin covered for his absence with a lie about secluded rank advancement, and Helvrin quietly apologizes for telling that story. Titus keeps praising him in the same breath, delighted that Great Tree now has a mage of his foundation at the highest visible level of power on Tasloa. Marcus knows this battle will echo far beyond the tower, because everyone nearby just learned he is one of the very few 7th rank mages alive. For the moment though, Marcus sets the bigger fallout aside and turns back to what matters now, checking on his students and speaking privately with Birtan. At Giant Thunder Hall, the Academy's massive white marble headquarters loomed like stacked boulders, with storm cloud patterns trapped inside the stone itself. Those cloudy illusions could hypnotize visitors, but Horik marched straight through the entrance without even glancing at the guards who rushed to greet him. He headed for the High Sage's office like he owned the place, savoring the influence he had gained after the First Academy War wiped out so many of Giant Thunder Hall's top elders. Outside the High Sage's room, 4 grim elite guards scanned Horik with spells, and this time he cooperated because these were people he knew better than to provoke. Inside, Horik found High Sage Hawken lounging at the far end of a huge strategy table, studying a map covered in colored pins and figurines. Without a word, Hawken slid a bowl of rare fresh southern fruit all the way down the table and stopped it perfectly in front of Horik. Horik immediately brightened and dug in, pleased that Hawken knew exactly how to buy his goodwill. Hawken turned to business and said he, Halfdan, and Tora had reviewed Horik's report from Marcus's tower. He called the outcome a net success. They failed to recover the Orb of Flight, but they did confirm how strong Marcus really was and where he stood with Great Sea Academy. Horik answered with a sour face, saying the truth was ugly. Marcus was a microcosm mage, and one who hated Giant Thunder Hall. Hawkins still saw one major win in it, because Marcus and Great Sea did not seem tightly aligned, and Crystal Mountain's relations with him had been poisoned even worse. He openly mocked Hisher for getting outplayed, blaming the young powerhouse's inexperience for letting Marcus turn the whole clash against Crystal Mountain. Horik admitted he had hoped Marcus and Hisher would kill each other, and sneered that Marcus had gone soft by sparing him. Hawken agreed that Hisher's death would have opened the door for an immediate strike on Crystal Mountain, while their side was even weaker than Giant Thunder Hall. Horik then revealed he had attacked Hisher's group after they retreated, trying to finish off the wounded leader before Crystal Mountain could respond. The gamble only half worked, because Marcus had beaten Hisher too quickly and too cleanly for him to be helpless. Even so, Horik managed to wound Hisher further, kill 3 adepts, and pull his own men out before Crystal Mountain reinforcements arrived. Back in the office, Hawken made it clear he planned to exploit Crystal Mountain's weakness soon, even if it only led to more raids and border violence instead of open war. Hawken told Horik to stay available in the coming days, because his movement magic made him too valuable for hit-and-run operations to lose track of. Horik agreed easily, but Hawken's brief hesitation warned him that an even bigger topic was coming. Then Hawken dropped the real shock. The final puzzle key had returned to Tasloa. The meaning hit Horik a heartbeat later, and his excitement spiked at the thought that the Cloud Giant's palace might finally be opened. Hawken said they still had no idea who held the 5th key, only that the other 4 had awakened from dormancy, and confirmed it was back on the planet. Because the key had left Tasloa and somehow returned, Hawken judged that some outsider, not any native power, was almost certainly carrying it. That made the situation dangerous either way, since an overwhelming outsider faction could swallow the whole treasure, but a newcomer might also help check the Lygos Empire, which already held 1 key. Horik shifted the subject to the strange blue outsiders near Lakeshore, asking if they were still camped there. Hawken confirmed they were, but he did not think they were the key holders, because no reinforcements had reached them and the palace door still needed all 5 keys together. Horik suggested tipping off Great Sea Academy about those outsiders, hoping their presence on Great Sea territory might become someone else's problem. Hawken rejected that for now, warning that Great Sea might start digging into why those outsiders were there and uncover whatever was hidden at the bottom of Lakeshore. After a long quiet pause, Hawken decided there was no point planning further until they learned who actually held the last key. He still promised Horik a place in any future expedition into the Cloud Giant's palace, making it clear he would be included if the opportunity came. That promise hit Horik hard, and he admitted with total sincerity that walking the halls of the Cloud Giant's palace had been his dream for years. When Horik started fantasizing about recovering even a single Cloud Giant relic, Hawken cut him off and reminded him none of this was certain yet. Even with that warning, Horik left the meeting burning with hope, convinced that the right moment could finally let Giant Thunder Hall seize the destiny it needed. After finally getting a quiet moment, Marcus goes back to the Sacred Oak because too many answers are still missing and he is done waiting on guesses. When the tree welcomes him as its child again, Marcus snaps that this Soul Seed family talk sounds awfully neglectful. Sacred Oak answers with tree logic, saying oaks make countless acorns and most never make it, so Marcus should not expect tender parenting. Marcus drops the joke and asks the real question: who suppressed wood magic, what happened to the soul tree technique, and why people are hunting them? The tree says its ancestors destroyed the old wood traditions in war, and after victory the gods and their followers purged the records because grandfather trees were too hard to wipe out for good. Marcus asks if the gods know this tree is here, and Sacred Oak calmly says yes, but the abyssal threat made it useful enough to tolerate. Sacred Oak explains that Tasloa's pantheon has ended the official hunt, but outsiders beyond their authority may still hold a grudge against wood adepts. Marcus points out that someone is already targeting him with a bounty, and the tree agrees the hunters are real but probably not acting under divine orders. Then the conversation turns grim when Sacred Oak says the danger probably has something to do with the divine authority of death. Sacred Oak reveals it did not invent the soul tree technique at all, and that this art was brought to Tasloa by a mysterious outsider tied more to souls and death than to ordinary life magic. That lines up too neatly with Marcus's suspicion that Raven Temple has been strangely friendly, as if different death factions are quietly fighting around him. Marcus admits he already received memories from an animal carrying one of his soul seeds, and Sacred Oak tells him that is exactly how the technique is supposed to work. When Marcus pushes for the ugly truth, the tree confirms that full memories and deeper insights only return after the host dies and the river of souls spits the cleansed seed back out. Marcus is left rubbing his forehead in uneasy silence, suddenly aware that death is built into this technique much more deeply than he wanted to admit. Sacred Oak presses the practical side, saying Marcus should learn from Beast for now, strengthen his soul, and accept that some students will die before he does. The tree bluntly says it is relieved Marcus is not murdering seeded people for quick harvests, because some past users of the art really did fall that far. Marcus does not like hearing it, because he knows that if he had learned this before exile, his bitterness might have pushed him somewhere ugly. Marcus asks the obvious follow-up: so why has the tree learned nothing useful from dead practitioners? And Sacred Oak says the real enemy never appears in person and always works through assassins, bounties, and traps. The only small comfort is that these hunters usually wait until soul tree practitioners become strong, so Marcus's students should be safe for now. Marcus changes direction and asks what Sacred Oak really is, wondering if the tree might be some kind of earth god. Sacred Oak denies it, then explains that earth gods bind themselves to their home planet instead of an outer plane, which is why they can move freely on their own world. When Marcus asks what happens if an earth god dies on its own world, the tree can only guess that this kind of death is final. Marcus presses on the tree's strength, and Sacred Oak dodges neatly by only admitting that, as a soul tree user, it counts as an oversoul mage. Marcus catches the evasive wording and quietly concludes the tree is probably hiding power on the level of a pinnacle adept. Instead of chasing every mystery at once, Marcus sits by the trunk and decides to focus on the one problem he can actually act on right now, finding good spells for his students. So Marcus shamelessly asks to browse Sacred Oak's spell collection, partly for his students and partly because he hopes to steal a few good ideas for himself. Sacred Oak agrees to give him as many low-level spells as the students need, but demands a trade before handing over anything high-level. The tree wants details about Marcus leaving the planet, because a trip that rare is worth immediate payment all by itself. The next morning, Cricket wakes up so excited about finally becoming a mage that she can barely contain herself. Her imagination runs wild with glamorous mage dreams, soaring mounts, and the impossible hope that one day she might end up riding something as ridiculous as a butterfly dragon. She is especially proud because the girl everyone mocked back in her village really did cast her first proper spell and become an apprentice mage. Marcus even praised her first fire bolt as flawless, and that single compliment matters almost as much as the breakthrough itself. Her technique still wobbles enough that she has to slip back into practice stances now and then, but she does not care because the line has been crossed. As she heads out humming, Cricket mentally reviews the class ranking and knows Iris was first, with Julia, Regulus, Agrin, Diocles, Renatus, and Valisis all beating her to full internalization. Even so, she feels relieved she was not at the very bottom, because only Kasia and Claudia were still trailing just behind her. On the way, Valisis passes her with a gloomy look, still sulking that the 3 students who followed Marcus into the cave came back stronger than he expected. Cricket knows he is jealous, and she has to admit she is jealous too, because skipping that cave trip now feels like the dumbest decision of her life. She decides that next time Marcus offers even a boring chore, she is clinging to him until he takes her, because with that teacher boring jobs keep turning into impossible adventures. When Cricket reaches the training ground, she notices again how much Marcus has rebuilt since the siege, turning the once simple grounds into a real academy base. The construction broad and villagers she finds easy to talk to, though plenty of them keep trying to use her as a shortcut into Marcus's service. She is pretty sure they are wasting their time anyway, because Marcus clearly prefers making his students handle the menial work. Cricket also keeps noticing that Regulus, for all his noble background, never acts like chores are beneath him, and that wins her over a little. Looking around for someone to talk to, she spots Agrin practicing early as usual and heads over despite still feeling a little wary of him. Agrin is sitting in the grass studying the strange knife he brought back from the other world, and Cricket opens with an eager greeting. Agrin answers politely, puts the knife away, and even congratulates Cricket on finally making apprentice. Cricket gets right to the question she really came for and asks how he managed to beat almost everyone else to internalizing the technique. Agrin says there was no trick to it, only a failed first attempt at learning his clan's own foundational technique before he ever came here. That old failure with Breath of the Dragon left enough behind that soul tree internalization felt easier the second time, though Agrin doubts the next step will be so kind. Agrin adds that some mages really do abandon one foundation and start over with a better one, and Cricket instantly bristles on Marcus's behalf. Agrin assures her he is not looking to restart a third time, and the talk shifts from technique to the life he almost had instead. When Cricket asks if he misses his clan, Agrin admits this is not where he expected to end up, but he does not regret it. What he likes here is simple. Marcus lets him keep his archery and combat skills, and this wilderness tower beats being stuck with some soft island mage in crowded Adria. Cricket catches his offhand "you people" comment, and awkwardly reminds him this class is too strange and mixed up to lump together that easily. The attempt at depth lands a little strangely, and Agrin bluntly asks if that was really all she wanted. Cricket finally admits the real reason she came over. She wants every last detail of his trip into another world, even after already hearing the story from the others. Agrin sighs because he can see exactly how much she regrets staying behind, and Cricket leans all the way into shameless begging. Time passes quickly after that, and over the next 2 months every one of Marcus's students reaches rank 1 mage. Marcus feels proud of them, because after surviving an otherworld trip and a siege, this whole class has become unusually serious about improving. Marcus has been busy too, making good on his promise to Helvern by upgrading the tower grounds with a proper lecture hall, a larger raven temple, and extra storage. He also expands the garden with strange plants and seeds from 6th Manifold, hoping these unknown species can become a real advantage for his academy. Not wanting to offend the gods, Marcus builds a shrine to the illuminated pantheon with Purin in the place of honor, and visible places for Teleneth and Mars. Down below, he turns several basement rooms into moss fields after discovering the cave moss grows back absurdly fast when fed ambient magic. That cheap, fast-growing moss turns out to be perfect caterpillar feed, finally easing one expensive headache around the tower. The soul amethyst is another story, because even after watching Hisher use one so naturally, Marcus still cannot unlock more than a shallow boost from his own crystal. He becomes convinced he is missing the real secret, especially whatever the soul part of soul amethyst is supposed to mean. Seller finally reports back in a rattled mood, saying that just asking around about soul amethyst nearly got her killed by two pushy noble fae. What little she learned is still important. Soul amethysts are rare relics linked to the ancient giants who once rivaled gods before dragons displaced them. Marcus studies the gem and guesses it may be crystallized life force from something godlike, which would explain why it feels both precious and dangerous. He even regrets not taking Hisher's cracked crystal before sending him away, because now he understands just how valuable that second sample might have been. Marcus also keeps investigating the tunnels from a safe distance, and learns that most of the time they are just ordinary caves. But on rare occasions space slips open into a subtle dimensional sinkhole, and anyone crossing the wrong spot falls into the hidden tunnel network he found before. Those entrances are so hard to detect that even Marcus needs his best diagnostic magic, which explains why Crystal Mountain found nothing when they searched the place. One day Great Sea Academy finally sends a delegation to inspect the tower and demand an explanation for Marcus vanishing during the siege. Marcus refuses to explain a thing and only drags the students out long enough to prove they are alive before threatening to burn the delegation to ashes if they keep wasting his time. Even after driving them off, Marcus still has not decided what to do about Sixth Manifold, because serious planar work is too dangerous and too large for him to handle alone. He cannot help reflecting on how strange his life has become, because he somehow ended up enjoying the slow work of teaching teenagers and building a quiet base in the forest. Of course, his version of quiet still includes a hidden god grave, hostile academies, and enough danger that he almost does not dare hope for calm. Still, while watching his students outside, Marcus says he hopes things finally calm down a little from here. The moment the words leave his mouth, Marcus gets that unpleasant feeling he has just cursed himself. A beat later, the chapter proves him right when Gaius hears the report from that failed delegation and stares back in bafflement at one detail. Marcus somehow has a 10th student now. Deep in her stone hideout, Ventine checks her summoning circle for the third time because one flaw would let the thing inside kill her outright. The soul-filled cylinder is only the opening payment, and Ventine grimly hates wasting souls on an abyssal when she needs them for her own necromancy. She resents being stuck on Tassaloa even more, because cremation is so common here that fresh necromancy resources are painfully hard to get. Before starting, she notices her hands shaking and her aging body aching, a sharp reminder that her own magic is wearing her down. Her situation outside the chamber is getting worse too, because the local Vespid Queen has figured out the powerful intruders are here because of Ventine, and now treats her as the problem. She steps into her surprisingly spotless kitchen and mixes herself a fruity drink laced with a mild calming drug. Even as the drink settles her nerves, a bigger fear keeps clawing back. The new rank 7 adept nearby is the same mage who already caused her trouble and even drew the Raven Temple onto her trail. The news gets worse when she learns that Mage is one of the Pale Tree's disciples, turning this world from a hiding place into hostile competition. Once the drink finally clears her head, Ventine clings to her real objective. If she can find the ancestor and free him, she does not need to control everything herself. With her resolve back, she returns to the ritual chamber, and her bone golem follows her like a silent servant. The moment she starts chanting, all her anxiety drops away and the ritual becomes the only thing in the world. As the ritual drags on, more parts of the circle ignite, and the trapped souls thrash violently inside the cylinder, but the container holds. At the final gesture, the whole circle flares bright red, the soul's cylinder explodes, and black fog floods the room with a distant wail. Before she can even see what arrived, the smell nearly makes her vomit, and Ventine instantly realizes the cult texts left out plenty. When the fog thins, she finally sees the summoned creature, a huge rotting humanoid with a deer skull head, branching horns, giant claws, and sickly green light burning in its eyes. Ventine braces for the seal to fail, but the demon only sits cross-legged in the circle like a patient guest, which somehow feels even more dangerous. The abyssal sniffs the air, identifies her as a necromancer, and Ventine cuts straight to business by saying she summoned it to trade. She carefully explains just enough of what she wants, knowing any secret she reveals to an abyssal could be sold to enemies later. Then the demon drops the first real shock. It knows where the Blood Moon ancestor is, and it will tell her for free. That offer terrifies her more than a threat would, and she frantically reinspects the circle because a greater abyssal never gives anything away for nothing. The demon explains that freeing the ancestor serves abyssal interests on this planet too, though it warns the task is much harder than Ventine thinks. It goes further and says that if she summons it again in about a year, it might be able to help her more, which only makes Ventine want to cut this off immediately. But Ventine cannot just walk away, because the Blood Moon ancestor's history was scrubbed by the Illuminated Pantheon and the Raven Temple, and the Abyss is the one place she expected real answers. She sets a hard boundary anyway, telling the demon she will never summon it again and only wants the location of the ancestor's sealed body right now. The Abyssal calmly says she will be back, and its confidence instantly gets under her skin. When she demands to know why, the demon reads her perfectly. She is the kind of sorcerer chasing eternal life, ultimate magic, and power beyond every limit. The demon finishes its warning by saying that people like her, once they keep breaking every boundary, always end up at the abyss. Ventine has no answer for that, and after a long stare the Abyssal gives its first concrete instruction at last: bring me a map. In the new lecture hall, Marcus waits for the last students to arrive while winter snow piles up outside and turns the warm building into a real luxury. He knows exactly why they are suddenly so diligent. Now that they can finally cast spells, every new apprentice wants to grab as much magic as possible. Unlike most academies that ration beginner spells, Marcus lets his students browse a huge pile of spell books and learn whatever suits them. He still has to rein them in, because Claudia tried to avoid combat magic entirely while Kasia wanted nothing but combat spells. Marcus warns them that utility spells matter just as much, since apprentices only grow by casting often and combat magic is useless if they have no safe way to practice it. When Renatus asks about wood spells, Marcus admits winter makes most of them awkward, so only a few are worth taking until spring returns. Marcus quietly realizes his students cannot rely on pure wood magic anyway, because even Sacred Oak's collection did not solve that seasonal weakness. He turns back to Claudia and bluntly tells her she still needs restraining or defensive magic, because the recent siege proved hiding is not enough. Before Claudia can answer, Cricket and Julia finally rush in late from the snow, and Cricket shakes icy flakes all over the room. Cricket loudly declares that she hates winter, and Marcus answers with calm teacher patience before ordering both girls to sit down. With everyone assembled, Marcus lays out the next stage of training: constant spell use, better mana control, practice motions and chants, and enough rune knowledge for real ritual work. He even gives them a practical spell list to start from, but makes it clear he will question anyone who chooses something bizarre. Renatus checks if that means using magic on everything, and Marcus clarifies that responsible magic means no damage, no abuse, and definitely no summoning horrors. Marcus also announces private one-on-one meetings from now on, because the class has finally reached the point where each student's path will split in a different direction. Valisa snidely points out that Marcus disappears a lot, and Marcus smoothly flips that into a reason to value those sessions while he is around. Then Marcus ends the lecture with a surprise gift and heads for the storage closet. He returns carrying a bundle of simple magical staffs, each fitted with runes and a small mana crystal to help them train even when local mana runs thin. The room instantly erupts with excitement as he hands the staff to every student. Marcus catches himself staring at Valisis for a second, already imagining every horror story about students mishandling valuable gear, but he says nothing and moves on. He wraps up class by making each student pick a spell and talk through how to master it faster. Later, Marcus steps outside and finds that his lesson on practice has turned into a full magical snow war. On one side, Claudia uses Gust to blast huge sheets of snow back at Cricket and Kasia after they started pelting her with snowballs. On the other side, the boys have split into teams behind snow forts and are hurling oversized magically shaped snowballs across the yard. Farther off, Julia and Iris ignore the chaos completely and keep building a giant snowman with careful shaped snow magic. It is not the disciplined practice Marcus imagined, but it still counts, so he fires loud multicolored sparks into the air to get everyone's attention. He announces a real field trip to a nearby village, where a dream spider has nested in an abandoned barn, and asks who wants to join him. Marcus has been taking small local jobs for experience anyway, so this hunt is less about danger and more about giving his students controlled practice. This time he chooses Kasia and Valisis to come with him against the spider. He knows a dread spider is a fair teaching monster on paper, but one bad bite from even a juvenile can still kill a new apprentice. At the village outskirts, Marcus finds the juvenile spider asleep in a silk cradle inside the abandoned barn, while the locals keep a careful distance. The villager Quintus explains that the monster has stayed sluggish all winter, but everyone knows it will wake hungry in spring if they leave it alone. When Valisis asks what the villagers would have done alone, Kasia bluntly guesses they would have burned the whole barn down, and Quintus reluctantly admits she is probably right. Marcus turns it into a lesson by asking his two students how they would kill the spider without destroying the building and without relying on him to save them. Kasia suggests smoking it out, and Valisis reaches for traps he does not actually have, so Marcus keeps pressing them on what would happen once the angry venomous spider charged out. Kasia finally lands on a colder answer: bury the spider in snow again and again until winter finishes the job without anyone getting close. Marcus likes the thinking, but not enough to risk a real trial, so he decides his students still need easier monsters before tackling something this tricky. He ends the hunt cleanly by spearing the juvenile spider with a perfectly controlled beam of lightning that kills it without ruining the valuable parts. With the danger gone, he plans to bring the corpse back and teach the class how to harvest its venom and spinnerets. As winter grows harsher, several soul-seeded animals die, and Marcus starts getting hammered by foreign memories and constant headaches. The students notice something is off, but because they have all caught colds from village trips, they mistake Marcus's condition for a milder version of the same illness. Marcus brews potions to ease their symptoms, but even with his training he cannot fully cure something as stubborn as a common cold. He still cannot decide what use there is in reliving the deaths of ordinary animals, but sacred oak insists those returning soul seeds are quietly strengthening his soul. The headaches are miserable, yet soul-strengthening methods are so rare that Marcus decides the suffering is worth it, and even starts thinking about planting a seed in a magical creature next. Then one day, Regulus and Helvrin knock on Marcus's door together and ask for a private meeting. Regulus explains that he asked Helvrin for help understanding why no ordinary foundational technique ever worked for him before Marcus took him in. Helvrin admits Regulus's soul is stranger than anything he has seen, but he does know the key answer. The boy's soul is overwhelmingly aligned with death. Marcus immediately understands the implication, because the soul tree technique is death-aligned too, even if most people only think of it as wood magic. Regulus is thrown by that reveal, and even Helvrin did not know Marcus's technique carried death alignment because Marcus never built death logos into his own foundation. Helvrin tells Regulus he was incredibly lucky to meet Marcus, because outside the Raven Temple a legal death-aligned foundational technique is nearly impossible to find. That luck feels suspicious to Marcus, who silently wonders how much Regulus's Uncle Cato knew when he sent the boy here. Helvrin says he would normally try to recruit someone like Regulus into Raven Temple, but Regulus shuts that idea down immediately. Regulus explains that the temples and academies compete over the same talented recruits, and his own family would rather see him fail than become a priest. He awkwardly adds that he also wants to stay because he genuinely likes Marcus as a teacher, and Marcus cuts off the praise before it gets too sentimental. Marcus then asks the darker question outright: is Regulus a reincarnator with memories from an old life? Both of them reject it, because Regulus has no past life memories at all and Raven Temple's records say reincarnated souls usually look normal once those memories are stripped away. When Regulus asks how reincarnation fits with afterlives, Helvrin explains that souls can die again on the outer planes and get sent back through Acheron into new mortal lives. Marcus dislikes the idea of forgetting everything, but Helvrin notes that some people willingly seek Acheron's touch just to erase their old lives and start over. Pressed for another explanation, Helvrin admits he has theories about Regulus but refuses to alarm him with guesses while the condition seems harmless for now. So the priest settles on regular checkups instead, and Marcus silently agrees that wild speculation would only poison the boy's mind. Marcus ends the meeting with a practical move and asks Regulus how his family would react if Marcus spoke to Cato directly about him. Regulus says Cato would be suspicious but not hostile, and Marcus decides he wants that conversation the next time they return to Scioria. A few days later, Marcus gets a much more welcome visitor when his old friend Birtan arrives at Zenith Academy. Marcus is so grateful for everything Birtan has done for him since his return that he agrees to a favor before even hearing what it is. Birtan laughs at that blind loyalty, then leans in with obvious excitement and finally reveals the ask. He says he has found traces of a living ice dragon and wants Marcus to help him track it down. As Marcus gets ready to leave for a month-long dragon hunt, he worries about leaving his newly empowered students alone with only Helvrin watching them. Birtan offers to leave clansmen at the tower or ask Titus for guards, but Marcus refuses because temporary outsiders would bring more trouble than protection. The problem nags at Marcus anyway, because if he ever wants real security for the tower, he will need trusted hired adepts and the steady income to keep them. He can already see the danger in that path too, because underlings become staff become factions, and a small base slowly turns into something much bigger than he wants. Marcus gathers the students, says he should be back within a month, and warns them not to make trouble for Helvrin while he is gone. When Valisis catches Marcus saying should, Marcus casually admits they could die hunting a dragon, and Birtan immediately snaps that saying that is bad luck. Agrin realizes that answer means no students are going on the trip, and Marcus confirms the hunt is far too dangerous for them. Before Marcus leaves, Agrin quietly asks about his parents, and Birtan reassures him that they are healthy and want him focused on his studies. After their goodbyes, Marcus leaves the tower with Birtan and heads for the Bloodstone Mountains on a snow griffin. The flight is uneventful, and Marcus grudgingly admits a griffin commands more respect from wild predators than a flying mage does. They arrive at Bjorton's village and find the mountain settlement bustling despite the brutal winter, with clansmen still heading out to hunt and forage. Watching Birtan greet his people, Marcus notices the clan has clearly prospered, with sturdier defenses, larger buildings, and healthier villagers than before. Their arrival is interrupted by a thunderous roar as a huge white dragon streaks directly over the village and vanishes toward the high peaks. Marcus dryly asks if this is the dragon Birtan only had traces of, then adds that it is a female and much larger than he expected. Birtan asks how he knows that, and Marcus says one angry dragon once gave him a very memorable lesson in dragon anatomy. Once the shock settles, Marcus reads the flyover as a deliberate message from a smart dragon reacting to two powerful mages entering her territory. Birtan worries the dragon might not be alone, because if there is a bonded pair in these mountains, the hunt becomes far more dangerous. Marcus tries one last time to raise negotiation, but Birtan says dragons never give up even scraps without a fight and his people cannot afford one as a neighbor. A clansman interrupts with urgent news that the hunters found signs of several outsider groups moving through the region and tracking the same dragon. After a day of preparation, Marcus and Beertan set out on foot at dawn in full winter combat gear, ready for both the dragon and hidden enemies. Beertan also brings a special lantern that can warn them about many magical traps, and neither of them is willing to gamble on this hunt. They stay low instead of flying, because a griffin would die against a dragon and open sky would expose them to every hidden watcher in the mountains. Beertan suspects 4 Elements Academy might be involved, but Marcus reminds him the scouts did not recognize whoever crossed into clan lands. A snow leopard appears in the distance and slips away, and Beertan takes the sighting as a lucky sign from the spirit his clan reveres. Beertan says his clan's oracle declared him blessed by the snow leopard spirit at birth, while Marcus listens with obvious skepticism. The talk ends abruptly when Marcus halts, and says one of his scouting eyes just found someone ahead. As Marcus sends the spectral eye closer, one fur-clad figure somehow spots it, flashes a tiny red point of light, and destroys the spell on the spot. Marcus only suffers a brief headache, then grimly tells Beertan he got a good look anyway and the hidden hunters are orcs. The news shocks Beertan, but Marcus is sure, and that certainty turns the problem simple. If an orc hunting party is this deep in human lands, there is no reason to hold back. With that decision made, Marcus and Beertan drop all stealth and charge after the orcs like old war comrades. When Marcus tries to close from the air, the orc archers answer with 2 perfectly timed volleys of black blood arrows that nearly break his force shield. Marcus drops back to the ground, and the chase turns into a brutal running battle as the orc mage keeps whisking the group over obstacles in a cloud of black smoke. During the pursuit, Beertan realizes the dragon may have flown over his village on purpose just to dump these orcs onto them. Marcus recovers 1 arrow on the move and recognizes the nightmare for what it is: black blood, the cursed orc weapon that leaves wounds painfully hard to heal. He warns Beertan not to get hit, then quietly pockets the arrowhead because he wants every scrap of black blood they can recover after this fight. After several clashes, Marcus decides the orcs are elite but still not strong enough to overpower him and Beertan head on. Beertan finally herds the orcs to a frozen mountain lake boxed in by high rocks and cuts off their escape with a giant serpentine dragon of ice. The archers shred the ice construct with black blood arrows, but the orc mage still has to drop his smoke escape and summon a horned 4-armed skeleton wreathed in fire to stop it. That opening is all Marcus needs, and he blankets the trapped shoreline with a storm of red starbursts that explode like dozens of fireballs. An orc warrior bursts out of the flames swinging a black blood blade, but Marcus dodges the first strike and calmly sets the trap for the second. When the orc attacks again, Marcus catches the blade on a thin mirror-like wall of water and detonates seismic traps that crush the warrior from the inside. Marcus confirms the fallen fighter is dead, but his firestorm has not cleaned up the whole group like he hoped. Before the surviving archers can settle in on the lake ice, giant scaled claws punch through from below and drag both of them screaming into the freezing water. Marcus instantly realizes the ice dragon had been hiding under the lake the whole time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Marcus throws chain lightning to disrupt the last warrior and pressure the mage, trying to break the orcs before the dragon turns the field against everyone. The orc mage answers with a monstrous scream that erupts into scarlet fire, and his horned skeleton suddenly swells larger and more dangerous. The empowered skeleton reaches across impossible distance by tearing space itself, forcing both Marcus and Beertan into desperate evasions. Seeing the mage exhausted on one knee, Marcus and Beertan focus him together, but the summon tears apart their attacks and the mage's scarlet flames smother the subtler spells. Then the white dragon explodes out of the lake in full fury and freezes the skeleton from behind with a blast of magical frost. In the same seamless motion, she whips around and smashes the frozen summon apart with her tail. Marcus and Beertan share one quick look and silently agree to fight alongside the dragon for now, because the orcs are still the bigger threat. Before they can press that advantage, a crackling energy beam suddenly lances in from far away and punches straight through one of the dragon's wings. The first shot is not alone, and more beams start screaming in after it as the battlefield lurches into an even worse crossfire. As the new energy beams tore into the sky, Marcus and Beertan backed away fast because they were clearly not the target and did not want to get caught between the machine and the dragon. That sudden distraction lets the last 2 orcs escape, dissolving into black smoke before Marcus can chase them down. Marcus hates letting them go, but Beertan stays to watch the new attackers, and his own curiosity wins out too. When Marcus finally gets a better look, he sees the attacker is not a mage at all but a strange metal walker with spider-like legs and a beam cannon mounted on top. The machine keeps firing, but once the ambush shock wears off, the dragon twists through the air, throws up a pale shield, and starts dodging with eerie speed. 2 beams glance off the dragon's shield and one blows apart a pine tree, forcing Beertan to casually raise an ice wall in front of himself and Marcus. The dragon's shield cracks from the impact, but it buys her enough time to dive back into the lake and vanish under the freezing water. After that, the whole battlefield goes weirdly still, the beams stop, the orcs are gone, and the dragon never resurfaces. Marcus suggests hunting the escaped orcs, but Beertan refuses because he wants answers from the newcomers first. Instead of waiting, Beertan marches straight toward the machine, and Marcus hurries after him to back him up. The machine swivels its cannon toward them in warning, so Marcus wraps them in a distortion shield and quietly readies orbiting gems for a fight. After a brief stare-down, the machine finally points its weapon away, and Marcus relaxes his obvious defenses without dropping his caution. Up close, Marcus can tell the thing is an elaborate artificial war machine, complete with a stamped bearded face that somehow feels like it is watching them. The occupants keep them waiting for 2 long minutes, while Marcus circles the machine to study it and Beertan stares down the face on its hull. At last a hidden hatch opens, and 4 short grim men jump down from the top and march toward them in formation. Their looks and speech make it obvious to Marcus that these strangers are dwarves, a people he has only heard about because they rarely come this far south. Marcus quickly sizes up the group: 2 armed bodyguards, a cocky leader with strange lens-stacked glasses and a device-covered belt, and a quiet scribe who is secretly the strongest one there. The dwarf leader opens with an insult, demanding to know which of the 2 yokels is in charge. Beertan answers as High Chief of the White Dragon clan and bluntly demands to know why armed strangers brought a war machine into his land. One bodyguard quietly sneers that they are just barbarians, and Marcus keeps his face still because his translation spell lets him understand every word. Iter reins his men in and introduces himself as an envoy of Emerald Hall, claiming the dragons stole a sacred ancestral treasure, and ordering them to leave the hunt to the dwarves. Beertan mocks the demand on the spot and says if the dwarves describe the stolen item, he will return it after his people retrieve it themselves. A hushed warning from the hidden powerhouse lets Marcus catch the real clue: whatever the treasure is, they absolutely do not want anyone hearing the words transmutation box. Pressed again, Iter suddenly turns vague and insists the item is only culturally important, which tells Marcus the dwarves are hiding its real value. Beertan tries one more route by offering a joint hunt and equal spoils, and Iter shuts it down instantly. The argument turns sharper when Beertan accuses the dwarves of greed, and Iter openly argues that whoever does the work deserves the whole dragon. Beertan fires back that the dwarves entered his territory like thieves with a magical war machine, and asks why he should not drive them out right now. Even with 2 spirit rank mages staring them down, the dwarves still refuse to cooperate, trade information, or retreat, and neither side dares start a real fight. Marcus finally cuts in with the question nobody is answering: if the dragon stole dwarf treasure, why are the orcs desperately after it too? Marcus twists the knife harder by scolding Iter for firing on the dragon before the last orcs were finished, especially with abyssal enemies involved. Iter snaps that he hates orcs too, but claims the chance to hit the dragon was too perfect to pass up under his orders. Beertan immediately calls that bluff, reminding him the ambush still failed and asking why the dwarves think they can handle the dragon alone. Iter insists the dragon is still trapped in the lake and just needs to surface for air, but neither Marcus nor Beertan buys it for a second. Since the standoff goes nowhere, Marcus and Beertan leave the dwarves to their lakeside ambush and go after the 2 surviving orcs instead. It goes just as Marcus feared: the orcs vanish completely, and even wide searches around the area turn up nothing. With no fresh battle at the lake either, the day ends in a deadlock, and the 2 mages hole up in a small cave rather than risk fighting a dragon at night. By the campfire, Beertan finally says out loud how ugly this situation is: orcs, distant outsiders, and an adult dragon all crashing into his clan's territory at once. He admits he probably should call for help from Great Sea, and Marcus agrees, but both of them know Beertan is too greedy to give up a dragon-sized prize yet. When Beertan asks about the dwarves, Marcus reveals the one useful secret he caught: they are hiding a transmutation box and did not want that name overheard. Beertan reacts exactly like Marcus feared and starts talking about claiming the box too, brushing off the dwarves' talk of sacred relics. Then Marcus shares his bigger insight: the walking cauldron is not just a machine but a vessel with a greater earth elemental bound into its frame. That also gives Marcus a nasty theory: if the elemental can share its nature with the frame, the dwarves may be able to move the whole war machine underground. Marcus is even more worried by the bigger pattern, because if the box matters enough for orcs and dwarves to come this far south, more trouble may still be on the way. Beertan finally remembers one detail that suddenly matters a lot: there is an ancient dwarven citadel under his mountain, and its deepest vault has never been opened. He explains that outside mages keep coming to test the lock, and now he suspects the dragon, the dwarves, and the sealed vault may all be tied together. So they make a new plan for morning, forget the lake for now and head straight to the ruins to question the foreign logos mage already studying the vault. At first light they sweep the mountains from the air, but the dwarves, the dragon, and the orcs have all disappeared from sight. Neither of them believes those enemies are truly gone, but they stick to the new lead and head for the buried dwarven citadel instead. The entrance turns out to be under a small ruined fort, an old stronghold built by a mad mage who once obsessed over opening the vault. Inside, they call for the resident scholar Kassir and get no answer, and the whole place feels suddenly abandoned. They find books and notebooks everywhere, and Beertan is baffled to discover that the missing mage spent pages studying local slimes of all things. Marcus reads more carefully and realizes Kassir was genuinely curious about the vault, the wildlife, and the plants, not just treasure, which makes his disappearance even stranger. He quietly decides to take the notebooks with him for now, half out of concern for Kassir and half because the slime notes might actually help back at his own tower. From there they open a heavy hatch in the floor and start down the lit stairway into the old underground complex. The lower passages begin as smooth dwarf-made halls and storage rooms, then turn rough and branching deeper in, and Marcus notices thick ice coating parts of the underground walls. When Marcus asks about the ice, Beertan says it has been here since he was a kid reckless enough to enter these tunnels on a dare. That odd detail puts Marcus on edge, because if the dragon is using these tunnels, a cave fight would trap everyone in close quarters with nowhere good to move. Their route opens into a cavern of steaming geothermal pools, a bizarre pocket of heat in the middle of all that underground ice. Then Marcus spots the first hard proof they are on the right trail, a dead dwarf floating face down in one of the pools. Beertan flips the body over, confirms it is not one of the 4 dwarves from the lake, and they press deeper instead of backing off. A little later they find 2 more bodies, this time orcs frozen solid against the tunnel wall, which tells Marcus the dragon has almost certainly come through here. Beertan starts warning Marcus to be careful near the vault, and the warning dies in his throat when the dragon suddenly appears in the next cavern as if she had been there all along. Their scouting magic and Bjordan's warning lantern both missed her completely, proving this old dragon can hide from ordinary detection like a scheming archmage. Their contingency defenses snap on automatically, but instead of pouncing, the dragon raises one giant claw in a startlingly human gesture of peace. She speaks before either of them can attack and says plainly that she does not want to fight. The dragon slowly sits up and offers a deal, saying that out of the 3 factions chasing her, Marcus and Beertan seem like the only reasonable ones. When Marcus brings up the dwarf's sacred treasure, the dragon sounds amused and says that from her point of view, wanting the box and wanting her dead amount to the same thing. She refuses to surrender the box and instantly pegs Bjordan's real motive instead, correctly identifying his dragon ascension path and his need for true dragon blood and scales. Beertan admits it, and the dragon casually identifies him as a spirit unification mage, which jolts Marcus because she somehow sees Bjordan's exact rank at a glance. Then she turns to Marcus and dismisses him as Bjordan's mundane peasant follower, and Marcus wisely lets her keep underestimating him. Without warning, the dragon's huge body ripples and collapses inward until a tall white-haired woman in a flowing scale-patterned dress stands where the beast was. That calmer human shape is enough for Marcus and Beertan to lower their active defenses, even though either of them fully trusts her. She introduces herself as Erdrith, a dragon elder from the Broken Sky Palace, and finally lays out the bargain she wants. Erdrith promises Beertan the dragon blood and scales he wants, but only if they help open the vault and restore her to her real body. Her explanation lands like a blow. The dragon body they have been chasing is only a disembodied spirit avatar, while her true flesh and blood body is sealed inside the vault. Marcus instantly realizes that is why she could appear and disappear so impossibly well, and Erdrith admits the half-state has advantages even if she hates living in it. So Marcus asks the obvious next question: if the vault is the key to everything, how exactly do they open it? Erdrith calmly says she has no idea, and when both men stare at her flatly, she only shrugs that she is a dragon, not a lock expert, and hopes the 3 of them can figure it out together. At the vault entrance, Marcus studies the giant circular door and immediately sees why nobody ever forced it open. The carvings across the metal look like a huge ancient puzzle, but the empty key socket in the middle tells Marcus the real problem is still the missing key. Cassier's notes at least save Marcus from repeating a long list of failed attempts, even if they do not solve the lock. He mutters to himself that stories love worthy challengers and magic words, but real vaults are built to keep strangers out. Beertan and Erdrith return after trapping the approach tunnels, and Erdrith immediately presses Marcus for progress. Marcus bluntly tells her no, and even Beertan admits opening the vault could take a long time if it can be done at all. That answer sharpens Erdrith's mood, because she knows the dwarves and surviving orcs will not leave them alone for long. Marcus is caught off guard when Erdrith says the current dwarves do not even know what is really in this vault. Erdrith explains the builders are long gone, the modern dwarves only know these are ancient ruins, and the orcs can still call in more help as long as their mage lives. Marcus pushes back and says if their goals are really aligned, she needs to tell him more about the vault. Erdrith finally gives one crucial detail. The place is a stasis vault built to freeze dangerous contents outside normal time. Her matter-of-fact list gets unsettling fast when she says stasis stops decay, contamination, and even dangerous items from waking up and plotting escape. When Marcus asks if this is really a prison, Erdrith says it is for her body at least, because very few things can restrain a dragon like her. Marcus keeps his bigger questions to himself, because he doubts Erdrith would ever answer honestly about how or why she ended up sealed here. A glance at Beertan reminds Marcus why his friend is so invested, because real dragon materials could push Bjortan's cultivation forward in a way almost nothing else can. Marcus tosses Cassier's notebook to Erdrith and tells her to stop hovering and start contributing ideas. While Erdrith schemes the notebook at a ridiculous speed, Marcus turns back to the door and starts weighing just how dangerous an adult dragon like her should really be. The longer he studies, the more Marcus realizes the outer carving is a false front hiding a second, much subtler diagram underneath. He floods the door with mana and uses his microcosm to copy every hidden line into his inner world so he can tear the puzzle apart in his head. The hidden pattern resolves into a map, and that map finally gives Marcus something real to work with. Erdrith laughs at one of Cassier's strange ideas about using a slime to fake the key, and Beertan instantly tries to build on that line of thinking. She cuts Beertan off before he can finish, saying she already tried freezing the lock to probe its mechanism and got nowhere. Marcus interrupts with the real breakthrough. The vault is being fed by 6 nearby ley lines, which is why brute force never worked. He conjures a 3-dimensional map of the mountain and shows them the artificial nodes redirecting all that power into the vault wards. Marcus says cutting off the ley lines will weaken the protections, but he pointedly hides the fact that the hidden diagram also showed a stranger key bypass ritual. Erdrith finds it suspicious that the builders left a way to undermine their own wards, and Marcus answers with the hidden message he decoded from the door. He explains the fallback was meant for descendants who might lose the key, which makes the whole setup feel almost absurdly demanding in hindsight. Erdrith tosses the notebook back and launches into her own history lesson, claiming the old dwarven civilizations were wiped out and replaced by a different culture entirely. When Birtan asks what destroyed them, Erdrith casually names the grandfather trees, and Marcus cannot quite hide that he recognizes the threat. Erdrith probes that reaction with a smug smile, but Marcus shuts the subject down and refuses to share what he knows. With time running short, Erdrith proposes that all 3 of them split up and break the ley line nodes at once before the dwarves notice the mountain shifting. Marcus sees an extra advantage in the plan, because once they are far apart he and Birtan can finally speak over long-range magic without Erdrith listening in. After assigning targets, the trio leaves the caves, takes to the air over the mountain, and scatters toward different nodes. At his site, Marcus carves a rough ritual circle into the snow and begins suppressing the buried node deep under the mountain. The dispelling ritual weakens the ancient spellwork, but Marcus still needs Chompy to physically destroy the buried metal stabilizer holding it together. Chompy dives into the frozen ground, chews through the stabilizer mesh, and the ley line finally snaps back toward its natural course. Marcus reports that his side is done, and both Birtan and Erdrith answer that they are just finishing their last nodes too. As a microcosm mage, Marcus can feel the whole mountain subtly changing, and he knows the dwarves will sense it soon as well. That ticking clock pushes Marcus to finally ask Birtan the real question over their private link. Do they trust Erdrith to keep her promise once she gets her body back? Marcus says flat out that he expects Erdrith to leave or even turn on them the moment she is restored. After a long silence, Birtan does not argue about trust at all and only asks the question that really matters to him. Are they going to die here? Marcus answers no, because for all Erdrith's grand posturing he does not believe she is strong enough to crush them cleanly once restored. What actually scares Marcus is not dying in the mountain, but helping unleash some ancient draconic disaster on the world outside it. Even so, Birtan says he still wants to see this through, and Marcus agrees without trying to stop him. Once all the nodes are down, Marcus and Birtan rush back to the ruined fort to regroup with Erdrith. Instead of meeting Erdrith, they find the vault entrance already ripped apart by brute strength that should have been impossible a short while ago. It quickly becomes clear that Erdrith never intended to wait, because she stopped answering them, triggered the trap she helped set, and went in alone. Birtan says nothing and just steps through the ruined gateway, too grim now for arguments. Inside, they find an absurdly huge polished hallway lined with many side chambers, and most of those chambers already stand open. A roar of pain from deeper inside tells them Erdrith is still ahead, but Birtan abruptly halts when he spots something wrong in the corridor. Birtan raises his lantern, and one blue pulse reveals the awful truth. The hallway is packed with hidden traps from wall to wall. Marcus realizes he would have walked straight into death without Bjorn's lamp, so the two of them slow down and advance with extreme care. As Marcus tests the traps from a distance, the vault shows off exactly how lethal it is with crystal spears, age-accelerating fields, and crushing gravity. What makes it even worse is that most of the rooms the traps protect are already empty, as if the builders took the treasures and left the killing field behind. Near the far end, they finally start finding chambers that still hold preserved records, materials, and a few items valuable enough for Marcus to risk collecting. Birtan tells him not to get distracted, but Marcus still pulls the strongest-looking relics out from a safe distance so they can split them later. The hallway keeps curving downward until it ends at a second ruined door, where scorched cracks in the floor suggest Erdrith fought something on the way through. Beyond that door, the neat vault gives way to a rough frozen labyrinth so cold it feels harsher than the mountain surface itself. Bjorn's lantern finds no traps here, but the place feels wrong anyway, especially once Marcus notices a strange song humming through the dark. When Marcus tries to translate the song, the attempt slams into his mind hard enough to drop him to his knees in blinding pain. He recovers quickly enough to warn Birtan not to probe the song, because it feels disturbingly close to the mind-breaking presence he once touched in an older vision. As they go deeper, the labyrinth reveals itself as a prison lined with giant ice blocks full of dead captives from all kinds of species. Birtan guesses the stasis enchantments simply failed over time, but Marcus is not convinced the singing had nothing to do with these deaths. Then a weak voice suddenly speaks straight into Marcus's mind and mistakes him for a fellow servant of the Lord's. Marcus tells Birtan the tree is talking to him, and, after a brief hesitation, answers the voice by naming Sacred Oak. The dying tree does not recognize that Lord's name, but it is so relieved that any legacy survived that it immediately offers Marcus its final gift. Without effort, one branch punches out through the ice, and Marcus has to jump back before realizing the tree is not attacking. Instead, the tree pours the last of its life into a single rapidly ripening fruit heavy with rich wood logos. The tree gives Marcus the fruit as its everything, praises the crusade of the grandfather trees, and dies the moment its final words end. Marcus takes the fruit, feels its pull almost drag him into study on the spot, and forces himself to stash it away instead. Pushing onward, Marcus and Birtan finally reach a vast hall where the biggest prisoner by far dominates the entire chamber. Frozen in the center is a whale-like leviathan with too many fins and ridges, and unlike the dead things around it, this monster is very much alive. Before either of them can speak, one enormous eye opens inside the ice and fixes them with cold, detached curiosity. As that eye watches them, the eerie song filling the prison swells louder, and the whole place feels ready to turn monstrous. In the deep frozen hall, Marcus and Birtan lock eyes with the Leviathan's open eye, and Marcus immediately feels that this thing does not belong in the world at all. When Marcus warns that the creature feels fundamentally wrong, the answer lands straight inside his head in a distorted version of his own voice. Marcus checks himself and finds hidden magic threads linking him to the Leviathan, but even his raw shaping cannot tear the telepathic spell apart. Birtan cannot hear the voice at all, which makes the private contact even more disturbing. The Leviathan calls Marcus rude for saying creature and tells him to use the name Voyager instead. Marcus tells Birtan to check for himself, and Birtan quickly discovers the same mental intrusion buried in his own mind. Even Bjorn's dispel fails, proving Voyager slipped into both of them long before they reached the Leviathan's chamber. Marcus realizes the mind attack likely began the moment they entered the prison and heard that unnatural song, so he fires his strongest dispel and still cannot break free. With mind magic this strong and the vault wards collapsing fast, Marcus decides they need to find Erdrith before Voyager gets even more dangerous. Voyager calmly confirms that Marcus and Birtan are the ones who broke the seals, and admits it wants to leave this dead prison behind. When Marcus asks why the other prisoners died in supposed stasis, Voyager gives one chilling answer: they were fragile, and it was curious. Marcus jokes back through the link and lets Voyager call him War Orphan, showing he is disturbed but still willing to talk. As they search for Erdrith, the frozen prison turns into a maddening maze and keeps steering them back to the Leviathan's chamber no matter which way they go. Marcus realizes Voyager is bending their perceptions rather than the space itself, but the Leviathan refuses to explain what it wants from them. To keep Voyager talking, Marcus asks what it really is, and the Leviathan says it carries its own universe inside itself with a logos foreign to this world. Voyager says it is not abyssal at all, but a fragment that split from a greater original born in primordial chaos outside the universe. The strangest part is why Voyager chose him, because it says Marcus also carries a universe inside himself and feels like part of something greater. Marcus pushes further, and Voyager explains that countless outsiders form in primordial chaos, but only a perfect logos can survive forever the way the abyss and this universe do. That answer leaves Marcus convinced Voyager is a true outsider the world rejects, just not a demon driven by the abyss. Hoping conversation will stop the mental hurting, Marcus keeps moving until Birtan suddenly has a better idea. Birtan manifests his massive white dragon spirit like a beacon, turning intimidation magic into a signal flare for Erdrith. A powerful draconic roar answers from the distance, and just like that, they know Erdrith has been trapped in Voyager's song too. As they rush toward her, Voyager casually reveals that dragons were once outsiders too before the ancestor dragon forced draconic logos into the world's order. At the next crossroads, the roar comes from the left but Erdrith's real draconic presence shines from the right, proving ordinary senses still cannot be trusted here. They finally find Erdrith in dragon form pacing restlessly in a side chamber, blind to their presence even with Bjorn's blue lamp shining at her. Marcus tests it by calling out, and Erdrith gives no reaction at all because Voyager has completely cut her off from normal perception. Since Voyager ignores questions about her condition, Marcus changes tactics and asks about the black cube she is carrying. Voyager identifies the cube as a Dio relic, probably a fabrication cube, and says Erdrith is using it as an anchor to keep her spirit from dissipating without a body. Birtan flares his dragon spirit again, and this time Erdrith finally senses them and demands to know what trap she has stumbled into. Birtan needles her by calling it divine punishment for trying to cheat their deal, and the suddenly desperate dragon starts bargaining hard. Marcus realizes Voyager is now letting Erdrith hear them on purpose, so he asks the Leviathan for one favor: release her and let her reclaim her body. Voyager admits it planned to devour the dragon's body and agrees only if Marcus owes it a future favor instead. Marcus hates vague bargains, but he still accepts to save the deal and get everyone moving again. The change is immediate, and Erdrith jolts like someone waking from a dream when Voyager's grip on her mind finally lifts. Marcus bluntly tells her he made a deal with the Leviathan and warns that if she betrays them, he can simply let Voyager have her. Shaken by the news that a sealed Leviathan is really here, Erdrith drops the argument and leads them straight toward her true body. While they move, Birtan asks what Voyager is, and Erdrith describes ancient aberrations from beyond the universe that are smart, powerful, and terrifyingly unnatural. Erdrith also finds it suspicious that Voyager bothered speaking to Marcus at all, because these things usually look down on everyone, even dragons. They reach the special chamber holding Erdrith's real body, a huge ice-bound dragon wrapped in stronger wards, metal framing, and strange pipes. Unlike the dead prisoners around it, Erdrith's real body is still alive, and she approaches it with barely contained impatience. The prison answers her touch with a flashing ceiling circle, so she backs up, takes control, and orders Marcus and Birtan to stand back. Erdrith speaks a spell in an unknown tongue, draws a triangle in the air, and smashes the seal until the ward circle shatters apart. Instead of breaking the ice herself, Erdrith dissolves into smoke, leaving only the black cube behind as her spirit condenses into a glowing sphere. Her spirit shoots into the frozen body, and the entire ice prison detonates in a storm of shards. When Marcus clears the room, Erdrith stands there in her restored body, trembling through the shock of being whole again. Marcus and Birtan wait for betrayal, but Erdrith stretches, yawns, and acts almost offended that they expected a sudden attack. The black cube still floats nearby until Erdrith snatches it and presses it into her chest, hiding the relic from Marcus's senses. When Birtan brings up their bargain, Erdrith cuts herself, bleeds into his special bottle, and pays the first part with 3 drops of dragon blood. She keeps the promised scales for later and makes the power dynamic clear. If they want the rest, they had better keep her alive until they leave this place. Erdrith turns to Marcus, admits he was more resourceful than expected, and offers to repay him too, though she clearly thinks his cultivation path is beneath her standards. Marcus refuses to split her attention and tells her to pour her best guidance into Birtan instead, since he is the one who can truly benefit from it. With the bargain settled, Erdrith pushes them to leave the vault immediately before anything else goes wrong. On the way out, Marcus keeps waiting for disaster, but even when they pass the Leviathan Hall again, Voyager only watches them go. Marcus actually asks if Voyager will be alright trapped in there, and the alien thing sounds almost amused by the concern. Voyager says it already has a way out of the mountain, and casually tells Marcus to find it again once he reaches rank 9 and can repay that favor. They finally clear the trapped corridor and leave the vault proper, with Erdrith even snatching a few treasures on the way to restart her hoard. The moment they reach the snowy surface and think the worst is over, a ring of earth elementals rises from the ground around them. Then the familiar dwarven spider-legged machine bursts up through snow and stone, and Eater's illusion appears to accuse them of siding with the dragon. Erdrith looks ready to bolt because she is still weak, but Birtan immediately plants his feet and declares that she is now under the White Dragon clan's protection. Eater answers with more demands, claiming the ancient vault and all its treasures in the name of Emerald Hall as if Marcus and Birtan were the thieves here. Erdrith fires back that the dwarves are just looters too, and once she sees Birtan backing her, some of her pride comes roaring back. Eater tries one last divide and conquer move by offering to spare Erdrith if she hands over the transmutation cube and abandons the humans. Erdrith refuses without hesitation, insisting the dwarves could not beat her alone and have even less chance now that she has allies. Birtan sees right through the bluff and warns Eater to leave before he loses more than he can handle. As Marcus quietly judges the terrain and plans the coming fight, Eater finally says the quiet part out loud: the transmutation cube is worth this whole expedition even if most of his side dies. Marcus bluffs that he already knows the cube is a Dio relic, and the shock on both Eater and Erdrith's faces tells him that hit a nerve. Before the argument can turn into bloodshed, the whole mountain starts rumbling hard enough to blur Eater's projection and shake everyone off balance. Then the mountainside violently explodes open behind them, blasting a massive hole through rock and throwing dust and debris into the sky. Voyager bursts free in full size at last, and Marcus finally sees the alien Leviathan's complete body, dark green, armored, 3-eyed, barbel-mouthed, and somehow swimming through open air. The Leviathan barely spares them a glance before pointing itself at the sky and vanishing upward like an arrow. And with everyone still stunned by the escape, the dwarven machine finally launches its assault and the earth elementals surge in around them. On the snowy mountainside, the dwarven war machine suddenly fires first, sweeping a blinding blue beam at Marcus, Birtan, and Erdrith while Voyager's escape still has them off balance. The ring of earth elementals rushes in right behind the beam, with some leaping down from above, some charging head-on, some tunneling under the ground, and one turning into a rolling spiked boulder. Marcus launches himself upward and blasts out a force shockwave, scattering the airborne elementals long enough to buy his side a little breathing room. That opening does not last, because the machine tracks Marcus with another beam and the elementals answer with bursts of knife-like stone that force him onto defense. The fight grinds into an ugly stalemate, with Marcus's group throwing elementals away over and over while the machine keeps dodging crystal spears and pressing them with beams and metal legs. When the dwarves realize Erdrith is still weakened, they start focusing their attacks on her, and Marcus knows they cannot keep absorbing that pressure forever. Marcus tests a risky counter by raising a mirror of water, and this time the machine's beam ricochets into a nearby elemental instead of his team. The reflected blast shatters the spiked elemental into chunks, and Marcus senses that this hit actually wounds the spirit instead of only breaking its stone body. He immediately tries to capitalize by ripping the ground under the war machine free and lifting it into the air, hoping a long fall will crack the dwarves inside. The machine stomps the platform apart before it rises too high, drops back down, and survives Marcus's next attempt to drown it in a vortex of molten earth. Even lightning has already failed against the machine, so Marcus drops the idea of brute force and decides he needs the elementals out of the way for a more complicated plan. Marcus sends Birtan a quick spell message asking him to shut down the earth elementals for even a moment, and Beertan immediately starts preparing something big. While Beertan channels, Marcus and Erdrith go fully defensive, throwing up barriers as the dwarves and elementals both rush to interrupt him. 3 circles of floating ice fragments gather around Beertan, making it obvious he is about to unleash a spell Marcus has never seen before. Beertan opens his eyes and sends out a translucent freezing wave that locks every earth elemental in place at once, whether they are leaping, charging, tunneling, or rolling. For one brief instant even the war machine seizes under that strange cold power before it forces itself moving again. Marcus uses that tiny opening to unleash the crystal spears he prepared in advance, driving suppressing seals into the frozen elementals so they stay down after the ice wears off. He sends the rest of the spears into a loose ring around the war machine, and the 2 he throws straight at it are only bait to hide what he is really setting up. As Marcus starts the ritual through those crystal anchors, Beertan throws up an ice wall to block the beam the panicked dwarves fire at him. Then Marcus speaks through the ground itself to the earth elemental bound inside the machine, offering to break its artificial prison if it helps him from within. The elemental gives no reply, but Marcus trusts it heard him, and now his whole plan hangs on whether that enslaved spirit wants freedom badly enough. The dwarves clearly sense danger, so the war machine starts backing away and fires its beam again and again until the barrel smokes and spits arcs of lightning. With the machine focused on Marcus and the lesser elementals frozen, Erdrith takes to the air and swings behind it for the first real chance at a finishing strike. The machine surprises them with hidden physical projectiles that keep Erdrith from closing in, but even that distraction finally takes enough heat off Marcus to finish. Marcus sends one massive seismic signal into the bound spirit and completes the ritual, snapping a ring of golden light around the war machine. The symbols crawl up the machine's legs, and the whole construct starts twitching and fighting itself instead of firing back. Its carved face turns suddenly expressive, flipping through wrath, laughter, and smug delight as the trapped earth power inside starts tearing the frame apart. Before the machine can implode, the dwarves blast out of the top in a compact metal escape capsule and crash into the mountainside alive but dazed. The 3 dwarves spill from the capsule in bad shape, and Erdrith instantly dives to kill them before they can recover. One surviving dwarf reacts just in time, crushing a green rod and wrapping the whole group in warp space before they vanish to a completely random destination. With the dwarves gone, Marcus turns back to the broken machine just as its twisted face peels free and sinks into the earth. A huge stone head rises from the ground, and Beertan dryly asks Marcus if this one is another friend of his. The Elder Elemental demands the release of its subordinates, and makes it clear the dwarves only controlled so many earth spirits because their leader had been enslaved. Marcus drops the suppressing seals, and the lesser elementals pull the crystal spears from themselves and gather around their freed lord. Erdrith returns after confirming the dwarves are truly gone, but the Elder Elemental offers no thanks at all and simply announces that it is leaving. Then the Elder Elemental collapses into ordinary rock and soil, and its followers do the same a moment later, ending the battle in sudden eerie silence. Far away in a hidden cave, the orc mage Iker stops scrying the battlefield because once the fighting ends, Marcus and the others might finally notice they are being watched. Iker admits to himself that he and his only surviving subordinate were lucky just to get out alive. He tells Gruth they need to retreat, and Gruth immediately snaps back that returning empty-handed will get them killed anyway. Iker calms him by pointing out they did learn something valuable. The dragon carries a Dio relic, and the human mage is almost certainly General Marcus. Gruth bitterly says they should have slaughtered the mountain village while the strong humans were distracted, but Iker shuts that idea down as suicide. By the next day, the 2 surviving orcs slip away toward the Lament Spire, carrying hope that their news will matter more to their masters than their failure did. After one last sweep of the battlefield, Marcus's group heads back to Beorton's village with the warped remains of the dwarven war machine floating behind them. Their return stirs up the whole settlement, partly because of the giant wreck they are dragging home and partly because Erdrith is still walking in full dragon form. Once Beertan assures everyone she is an ally, the villagers shift from fear to fascination and crowd in close enough to touch the dragon's scales. Erdrith then claims the village meeting hall as her resting place and falls asleep almost immediately, curled up like an enormous white cat. Beertan gets dragged into clan business, and for the first time all day Marcus is left alone with nothing urgent to solve. Instead of going straight back to his tower, Marcus wanders the rocky village outskirts and slips into old memories of being General Marcus, hungry for glory and control. He turns the black orc arrowhead over in his hand and realizes what he misses is not power itself, but the clean certainty he once had about where his life was going. By the time the mountain wind drives him back inside, Marcus still has no answer for why he returned, took students, or what he actually wants now. After a night's rest, the mood lifts, and Erdrith shifts into her white-haired human guise so she can move through the village more easily. She keeps her promise to Beertan and offers to stay another month, using the village as a safe place to heal while teaching him the magic she knows. Then Erdrith turns to Marcus with a warning. He should not casually mention the Dio relic again, because powers far greater than them would come fighting for it. Marcus pushes for more by asking if she even knows how to use the black cube, and her proud evasive answer only convinces him she probably does not know much more than he does. When Marcus asks about Broken Sky Palace, Erdith admits she is a relic of an older age and woke less than a year ago to find that her old power has vanished from the world. She explains that Broken Sky Palace was never a fixed academy at all, but a flying giant palace that has likely been lost so completely that it may be lying at the bottom of the sea. Before they can finish the talk, a stir outside announces a new problem. Great Sea Adepts have arrived to investigate Voyager's massive escape breach in the mountain. Marcus greets their questions by pointing out how fast Great Sea came for this explosion after ignoring the forces that had been threatening his base, which earns him an awkward pause. The investigators quickly shift to grilling Beertan instead, and the talks settle into the ugly truth that Great Sea plans to claim most of the vault while offering protection and logistics in return. Marcus quietly notes that between Erdith skimming the best pieces early and Great Sea taking the lion's share now, Bjorton's clan will mostly end up with money instead of true treasures. That only makes Marcus more satisfied that he already pulled the most valuable relics out of the vault before any of this started. The investigators also notice Erdith's blatantly powerful spirit and challenge her presence, but Beertan firmly declares that his clan is hosting her and Great Sea has no right to touch that. Because Erdith has not attacked Great Sea and dragons are not automatically enemies, the academy backs off, though everyone knows Gaius will hear about this. Later, in a quieter moment, Marcus tells Beertan he plans to leave for his tower the next day. Beertan admits Marcus barely had to speak for his presence alone to change the tone of the talks, because another spirit rank mage standing beside him already makes a statement. When Marcus asks to divide the vault spoils, Beertan tells him to take everything home first, get the items identified properly, and hold them where greedy adepts and dragons cannot easily reach them. Back at his tower, Marcus finds his students safe but restless from being snowed in and instantly swarmed with questions about what happened. Marcus only tells them the safe version. The dragon problem is over, and he brought back some treasures he will show them once he confirms they are harmless. Cricket jumps straight to the wrong conclusion and asks if he killed the dragon. When Marcus admits they actually talked Erdith into leaving peacefully, Cricket lights up and treats that as proof a friendly dragon can be found. Julia immediately shuts that dream down, but Marcus turns the whole exchange into a lesson and tells Cricket and Agrin that dragons only acknowledge people strong enough to impress them. Over the next 2 weeks, Marcus becomes far more hands-on than before, giving private lessons and even sitting in on Helvrin's lectures to watch his students more closely. By the 3rd day, the students stop being startled and start actively seeking him out, and Marcus leans into that instead of pulling back again. A letter from Great Sea arrives, but Marcus does not even open it and leaves it sitting on his desk while he keeps focusing on the students instead. As those 2 weeks pass, Marcus finally admits he has to go to Adria anyway, because he needs experts and archives to identify the vault relics, and he still wants to hire more help for the tower. Once he accepts that trip, he realizes he might as well also meet the Udacensis family about Regulus and deal with whatever Gaius wants while he is in the city. That train of thought leads to one more decision. He should bring all of his students to Adria so any future hire can judge them properly, and so Marcus can show them a few things there himself. So Marcus sighs, pulls out fresh paper and an envelope, and starts writing to announce the visit to Adria while Gaius's letter remains pointedly unopened beside him. In Adria, Gaius sits in his office rereading the mountain report with a hard frown, because every page points back to the same problem, Marcus King. The report is bad on every front, a monstrous unknown being escaped the planet, an ancient dwarven vault surfaced under the mountain, a dragon is visiting the White Dragon clan, and Marcus was tangled up in all of it. From behind him, Herodian dryly says they should have dealt with Marcus the moment he returned. Gaius snaps back without much heat, because after seeing the recording, he thinks sending assassins after Marcus would have been suicide. Herodian pushes the point anyway, wondering if the Academy's assassins would really fail and reminding Gaius that Adria's wards make the city itself hard to touch. That idea only humiliates Gaius more, because hiding inside city wards and fearing Marcus outside them is not a life he can accept. He insists assassination was never the right answer anyway, pointing out that he did not even kill Neas because the risk was too high. Privately, Gaius remembers what he really wanted at Crystal Mountain and Thunder Hall: Marcus's students dead, his tower wrecked, and the blame landing somewhere else. His plan never worked because either side committed the way he expected, and Gaius now suspects Thunder Hall mostly wanted to provoke chaos around Marcus rather than finish the job. Gaius has been watching Marcus closely, and what worries him most is not open rebellion but a growing faction built far from Adria out of people whose loyalties are hard to read. That is why Gaius was secretly delighted when Marcus's tower was besieged, because a ruined school would have made Marcus weaker and easier to contain inside Adria. Instead, he waited too long, made his motives obvious, and ended up with Marcus openly ignoring him. For all his scheming, Gaius admits to himself that he never wanted Marcus as an active enemy, he only wanted him to become irrelevant. Herodian changes the angle and asks whether Marcus had already reached 7th rank when he first returned. Gaius says yes, convinced Marcus has learned to hide his true level after years away and has been passing himself off as an ordinary traveling mage. That hidden strength is not the only surprise, because Gaius is still unsettled that the man he once saw as an ascetic rival came back with an elf daughter somewhere in his past. A guard enters with a stack of letters, and Herodian smoothly takes them first, a routine so normal that the guard does not question it. Once the guard leaves, Gaius circles back to the real problem. Even with a detailed report, too much about the mountain disaster still makes no sense. He lists the holes one by one. Why the orcs came so far south, why the dwarves were desperate for the dragon, how a vault stayed hidden in their territory, and what kind of creature could blow through a mountain and vanish into the sky. Herodian corrects one point at least. They knew the vault existed, they just could never make it open until Marcus appeared. That only sharpens Gaius's irritation, because once again Marcus is the man who changed the impossible into a fact. Gaius next wants to know who the dragon really is and whether she belongs to Marcus or to Biertan, because either answer says something dangerous about their blind spots. In Gaius's eyes there is barely a difference between them anyway, because Biertan already stands firmly in Marcus's camp even if he is more partner than subordinate. Herodian says Biertan claims the dragon helped resolve the crisis and is staying on his behalf, but even Bjortan's own clansmen think her arrival could greatly strengthen him. When Gaius asks about the dwarves, Herodian admits they have no clean way to contact them and can only hope to gather scraps through northern informants before the next surprise hits. Gaius adds one more order: find out how so many forces slipped past their watch posts without anyone raising an alarm. Both men know the mountain border is nearly impossible to lock down completely, but Gaius still intends to pressure the guards so they do not grow complacent. At last Gaius states the obvious next move: they need to talk to Marcus. Herodian immediately points out the problem. Marcus does not want to talk to Gaius. Herodian even suggests ordering Marcus to appear, but Gaius refuses because a leader should never issue a command he already knows will be ignored unless he is ready to punish it. Even now, Gaius still thinks the relationship might be salvageable, because Marcus really is useful to Great Sea and some elders are already eyeing him for their own purposes. So he decides to wait, send more letters if needed, and give Marcus time to answer before turning this into a bigger confrontation. Before Gaius can finish that thought, Herodian pauses over one letter and realizes there is no need to wait at all. Gaius perks up at once, hoping Marcus has finally written back. Herodian reads the message and drops the real bombshell. Marcus did answer, in his own way, by announcing that he is coming to Adria with his students. At the top of his tower, Marcus sits alone with two prizes from the frozen vault laid out in front of him, the soul amethyst and the strange fruit from the tree. He knows both items could push him toward the next rank, because for all his rapid growth, his soul is still too weak for the breakthrough. Marcus has already figured out a crude option: shatter the soul amethyst in a ritual and absorb a burst of soul power, but the waste would be awful, so he keeps searching for a better method. He even considers including his students in that ritual so the wasted power would at least help them too, but he leaves the idea unresolved for now. The fruit is easier to use, but that makes it more dangerous, because Marcus senses memories and magical instructions packed inside it, and worries consuming it could change him. A younger Marcus would have swallowed it on the spot, but now that students depend on him, caution wins and he decides to leave it untouched. He decides the risk is serious enough to ask Sacred Oak for advice, even though bringing such a tempting artifact to that ancient being could invite betrayal of its own. While he waits, Marcus starts harvesting the fruit in a safer way by studying the wood logos coming off it and copying them into his microcosm. That matters because his second bottleneck is wood logos, and unlike normal wood mages, Marcus cannot just climb the ranks by learning standard wood spells. Seller told him most wood mages build that foundation from their spell traditions, while Marcus has been forced to scrape together his own path from rare magical plants and raw observation. His thoughts drift wider to the old problem every high-rank mage faces: sooner or later, Tasloa simply runs out of people and spells strong enough to teach you. That is why so many adepts eventually ascend to the outer planes, where real power is common and even terrifyingly strong mages are only part of the crowd. But Marcus still refuses that path, because ascending means becoming fully anchored there, and coming home afterward would be almost impossible. He cannot explain it cleanly, but some unfinished desire still binds him to Tasloa, so he resolves to keep advancing here instead. A knock interrupts his thoughts, and without hiding either treasure, Marcus tells Helvrin to come in. Helvrin can immediately tell Marcus is still stuck on the soul gem, but he has no new answer for him and admits the thing is beyond his level. When Marcus dryly notes that becoming strong enough to understand it would force Helvrin to leave for the outer planes, the priest simply confirms it. Marcus finally puts both items away and turns the conversation to why Helvrin really came. Helvrin says he wants a favor after the Adria trip, a personal quest, kept secret for now, that he needs Marcus's help to complete. Marcus agrees without fuss, calling Helvrin a friend and making it clear he is not just using him as a teacher for the tower. That simple answer visibly eases Helvrin, and Marcus privately feels a little offended that his loyalty had ever been in doubt. After the pause, Helvrin offers another Raven Temple parable, and Marcus settles in to hear it. The tale is bleak. 6 righteous kings trust one another with the keys to their cities, while one paranoid tyrant refuses to share his key with anyone. Invaders use trickery and betrayal to seize all 6 righteous cities, but the tyrant's city survives simply because he never gave up the key. Marcus turns the grim little lesson over in his head and sees 2 possible morals. Sometimes a hard line saves you, and sometimes paranoia is just realism. When Marcus asks if Helvrin has these parables written down somewhere, The priest teases that handing over the book would ruin his fun. Helvrin reveals the stories come from a Raven Temple collection called the Book of Heresy, which sounds scandalous but is really just an unconventional supplementary text. The meeting ends on easy terms, and Marcus quietly decides to look for story collections in Adria that might make a good gift for Helvrin. Before leaving for Adria, Marcus gathers his students in the lecture hall and finally tells them the political part he had kept mostly to himself. He warns them that he once competed for control of Great Sea Academy, lost to Gaius, and that grudge will spill onto any students tied to him. Then he singles out Renatus and Valisus with a hard look and tells them especially not to get baited into stupid conflicts in Adria. Valisus asks about talking about the recent siege, and Marcus says that part is not a secret, they just need enough sense not to insult the Academy leadership too openly. But when the topic turns to the dead giant cave and their trip to another world, Marcus's tone sharpens and he bans all mention of it, even in private. Claudia and Kasia argue that new teachers will probably learn the secret eventually, but Marcus brushes that aside and says hired people are far less dangerous than spies in Gaius's city. Once the questions run dry, Marcus confirms their preparations, leads them outside, activates the orb of flight, and takes the whole group into the air. The flight to Adria is deliberately slow and careful, because Marcus refuses to risk losing a student to the dangers hiding in harsher country. Since they are taking the long route anyway, Marcus fills the time by pointing out cities and landmarks below, with Julia and Diacles listening most seriously. Cricket, thrilled as usual by flying, asks why Giant Thunderhall has not tried harder to reclaim the priceless orb of flight Marcus took from their old leader. Marcus explains that Giant Thunderhall was hit hard in recent years, and in any case they have always championed the right of conquest, so losing spoils to someone stronger is part of their own worldview. Agrin nods along with that harsh logic, saying mountain people often accept being robbed by someone stronger as the natural order. Claudia asks if that means Marcus believes in conquest too, and he answers bluntly that most adepts do, whether they admit it or not. He points out the real question is not whether victors take things, but what rules exist when power struggles happen inside the same organization. Claudia sighs that she hoped becoming a powerful mage would let her finally live peacefully, and Marcus answers with a colder truth: only the dead get lasting peace. The trip lasts 2 days, and its one notable interruption comes over open sea when Marcus spots a large ship and decides everyone could use a rest on deck. The landing causes a nervous stir, but once Marcus introduces himself and pays for the trouble, the captain welcomes them aboard instead of treating them as a threat. Inside the captain's cabin, Marcus learns the vessel is a great sea exploration ship sailing north to look beyond Lament's Spire and possibly make contact with dwarven powers. That sparks Marcus's curiosity, and he quietly thinks that once his students no longer need him so closely, he may head north himself to see the dwarves and elves. After they finally reach Adria, Marcus reconnects with Fabius, the one-armed soldier he trusted last time, to help house the students and keep the city from chewing them up. Fabius tells him the mood in the city has shifted since his last visit. Plenty of people now want introductions, and even Publius is getting less harassment thanks to Marcus's reputation. Marcus says he may meet some of those people later, but first he has urgent business of his own, which earns him an accusing complaint from Valisus for leaving them again. Marcus ignores the whining and immediately turns to Regulus, deciding his first stop in Adria will be a visit to Regulus's uncle Cato. Regulus says Cato will probably receive them anyway, since the old man is mostly idle these days, tending family groves and reading philosophy. Marcus leaves the rest of the group under Diacles' local guidance, since he knows Adria and can help keep the others out of obvious trouble. Then he gives everyone one last practical warning: never let the staves he made for them out of their sight, because Adria is full of thieves who would gladly steal them. Marcus and Regulus head for the Udacensis estate, a rich family enclave of mansions, gardens, and olive trees walled off from the crowded city around it. Before they reach the main gate, 2 strong guards stop them, but Regulus's presence smooths the way and gets them sent straight toward Elder Cato's study. Cato looks up from his book, brightens at seeing Regulus, and then immediately turns his annoyance on Marcus for arriving without even sending a letter. Marcus answers with complete honesty that he forgot, which only deepens Cato's frown until the old man gives up and lets them sit. Once they settle in, Cato checks on Regulus first, and Regulus says life at the tower is rough around the edges but good, praising Marcus as a patient and capable teacher. Then Cato quietly apologizes for not helping during the siege, saying he only learned what was happening after it was already over and would never have let Gaius gamble with one of his kin knowingly. Marcus admits this visit is strategic too. He expects Gaius will soon summon him, and he wants the Udacensis family's shadow over him long enough to slow that pressure down. Cato recognizes exactly what Marcus is doing, but because of what happened, he agrees to speak for him and buy him 3 days before Gaius can press harder. Marcus pushes further and asks why Gaius allowed 2 foreign groups to menace him in the first place, and Cato says the likely answer is simple suspicion. According to Cato, people in Great Sea are uneasy that Marcus built a base so far from the Academy's centers of power, and they fear what he might be planning out there. Marcus protests that he was explicitly told to stay out of Great Sea politics, and Cato dryly suggests that was never going to protect him unless he also built allies. When Marcus mentions he is in Adria to recruit teachers and guards, Cato immediately offers recommendations, but Marcus says that can wait because Regulus is the real reason he came first. Marcus says something about Regulus's family treatment feels wrong, because outside one official welfare visit, the Udacensus family has shown almost no real interest in him since he left. Then Marcus asks a blunt question that jolts the room: is Regulus even truly in Udacensus by blood? Cato quickly reassures Regulus that the family tested his lineage more than once, and every result proved he really is his mother's son. That only rattles Regulus more, because he had no idea the family had been testing him at all. Cato insists the answer would not have changed his place in the family anyway, but Marcus does not let the matter drift and presses for the real explanation. Marcus explains that Regulus's bizarre inability to resonate with normal foundational techniques already proved something was deeply unusual, and he needs the truth if he is going to teach him properly. After a long, heavy pause, Cato finally gives in and admits Marcus is right that Regulus's birth was anything but normal. Then Cato drops the chapter's bombshell: Regulus really is his mother's son, but he was not born in the usual way at all, because he hatched from a giant egg. In Cato's crowded study, Marcus turns Regulus's impossible birth over in his head and finally asks the blunt question: does anyone know who Regulus's father was? Cato admits Anuria never revealed the father, saying silence was for their safety, and only a few elders know the full truth that Regulus came from an egg. He says the scandal was softened because Anuria returned not just with a child and no husband, but suddenly advanced into a strong foundation mage. Regulus quietly brings up the harder part: his mother later vanished while searching for his father and never returned. Cato confirms it, confessing he tried to stop Anuria but couldn't hold back another foundation mage once she decided Regulus was old enough to live without her. With no sign of her for years, Cato finally says what everyone has feared: if Anuria could have come back for Regulus, she would have. Marcus tests a new theory and asks if Anuria had any ties to the Raven Temple. Before Marcus can explain, Regulus lays out the clue himself: his soul is so overwhelmingly aligned with death that almost no foundational technique could accept him. He explains that soul tree technique worked only because it also carries a death aspect, which catches Cato completely off guard. Cato responds with a bigger revelation: a visiting worldwalker once recognized the Udacensus technique as a crude offshoot of a far greater Outer Planes legacy linked to something called the Pale Tree. Marcus pounces on the lead and presses for details, eager for any clue that might connect soul tree technique to its true origin. But Cato has little more to give except one warning: the worldwalker was afraid of the Pale Tree's practitioners and told the family to be careful around them. Marcus dryly points out that Cato still trusted him with Regulus anyway, and Cato admits desperation mattered more than old warnings. Cato says Marcus may be troublesome, but he has enough restraint and virtue that Cato never saw him as the kind of monster those warnings implied. Marcus doesn't deny the danger and openly notes that soul tree technique pairs well with soul magic, which could make both him and Regulus frightening if they found the right spells. That unsettles the room just enough that Regulus hurriedly promises he holds no grudge and would never turn his hand against his own family. Regulus finally asks the question that has really been eating at him: if most relatives never knew the truth about the egg, why do some of them still treat him as less than family? Cato tells him the ugly simple version: people know he was born out of wedlock to an unknown foreign father, and that alone is enough for some of them to reject him. He adds that jealousy makes it worse, because Regulus's talent is so exceptional that rival family branches would rather see him fail before he ever rises. Marcus circles back to the Raven Temple, but Cato firmly rejects the idea and says the pieces do not fit. Cato explains that the Raven God is an outsider deity only allowed on Tasloa because the Abyss incursion wiped out every native god of death. When Marcus asks why death gods mattered so much, Cato lowers his voice and says the Abyss damaged the River of Souls itself, turning death into a weakness the enemy could exploit. He says the native death gods were not random casualties either. The Abyss specifically hunted them down until none remained. The solution, Cato says, was a desperate bargain: the illuminated pantheon brought in the Raven God's servant to stabilize the flow of death on Tasloa. That is exactly why Cato rules out Regulus being tied to the Raven God's bloodline, because a divine child on Tasloa would never have been allowed to live quietly inside one noble house. Regulus mutters that he probably would have noticed if he were part divine, which takes just enough pressure out of the conversation for Marcus to move on. Marcus says the mystery can wait for now, because Regulus finally can study magic, but warns that reaching the Logos rank will still be difficult with death-aligned affinities so rare. Cato pushes back on Marcus's ambition and reminds him that reaching 3rd rank alone would already be enough to secure Regulus's future and shut down most family plots. Marcus concedes aloud, but inwardly sets a harsher goal for himself. He wants to carry Regulus all the way to rank 4 before whatever unknown legacy might be waiting for the boy can catch up. The meeting relaxes after that, and Cato turns from secrets back to ordinary questions about tower life and Regulus's studies. Regulus even laments that he could not show Cato his pet caterpillar, a small awkward beat that makes the room feel normal again. To prove how far he has come, Regulus demonstrates beginner spell work by floating objects off Cato's table with telekinesis. Then Regulus throws down a seed and grows ghostly green vines that wrap around Cato, showing off the strange wood magic Marcus has already started teaching him. Kaito is fascinated rather than alarmed, especially when he realizes Regulus is using a wood spell from a path most people think has nearly vanished. Before they part, Kaito gives Marcus a list of people who might accept teaching posts at his new academy and promises introductions. Marcus and Regulus leave the estate together, but once they hit the streets of Adria, Regulus goes quiet and walks in deep thought. Marcus finally breaks the silence with the simplest comfort he can manage, telling Regulus that none of this changes anything between them. Regulus answers softly that he knows, and the two keep walking with the mystery still hanging between them. After that heavy visit, Marcus moves to a more practical problem and heads out to identify the strange treasures he looted from the ancient dwarven vault. He chooses the prestigious House of Vulcan because it is expensive but tied to the illuminated Pantheon instead of Great Sea Academy, which makes it safer from Gaius's influence. Inside the white and red hall, Marcus offers a brief prayer before the statue of Vulcan and starts looking for someone he can trust to examine the artifacts privately. The man who greets him is Virus, a bearded artificer Marcus knew from his student days before exile, and their reunion starts with familiar dry banter. Marcus cuts to the point and insists on a private consultation, making it clear that if word of his haul spreads, he will blame Virus first. Virus answers that Marcus is already not the only leak, because enough people know about the ancient vault and Bjorn's involvement for the rumors to be obvious. Virus leads Marcus into a sealed consultation room, where Marcus lays 7 vault items on the table and keeps the storage bracelet hidden since that one needs no explanation. Virus spends several long minutes simply staring from a safe distance before pushing the feather back and flatly refusing to identify it at all. Marcus is not surprised, because the feather already felt like a dangerously exotic material rather than any normal magic item. Virus notices Marcus storing it inside a bracelet, and immediately reveals how valuable that detail is by saying he would pay a fortune for another storage bracelet like it. Now taking the job seriously, Virus puts on absurdly complicated multi-lens goggles and begins a full divination sweep over the rest of the hall. His first clear answer is the golden ring, which can conjure a bulky suit of force armor around the wearer for only a few seconds before needing a full day to recharge. Next comes the dagger, and Virus calls it an extraordinarily powerful runecovers tool that really belongs in the hands of a master artificer rather than a buyer. Virus looks almost humbled by the blade and admits no artificer in Adria feels worthy of it. The white mechanical beetle proves stranger still, because it tries to communicate during the scan, and Virus can only guess it is some kind of command-driven divination device, almost like a tiny golem. The necklace of carved stone eyes looks protective at first glance, but Virus warns that something powerful is sealed inside it, and would cling to anyone careless enough to wear it. Marcus is disappointed by another half-usable relic, but Virus dryly reminds him the ring and the dagger are already exceptional prizes. The green crystal turns out to contain enormous life force, likely ripped from some powerful living being and meant to serve as a high-grade power source, though Virus senses it may have a deeper purpose. Last is the bottle, which Virus recognizes as an elven moonwater vessel, except this one carries much stronger magic than the common versions and still refuses to explain itself. The results are thinner than Marcus hoped, but he at least learns most of the hall seems safe enough for later testing by trial and error. Before leaving, Marcus brings out one more item that changes Virus's mood instantly, a black blood arrowhead from the recent orc attack. Marcus asks where he can study older research on black blood weapons, hoping his unusual range of logos might let him see what other people missed. Virus agrees only on one condition: payment will not be money, but a share of the black blood weapons Marcus recovered. Marcus hesitates because black blood trade is illegal, but Virus answers that House of Vulcan serves the illuminated temple, not the black market. When Virus cautiously names 15 arrowheads as his price, Marcus immediately proves how many he has by levitating all 15 into the air and dropping them onto the table. The deal is struck, and Virus tells Marcus to come back in 2 days for the records. Marcus adds one more request by handing Virus a long list of rare materials, explaining that he wants to build a heritage tablet. Virus warns that some ingredients on the list are far beyond what he would dare by himself, but promises to send any future sellers Marcus's way. Later that evening, everyone regroups at the house Fabius rented in Adria, and the students excitedly compare what they saw in the city while Agrin listens in stony silence. Seeing that no one has been hurt or robbed and that even Regulus seems steady again, Marcus relaxes into a corner and sits on the floor with his lute. Renatus and Kasha soon corner him with a practical little scheme after noticing the caterpillars can shoot silk when annoyed and wondering if that talent could be exploited. Marcus instantly guesses they saw something in town they want to buy, and their guilty faces make the answer obvious. He says Seller did mention the fairy caterpillars might eventually use silk to entangle enemies, but warns that convincing a fairy to mass-produce anything boring will not be easy. One by one, the rest of the students drift over to Marcus, curious about the unfamiliar artifacts he has started examining on the floor. Since they keep asking, Marcus turns it into a lesson, spreading the whole hall out in front of them and warning everyone not to touch the cursed stone eye necklace. Claudia jerks back on instinct when she realizes she had been sitting closest to the cursed one. Marcus says the rest are safe to handle and starts explaining how beginners can spot powerful artifacts before they are strong enough to sense a logos directly. Then the calm lesson breaks instantly when the crystalline-cased black feather reaches Regulus's hands and slips free as if the solid case were never real. The feather hangs in the air for one impossible beat, spinning before everyone can only stare. A heartbeat later it shoots straight into Regulus's chest, and Marcus lunges in pure panic, expecting to see his student pierced through the heart. But there is no wound at all, because the feather simply sinks into Regulus and vanishes as if his body swallowed it whole. Marcus spends the next stretch of time bombarding Regulus with divinations, only to find nothing at all, no feather, no damage, and no visible trace of what just happened. The students keep creeping back no matter how many times Marcus shoos them away, because the sight is too bizarre to ignore. At last Marcus stops searching and asks the only useful question left, which is whether Regulus actually feels any different. Regulus insists he feels completely fine and is more worried that he accidentally destroyed one of Marcus's priceless relics. Cricket immediately asks the question everyone else is too stunned to say out loud, blurting out whether Regulus can fly now or turn into a bird. Regulus snaps back that nothing has changed, and Marcus backs him up, making it clear the strange incident was not his fault. Even while reassuring him, Marcus is badly rattled, because a dead monster material should not move on its own, vanish into a person, and leave no logo's trace behind. With no better answer, Marcus decides he will take Regulus to specialists the next day and orders him to report even the slightest strange symptom immediately. He then sends everyone else to bed too, reminding the students that tomorrow they will be meeting potential teachers who may test their skills. The room slowly empties, leaving Marcus alone with his thoughts and the now much more unsettling pile of ancient objects. Just before he goes, Renatus silently steps back in, nudges the strange elven bottle toward Marcus, and leaves without explaining why. After Renatus leaves, Marcus lifts the bottle and studies it with a new speculative look, ending the night on one more unanswered mystery.